My birds! Your birds? Welcome to this Metroid Dread. I'm dreading having to shade this. These are just the, where's even my pencil? My pencil! Here it is. These are just the flats for this right now. But this already represents, I checked the little stats in the settings, this is already like 10 plus hours of work that this is here. So I'm gonna try to shade it. I'm gonna try and see how far I get. It's a lot of metal. I did some style practices in the corner here. I don't know which I'm gonna stick with, but I'm gonna have to decide real quick. But here to help me through all of it is our one and only Strax Tos. Which, by the way, thank you for the 42-month sub. That's crazy. Oh, that's like perfect timing for when you came in. The Bowser music started playing when you unmuted.
That's a terrifying thought.
It comes crashing through the window in the clown car.
And I just so, hey. For the style, I haven't seen this at all. I like it. Style, I like the second one. The one that's kind of like a little bit more distinguished between the highlight and not, but not like completely. Yeah.
Yeah, I did some research on drawing metal, because this is my big 22 resolution, is that I want to get better at like shading and stuff, and rendering specific materials, and metal's a really hard one to do, so I watched a lot of videos, but one piece of advice that stood out to me a lot is that it doesn't just reflect the highlights, it also reflects the shadows. So having like something really contrasty, I think all of these are at some level of that. But yeah, I'm kind of more between 1 and 2 as well. However,
I like both of them. I think just 2 fits a little bit better with what you're working with right now.
Yeah, the process of making 2 is actually a lot simpler, so I'm glad that's the one you're leaning towards. It's a big time saver. This one needs like smearing to get done.
Yeah, I can tell. It looks nice, but I think it's like too smooth, if that makes sense.
Sure.
Because you're working with a lot like rigid armor pieces, so it's gonna have a lot like of a harder reflection style.
Yeah. What is this? Okay, I probably don't need that layer anymore. I can merge some of these liner layers.
I would think of one as more like a smooth metal sphere.
Oh, did I literally not finish lining this?
Did you just not?
Yeah, there's like more symbols on this, and I think I just got to like this little pinched area. I'm like, all right, that's enough for now. And then I guess a couple of weeks passed, and I thought I was ready to be streamed. But you know what? It's okay because these are separate layers that I can come back to way later, and I can just jump into other shit. Like, look at all these feathers on these wings. This is gonna take me an hour on its own.
Yeah, you're crazy.
Good God.
You're actually crazy.
I could, if I drew Cass, it would take me less time. Like, Cass isn't even this detailed.
It's actually impressive how much more detailed you are getting these days.
It's not my fault! I just do whatever the designs are! And I keep getting into more and more complicated characters.
Imagine not being able to just draw Gumbario.
Yeah, that's right. So we're listening to a lot of Paper Mario music tonight because Paper Mario is a game that I recently finished, and it's wanted to have like a long discussion about it. And the same goes for Metroid Dread, which is also what's going on here. It's not very Metroid Dread-y music, but also I don't know if that soundtrack is particularly the kind of thing you would want to go back and listen to on its own. But maybe when Paper Mario ends, we'll give it a shot.
I don't know if you noticed or not, or how often you check it, but the that BRB playlist that I keep putting together, I actually updated again the other day, and I was looking through the Metroid Dread soundtrack, and there's a couple songs that are kind of like memorable, but like it's more of an atmospheric soundtrack, of course.
Yeah, definitely.
Metroid tends to lean towards those. I think the only game that I've played where it kind of had both aspects was Super.
I found Prime's pretty memorable. The Phendrana Drifts.
I haven't played Prime.
The caves?
Is what it is.
Oh. I think the caves are reused from Super, though.
Probably.
There's, like,
I know
fire
Prime
caves.
reused a lot of tracks from Super, so... I know about it, I just haven't played it.
Yeah, I hear that, relying on past compositions happens pretty often with the Metroid games in particular. And I've heard
Kinda
a couple
like
of...
how Kirby does it.
Right, right.
Where, yeah. It'll bring back tracks that fit thematically, sporadically. But, as far as I know, Dread actually was pretty good about that. It didn't really have any, reused tracks from the series. I think there's a couple, but not that many.
Yeah, like the main theme and stuff like that. But yeah, that's what I've heard, basically, is that, like, even if Dread isn't particularly memorable in its soundtrack, like, people can respect that it didn't, like, rely on existing stuff, is basically my point.
Yeah. There was some tracks that I liked, I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
That's the thing of it, isn't it?
Yeah. Which is sad. I know the first area I liked the theme a lot.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think that's one of the ones that I did end up putting into that list.
Ooh.
So,
Yeah,
I think it's one of the later versions of it, but
Oh, yeah, yeah.
each area has a couple different versions as you progress through the game.
I really like how that first area evolves over time, every time you revisit it. It feels very Hollow Knight-y in that sense. You keep coming back to the Hollow Nest.
Yeah, you see, I never actually finished Hollow Knight, but I was told that it does stuff like that. So I was like, I wonder if they actually did that. Like, was Hollow Knight an influence on its influence, if you will?
I mean, I think I looked up some Sakaguchi stuff. Is that the guy who directs it?
Let me check real quick.
Who's like the Metroid guy who's always like, even though people like Retro and Mercury Steam are the ones actually developing the game, they have like this one guy who's like their liaison to the Metroid canon.
The entire series?
Yeah.
That's Sakamoto.
Sakamoto! Right. So I was looking up some stuff with him, and I think he'd been trying to get like a new Metroid made for a long time, but it was only because of like all these indies, like, you know, I don't think he name dropped anything, but you know, stuff like Hollow Knight and Ori, these indie Metroidvanias, he was able to use that to like prove that there was like still a demand for that kind of game, and it helped get like the project greenlit.
Huh, I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
I thought eventually Nintendo would just listen and be like, okay, I guess you can make a game.
No, sorry, this product only sold 2 million units. It's our worst selling game ever. We've got to pull the plug.
Oh no.
Sorry, I've been thinking about ARMS lately, and I'm just channeling that bitterness right now.
Yeah, I was trying to think of what Switch game has that problem. Yeah, ARMS is a good representation of that.
I was watching the ARMS GDC talk a little while ago, just because I was interested in it again, and at the very end of the keynote, they're like, and be sure to keep a lookout for the ARMS webcomic. Did you know that Springman is not actually the first Springman, but comes from a long line of Springmen? This and many more questions will be answered in the deep lore of the ARMS comic. They canceled it!
I like how I think they finished it, honestly, like as far as, because there was talk about it getting released up until like what, last year?
Yeah, I mean, they were doing like samples of it for like free comic book day or whatever.
I literally think they just finished it and then just didn't release it.
Yeah, maybe like the cost of publishing, they just didn't want to pay it. In terms of like Nintendo's partnering with other entities like that, I've heard that they've just like, with esports especially, there have been situations where like Nintendo will be like all buddy at first and like, yeah, let's totally do this, and then when it actually comes time to like organize an event, they just like pull the plug with like esports stuff. Like they just like won't respond to emails and shit, and then things fall apart because of that.
That's so funny, is Nintendo leaving you on bread.
That's totally what it is. Oh, Dougie.
So messed up.
Oh, Douglas.
That's so messed up.
Doug Bowser would leave me on red. I do not trust that man.
Why, you don't think he's done a good job?
What has he done? I can point to many things that Reggie has done, but there are no stories about Doug Bowser. None of his interviews have given me any insight into the operations of NOA, and he doesn't appear in anything. He doesn't even show up in the directs.
Yeah, you're right. He doesn't even show up in the directs.
He's way less of like an entity at all than Reggie ever was.
Doug Bowser, where are you?
I think
Tell us now.
the last thing that I actually saw specifically about Doug Bowser was an interview that I think Polygon did with Doug, and they were trying to like grill him about like back when taking 3D All-Stars off the shelves was like this big controversy at the time, and I think the questions were really well phrased, where I think the specific wording was, I don't see why a person who buys a Nintendo Switch in June simply can't get access to these games anymore. Like, they just can't download them, you know?
Yeah.
And Doug was like, well, we're just planning for this to be a special anniversary event, so the party's gotta end eventually. Like, just like some stupid fucking, completely unsatisfying answer. Yeah. Like, listen, Reggie can tell me sweet little lies about how the Switch isn't gonna have friend codes anymore, but I'll believe him! I can't even fall for Doug's bullshit!
Yeah, he, See, Reggie was better at gaslighting.
At gaslighting?! Oh, Reggie is such a girl boss.
But did he gatekeep?
He must have. He gatekeeped Bill from eating his donuts.
There you go.
Maybe that's part of it, because I think Nintendo's, like, approach to their, like, communications, right, is just a lot different at this point. Like, Reggie had the opportunity to take advantage of stage presence and doing the little, like, skits in the Nintendo Directs. Nowadays, they're a lot, like, stiffer about it. Like, they're very, like, unfun.
Yeah, I would say unfun is a good word.
Like, even if Doug Bowser showed up, what would he even do that would, like, endear me to him, aside from being like... Now here's a look at Luigi's Mansion 3, a game that I personally love.
Now, you see, they need to go full on into the Bowser bit and bring back the Sunshine voice actor and then dub over Doug every single time he talks with the Sunshine Bowser voice.
And now, back to Luigi's Mansion 3, a game that I, personally, love!
You see, no, that would be funny.
It would. I think... I've talked about a certain April Fool's Direct, where there's a thing from it named of Tingle My Tingle, that I quote incessantly, and one of them is Bill Trinan shows up, and they have like a really good, like, Bill Trinan impersonator, like a guy that really sounds like Bill. And then, like, in the middle of him talking, he just, like, switches voices. And he's like,
and now, let's take a look at Tingle's Rosy Rupee Land.
So, I mean, the spirit is out there. The fucking Nintendo Switch subreddit mods know what they're doing.
They should be the ones running Nintendo, actually.
Now, I don't know about that. Okay, so speaking of ARMS, speaking of me always wondering what the fuck happened to Kosuke Ibuki, there have been some rumors about Mario Kart 9 as of late.
I've been hearing some of those rumors.
I think the only rumor is that it is in active development and it's going to have a new twist, which, you know, no shit, that's every Nintendo thing. However, what I'm really scared about is that, like, I've read speculation on this rumor, and I keep hearing from, like, gamer types that, like, oh man, I hope the big twist is that they have more third-party characters in it.
Yeah, I've been hearing that the quote-unquote big twist is it's gonna actually be Nintendo Kart, not
yeah,
Mario
like
Kart.
a Super Smash Bros. Kart. And I'm gonna be really eating crow when this happens, because the way people talk it up, it feels like an inevitability as badly as I don't want it. Like, it's possible.
It's definitely possible, but I don't care for the idea one way or another.
Guys, when are they putting Sora in Mario Kart? I can't play if I'm not Mickey Mouse!
Griffin, you know you're cursing yourself, right?
Well, listen. So, I've already... Once you get cursed a little, any additional curses, they hurt less over time.
Okay, but if Sora Kingdom Hearts got into Mario Kart, I think he would just end the stream.
No, I would see what else they have to show. Because maybe they'll put Klonoa in.
Still hoping for another DLC character. Is there a Mickey Mouse kart racer? I know there's a Garfield one.
Oh, it's maybe on like mobile or something. There's gotta be.
They should have
I could check the iOS App Store right now if I needed to so desperately.
I think that'd be funny.
Yeah, it would. Proceeds not to do it. Oh, what am I talking about? Mickey Speedway USA!
Oh, duh. I like how we're both like, oh, we're stupid for not knowing that whenever it's Mickey Speedway.
Well, Mickey Speedway USA was developed by Rareware, wasn't it? It's somewhat of a notable title.
Yeah. But it's like an old game that, like, alright, have you played that game?
No.
Alright then. They're gonna add it to the Nintendo 64 app on the Switch, and then you can stream it.
They're gonna run out of games eventually.
Oh, they're just gonna not put games on it.
No, people have like data mined that shit, and like the actual names of the games aren't there yet, but there's a bunch of like blank slots and they're sorted alphabetically, and people have been able to use that to like somewhat get like a pretty reasonable guess about what games are being included. And it seems like the final lineup for the N64 streaming thing is actually maybe respectable. Hopefully. Actually maybe hopefully respectable.
I mean, but at the same time, isn't there a bunch of blank slots on the other two apps from that same method, or?
I don't know. I
was under the impression there's a bunch of missing things. So.
I know that people were able to like surmise that we were getting SNES games just by looking in the code of the NES one. But I don't know if surely you would be able to surmise the library from that. But maybe it's just like a generation that people don't care as much about.
Well,
whereas once you start getting into N64 and GameCubes, they're like super fans.
Yeah. I mean, I think we're at a point now where the N64 is old enough that it has that nostalgia factor that the SNES and the NES had during the Wii days.
Yeah, it's really interesting going forward, because you look at something like Super Mario Odyssey, and you know, Mario games are always about Mario 3, Mario World, and now it's like the Mario 64 nostalgia that they do, right? It's going to be interesting going forward. Now I'm next in line to be catered to, you know? Oh, it's just like when I was a kid, dude!
You remember the 90s.
Remember 9/11? Remember the 2000s?
Yeah, that's where you're gonna get it.
Super Mario Sunshine kind of is like the post 9/11 Mario, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a very George Bush Mario game.
Yeah.
Using
I don't
some
know
like substance.
I don't know, like, how, like, to describe that other than, yeah, that's... It feels wrong to say that.
How
if
so?
that makes sense.
Listen!
The phrase you just said is, it's a very George Bush Mario game, and there's just something about that phrase that just doesn't... I don't know. I have no argument against that.
Exactly.
It feels wrong.
Alright. Chat. Time for chat to weigh in. Would Mario throw a shoe? I say yes.
I don't think Mario would throw a shoe.
Yeah. He would like spray water into George Bush's mouth until he like inflates.
Yes, so you saw exactly where I was going.
Oh, we did it, Reddit. We saved America.
I mean, I'm a chuckster.
Ooh, this is not the right thing that I wanted. How's the audio, by the way? Let me see. I'll turn down the music like a teensy bit, I think. There we go. Mario would not be on the side throwing shoes, to be fair.
I don't think Mario knows what a politics is.
Well, but he exists under politics. He's still affected by the rule of law on Delfino Island.
He doesn't
And he's
understand
he's
what's
not
going
on the side of the oppressors. Like, he's being mistreated. So, of course you'd think he'd want to do something about it.
Do you think he would treat, like... Nothing about Mario screams anti-imperialist.
Well, yeah, in the Mushroom Kingdom, that's one thing. Oh my god, yes, so Mario is America because of the fucking double standards!
Yeah. No, actually, he throws the shoe, like what Jackie said. Mario throws the shoe and then Luigi picks it up in Luigi's mansion.
Oh my god, you're right! We've got to do something about Bowser's kingdom. There's no equality. We need to fix this.
Let's say Mario is an unwitting party.
No, let's go to war for 2 decades. Yippee!
Mario would go yippee after that.
Yep.
Do you think he would, backwards long jump into war crimes?
I think he would walk forwards into it. Mario, I feel like we've had this conversation before, but Mario does love war crimes. This is true.
Yeah, though, this has been a stream conversation coming up in the past few months.
Yep. This and VeggieTales are the ones that always fucking come back during every goddamn Galaxy Gallery.
Alright, so VeggieTales.
No. Yo, I just I got a crystal star! Didn't the Goombas join Bowser's side because they were oppressed? That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know that part of the lore. There's a lot of like early Mario shit where they just made stuff up. It's like, well, I guess that's kind of always been true. Questions like this will be answered in the Mario movie, okay? Yeah, what am I talking? Chris Pratt Mario is absolutely not a George Bush shoe thrower.
Okay, but that's a different kind of Mario.
It's a different kind of Mario. This is gonna be like fucking Santiago classic Mario.
Yes.
I guess so. I guess this is the world we live in now.
It's gonna be movie Mario, like how there's movie Sonic.
We're gonna get the trailer for that sometime this year now, and I'm not gonna be ready for it.
You know that's the next Nintendo Direct, right? Coming to you in 3 weeks?
Oh god. Yeah, sometimes they do like directs in like January to February, yeah.
Usually they do it January or February Direct. Early February or late January. And I feel like that's time.
Yeah, there's probably at least like one more, but sometime between now and Kirby, where they'll give us like another look at that.
Yeah, which is the only reason why I would care about a new Direct.
Yup. I was thinking whether or not they would do one before or after Legends Arceus, which, boy.
They did not.
I'd love to have a conversation about this with you, because I have been going so back and so forth over this goddamn game. I really don't know if I'm going to pick it up.
I don't know. It looks interesting, but it looks kind of ugly.
I'm so on your side. You know, that game's become... This is very funny music to talk about gamer culture war shit, but people have gotten so used to the phrase, oh, well, graphics don't matter, that, like, they're just, like, they'll just use it in situations where it's not at all applicable, because, I don't know. People didn't like Sword and Shield's graphics either, but they were looking at shit like shadow resolution or like textures and stuff like that. But I think from an art direction perspective, Sword and Shield is not like the best looking game on Switch, but it's like, I look at that and I see like an acceptable amount of polish. Arceus looks fucking sloppy, dude. Like, stylistically, they're going for like an Okami kind of breath, but like the ground, like the grass looks like metal. It has this like weird shading on it. I'd love to see a video where somebody just goes through and like adjusts the color mapping and it's improved by like 200%.
Yeah, that's what I was actually thinking is, whenever I was watching, like, they released, like, trailers and stuff for it recently, I was thinking, like, honestly, if they had just the Okami black outline filter, this game would look, like, 3 times better.
They do the Okami black outline stuff in the promotional materials, like, whenever, like, the box art, like, the brush strokes, like, fill it in, there's, like, kind of, like, the bleeding colors, like... But that's not at all what the game looks like!
Yeah. It's like, why... This doesn't look good.
Yeah.
Like, it's sad, because, like, honestly, some parts of it do, like... The game screams rushed.
Oh, yeah. When I first saw that January release date, I was like, what? Actually?
Apparently
Like, that felt
was a
so
delay,
early.
too.
Oh, was it delayed to January?
It was internally delayed, is what it was. Because originally they probably wanted it to release around the time that Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl was.
I don't know if they wanted that. 2 holiday Pokemon titles at the same time?
I think the plan was very early on, before they really accounted for Brilliant Diamond, is what it was.
George Bush had a super horn that destroyed the shoe before it hit him. Looking at the enclosed instruction book, it states that the little Goombas only betrayed the Mushroom Kingdom, but they never specify why.
Felt like it.
I know that the Toads got turned into blocks, so every time Mario hits them, he's killing the Toads. Did you know that Super Mario 2 is actually called a Doki Doki Panic?
I always liked that the Toads were the blocks, because you can imagine, like, internally, like, the Toads scream every single time that you hit one.
It's a fate worse than death, I think.
Toad dies, and then you die on the inside.
Oh. Yeah, I can't live with that. I need all those extra lives because I can't sleep at night.
Is that why Mario do the drugs?
No, Mario just loves to have yippee, silly, crazy YouTuber machinima fun. Did I ever tell you guys about the time that I took like a film class in high school that turned out to be just like a blow-off thing where we just watched movies, and one of the genres of filmmaking techniques we learned about was machinima. Like, we had to like learn about machinima in class.
No way!
Yeah. I'm like,
they actually had something
yeah,
for
I'm like,
that?
well, machinima is not really a genre of film, it's just the name of a YouTube channel. It's like, no. Anyways, and they're like multiple choice, like which genre of film describes which term, and you'd match them in machinima, and that was like one of the things.
I'd say at this point it's kind of just applied to like a cultural like name kind of thing. If that makes sense?
I don't think so. I think it's one of those things where like old people will see source filmmaker shit and they just like literally can't tell whether or not it's official. I remember seeing some news stories a little while back about parents being upset because their kids were watching inappropriate Splatoon cartoons on YouTube. But it's just like SFM. Like it's who do you blame for that, right? And it's the same thing with Super Mario Logan. Like there was that news story with like they gathered up all the kids and they talked about whether or not it was like appropriate. Machinima was a term before the network. Machinima got the name from the term. Oh, so it's like the metaverse? It's like the Machinima-verse?
I hate the word metaverse.
Going into the metaverse is going to be like being in a Machinima video, though. You've got like all these fucking model rips from these random fucking games, you know, like some like VR chat shit, right?
That's literally what it is. That's the concept from Ready Player One, is that you just have like source filmmaker models that you are as avatars.
Well, no, only one's from Warner Brothers intellectual property.
Yeah, but I mean, that's just because, you know, they're advertising.
I can't wait to be my model rip of Corrin from Super Smash Bros. Ultimate surrounded by a bunch of big chunguses.
Would you be Corrin in the metaverse?
Who else would I be? Do you have a better pick for me than that?
Well, I'm asking you a dangerous question for a reason.
Okay.
Of the whole imposing yourself over Corrin thing.
Oh yeah. teetering
I
on the
would
edge
say-
of the Kinneyverse.
Yeah, I would say you have to be careful with that one.
Uh-huh.
But you also have to be careful that who you pick is avoiding the calling you a furry camp as well.
You think I would be Keaton?
No, you would find someone
Right.
as Keaton.
Yes, correct. And then I would be doing like whatever the fucking metaverse equivalent of ASL is.
What would that be?
I guess still ASL. If you're asking about
Yeah.
who they are in the real world, those characteristics still hold true.
But anyway, I hate the metaverse. The whole naming of it, at least.
The naming of it.
The concept is also stupid, but I hate specifically the name. It's just, it sounds stupid and techie, bro, like...
Oh, it totally
Yeah,
is a
the
tech bro
future.
buzzword. Yeah. Like,
Yep.
It's and I can attest to this, because we've seen firsthand, like, how Roblox has evolved over the years into, like, pivoting themselves into a metaverse
so
company.
disgusting.
And they always trot that terminology out at every, like, RDC.
I
Like,
can't
we're
believe-
right up close to it. I mean, it's, you and I have Roblox accounts. We're in the metaverse already.
We are! That's who you'd be, you'd be a Roblox avatar.
Yeah.
That's sad.
LBA is going to be a metaverse launch title. Although, maybe not. Because Roblox does occasional... They'll like fund your project, right? And their latest round of funding for developers to like submit to Roblox is that it specifically has to be quote-unquote the next generation of Roblox experiences. So if it's an existing thing, then you can't really do it. It has to be like a brand new from the ground up project that's built with like metaverse mechanics in mind. Like you have to make it like a social hangout space. And you have to like...
I mean, you could take concepts that you have and make it into a social hangout kind of thing.
I guess, but like... LBA is like, it is on a platform that calls itself the metaverse, but like... I think there's clearly a distinction between like... You know, nobody's gonna go to LBA to go to work, right?
Yeah. They go there to save poor proxy.
Yep. I heard that
And then
with whatever Apple's AR headset or VR headset, whatever they're doing, some sort of head device, that whatever it is they're working on, they're like, one of their rules is that we are not making a metaverse. Like, number one rule, no metaverses.
I appreciate that. Do you think Steve Jobs would have liked the metaverse?
Would Steve Jobs like a metaverse?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think his only goal in life was to make a stupid fucking box to listen to the Beatles on, and then he did that, and he said, my life's work is done, and then he died.
Yep, that's when he quit. Everybody knows he just quit.
You guys are trying to make phone calls on your iPhones? You're holding it wrong. Set it down on a table, listen to the Beatles. That's the intended experience. If you use it any other way, you're doing it wrong.
See, that's what I was thinking. Femi, I think he honestly would. I think he would be very interested in the concept, but he'd want his own concept of it.
He would want his own metaverse. Yeah, the walled garden verse. I don't know, it seems to me like a lot of like the old stock at Apple are like against that sort of thing. Like that's why Johnny Ive left the company, if I recall correctly. Cause he like didn't want people to get like too immersed for it. He didn't want to make like an escapist thing like from real life or like a replacement for reality. He didn't want to make anything like that, so he's like, this is not what we're doing. And he put his foot down. But I guess it remains to be seen if Alan Dye holds that same opinion, because I'm not a fan of him.
I think that would be part of their own vision of it, though. Because I think it'd be more like a metaverse version of like a Google Glass instead of like a full-on like VR experience.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think it's going to be more of like a like an overlay like AR directions.
Yeah, I think they go more in that direction.
Or just like new forms of content creation they'd probably be going after. Cause I mean, this has been my like the easiest slam dunk of a theory for years, is that the reason Apple keeps making a bunch of AR shit for their phones and their iPads where nobody wants to really use it is so that by the time the headset comes out, they have a very mature development environment for AR VR stuff, which I think is, there's no way that's not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's the future.
It's the future, baby. There was a really funny video that my friend Tommy made that was like ragging on NFTs and shit. And there's a bit where Mark Zuckerberg shows up and he's doing like a voiceover over Mark, and he's like, "Hi, call me Mark the way she zucks my berg here," and he's like, "Welcome to the Ligmaverse."
Oh my god.
Speaking of, did you watch the Cryptoland video? Multiple times. I am obsessed with the Cryptoland video. That shit's been driving me crazy. There's so much to take in.
Alright, what video are you talking about?
Femi linked it in, I don't know if it was as seen on or just in shit posts. But basically, a bunch of rich people are buying an island, and
I love that video.
Yes, and they're making an amusement park, and they made like this animated video, and I can't wait for it to be Crypto Fire Fest.
Is it? I can't tell if it's a meme or not. I still don't know.
I've heard suggestions that it is satirical, and if it is, it's a insanely high effort shitpost.
It's perfectly like middling on that.
Yeah.
It's like perfectly balanced. You can't tell.
But like, Crypto Bros are like leaping to defend it. So like, are they the ones being dunked on, which makes it even funnier? There's so many layers to it. You know, something about the Cryptoland thing that I really want to zero in on is that like, I think the guy who like directed it is like way too into Robin Williams' Genie. Right?
Yeah.
Because he's like, he's granting these crypto wishes. I mean, there's a bunch of like songs that they use without permission, but one of the bits is like the end of Prince Ali from Aladdin, and then you look at like the behind the scenes of the production of Cryptoland, and there's like a genie statuette on the guy's desk. Like, nobody likes the genie that much. I'm sorry.
Are you saying he's a genie, Kenny?
Not a Kinney. I think he just like wishes the genie was his friend. You know?
I wish Robin Williams was my friend too.
Well, okay, but let's think about this further though, because in Cryptoland, there's that what do they call them? Like crypto kitties or like Bitcoin kitties? I think that's what they call women in Cryptoland.
Oh God.
There's like a woman and like a bird steals her Bitcoin wallet. It's like, oh no, my fungent tokens! And then he gets the bird with the help of the genie. So in a sense, isn't this like the magic carpet? Isn't this like the genie is also helping Aladdin woo Princess Jasmine? As far as I know, it's not a joke, it's 100% serious. See, because I think the genie thing is like a brilliant like joke to just like pepper in throughout the video and all these little details. But I think it's just not a joke. I think it's just a normal, true observation that I just made.
I'm upset about it.
I'm delighted. Because that means that they're actually going to try and do it.
You think they will?
Yeah. Oh, speaking of grifts and islands, I'll tell you something that I've been up to lately. That's the wrong way to phrase it. But season 2 of the Righteous Gemstones came out last night. There's a similar storyline in that. Where like they're making
I don't.
Go ahead.
I would say I don't know what you're talking about, and I was just gonna say, yeah, I love Steven Universe.
The Righteous Gemstones is a comedy on HBO about a bunch of televangelist grifters, And in the second season, they team up with Eric Andre, who plays like this he's like the perfect casting for that character. He's so fucking funny in that role, as there's like this pastor who's like making people like faint and shit by shooting the Holy Ghost at them. And so he's trying to like get them in on like this Christian timeshare resort in Florida. And like the more that you hear about it, the more it starts to seem like a scam, like a pyramid scheme. So it's Cryptoland. Jesus coin! Guys, Jesus coin! I think I switched to the wrong brush, but when is that happening?
Would Jesus sell NFTs if he was alive today?
I think supply side Jesus would. I think if you can convince Christians that cryptocurrency is the Lord's way, then you would make so much fucking money.
God, it would be so easy. Jesus Christ.
Yup. Right? Can you can
now
picture it, right?
that. No, literally. That's upsetting how easy that's, like, thinking about it now.
Oh no, our token! By serious, I mean they're a company that supposedly raised a lot of funding for this endeavor that's basically a real estate scam as far as I can tell. Also, there was some more stuff about it, like someone asked what the age of consent would be, and the official Twitter responded, quote, "Mental maturity should be more than enough, winky face."
Ah! No! That's
Epstein
so
coin?
problematic.
Yo, Epstein coin?
Yeah. That's a terrible phrasing. I don't even know if they meant it that way, but that it screams just...
I think I was looking through their Twitter myself as well, and I saw a similar thing where they were talking about how the age of consent in the country where they're buying the island is 16, and they were like advertising that as like one of the benefits of the island, which is weird then that they would also say winky face whatever the hell you want it to be. But then again, that's their audience. They're playing to their audience.
Yeah.
Actually, in Japan. Give me
Yep,
break.
that's a...
He turned the apes into lions. What, Jesus did?
Yeah. I bet they meant the way, considering libertarians.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It totally makes sense.
I hate the world.
Yep.
Remember when this stream was gonna be like, we were gonna talk about Paper Mario? No.
Yeah, you want to talk about Paper Mario?
I mean, this is a good conversation to have about how upsetting it is to live in a world where there's gonna be NFT Island or whatever.
I really hope that shit is gonna have its Beanie Baby crash sooner rather than later, because I really don't think it's sustainable. Like, hey, you know what? If I was biased and I was really, like, overlooking it, like, even for stupid shit, I'll ask myself, okay, but, like, if I gave it a chance in my mind, do I believe in it? And, like, I don't. Like, I think it over, I'm like, how the fuck do people think this is going to work? How we're going to reshape our society around this? It doesn't make any fucking sense.
No.
And so many people who are getting into it, at least, like, marginally know about anyways, Paper Mario.
No, actually, just before, who was it? I think it was John Stamos. So, another thing that happened in the news recently was, Bob Saget died.
Oh, I heard about that. I'm sorry, you'll have to fill me in on who he is, because the only thing I know about Bob Saget is when Tourette's guy, like, hurts himself and he, like, wants to say a swear, he says, "Oh, Bob Saget!" That's all I know.
He's the dad from Full House.
The dad from Full House. Okay.
And then he also did raunchy comedy.
He also did
was
raunchy
his whole
comedy.
bit. I mean, that's BoJack Horseman, the Netflix show. That's
I get the gist of what it's based off of.
Yeah, that's who he's based off of.
Okay.
Relatively. But his whole thing was that he was on Full House, and that he wasn't really like that wholesome character that Full House portrayed him as. He was actually a very raunchy comedian. But I'm saying this is because one of his co-stars, John Stamos, after he died the other day, was just like, "Rip Bob Saget, you were one of the best," or something like that. And then it's a tweet where he just has an NFT profile picture of just like a donkey in dark sunglasses.
Oh god. But
And it's
nobody's
just, like,
out here making
it's
Bob
a meme.
Saget NFTs, right?
No,
Okay.
not yet.
Not yet. That's what it sounded like the story was going. Like, dude, I can't do the Black Panther statue. Not again, dude.
Yeah, that's what. That is. I hate NFTs. I hate people.
He was
There's,
also
like,
the
Betty
original
White
host of America's
NFTs
Funniest
and
Home
stuff.
Videos. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was another story that came out. Was there's people that are like, what if we had NFTs where, like, you know, you get like a skin in like one game, and like you can use it in all games, and that's your skin.
Oh god.
Not realizing how that's not how video games work.
Yeah, there was a really good thread I went through that, like, as a good example, compared, like, okay, well, let's say you have an NFT skin, and you want to wear it in Final Fantasy XIV, and you want to wear it in Minecraft. Walk me through how that works. And then it's, like, going through, like, all, like, the production steps of, like, and all the legal things that would get in the way of that. It's, like, not possible. It's not gonna happen.
I mean, you know what? It's theoretically possible in the aspect of you have, like, the pixel NFT of the funny monkey or whatever, and it just kind of, like, skins that over whatever model you have in that game.
Oh, yeah, just, like a t-shirt texture?
It'd be funny. It'd be funny.
Would it be
to
funny?
have-
I
No, I'm
think it
thinking,
would...
like, not even like a t-shirt texture. It's like it skins your whole model. The
Oh.
model's texture is replaced with your NFT.
I see. I think
It'd
it
be
would be
funny.
really awesome if NFT
NFTs
owners
didn't exist?
were no. Well, yes, but I think it would be so awesome if NFT owners so proudly self-identified their ownership of those things with you know, a giant fucking monkey, like, on their body. And so people could visually see them and then bully them in the metaverse. And just, like kill them, spawn kill them, and, like, be totally unfair to them. And they'll just have no fun in any games.
Do you think the metaverse will have spawn killing?
I think the metaverse will let you walk up to a guy wearing an NFT, and then you try to give him a wedgie, and then you get a force field that blasts you 30 feet away for trying to dare fuck with an NFT owner.
You don't get a lucky first strike.
No, and then you get fined meta coins and thrown into the meta jail. And then I
I think I want the metaverse to work like Paper Mario, actually. You go up to bully someone and you get a first strike, and then a whole audience comes up, and then you can appeal to them for, like, bonus points. Oh my god, that's terrible, Jackie.
What's up?
At their job, there's someone who's like, there's someone buying, like, a bunch of Captain Kirk Funko Pops, and, he's like, yeah, the day William Shatner dies, he'll get a fortune.
On Funko Pops?
Yeah, because you're gonna sell the Funko Pops for a marked up price because William Shatner just died.
Jeez. Call
Like,
that a
you're scalping who's just-
non-funkable token.
You already know Funko Pop has tokens like that. I'm pretty sure.
Anyways, it's been 40 minutes and I've shaded one wing's worth of feathers. Smile.
Oh yeah, that's right. They're making digital Funko Pops. That's what it was.
Oh god.
Price gouging the fruit on Animal Crossing. I forgot about that.
Raymond in Boxes kind of is the original NFT.
Literally, he was. That's funny.
See, but then people learned to hack Animal Crossing, and then they were copying and pasting, right-click saving their Raymonds, and then it was all over. The whole Raymond economy collapsed.
It's that easy. Just hack the NFTs. what would you do if someone gave you an NFT as a gift?
I'll have people who have no idea what the fuck they're talking about try to, like, talk to me about NFTs. And, like, be like, oh, you'll like them. You should get into them. Because, you know, there's all these fucking news stories trying to make it out to be, like, a thing. It's a thing that, like, more than 0.001% of people are actually doing.
Yeah, it's Ravenbeak, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And Max and Sam were both curious about. Max was terrified of what you were drawing from the Black Wing.
Who do you think it was? Did you have any other guesses?
So you want to talk about Metroid Dread?
Yeah, I mean, we never got to Paper Mario, but sure, we'll talk about Metroid Dread.
We'll circle back.
I've been...
Go on.
I've already been wanting to, like, revisit that, game. Because apparently it's really fun to go back and do, like, additional playthroughs of. And I think it even has, like, a New Game Plus mode that you can do.
It does.
Yeah?
Yeah, it does. From what I was just, Sephiroth.
I will eventually, though. You know that that's, like, not an impossibility.
Yeah.
And this is such, like, a fucking monkey's paw thing. Because I used to not really have very much interest in Final Fantasy. I didn't have an outright dislike of it like I do with Dragon Quest. It's just, like, something that I didn't know much about. I don't have much experience with. And I was like... But Max is, like, the JRPG guy that I know. And I was watching them play some of Final Fantasy VII Remake. They were screen sharing it in a group over Discord. I'm like, wait, I think this is cool, actually. I think I want to kiss Sephiroth on the mouth, but every time I say things like that, Max gets mad.
I can see you liking the remake, at least.
It's like, Griffin, you would not like Sephiroth. Sephiroth would not love you back. Like, you say this like this is
back.
like men not liking me. Oh, boo-hoo! So he's gonna step on me? Way to discourage me, Max.
Would you be impaled by Sephiroth's sword?
I would let him, like hook under the loop of my overalls.
They should have just killed Mario. That was their perfect out for March. I don't know why they didn't.
He's literally been killed before by Ridley, so there's no need for a fake out.
I just think they didn't want the graphic image of Mario getting stabbed through the chest.
But both of them, with Ridley and with Sephiroth, were portrayed through silhouettes, so it would be the same amount of, like, detail. Maybe Square wouldn't sign off on it. It was like, no. Sephiroth's too nice, actually. Sephiroth's a nice guy.
Sephiroth. No, he's a nice guy, not a nice guy.
Oh, capital N, capital G, nice guy?
Yeah.
Thinking Sephiroth is hot is based, though, independent of FF7 Remake. I do be looking at that shirtless Smash skin. That really was, like, a miracle during the Game Awards when I, like, went on the Smash website and I saw that shirtless skin for the first time and I was like...
I remember that.
They always pick the good characters to get the shirtless alts. They really do.
I mean, who has a shirtless alt? Just him and Shulk, right?
That's a good point if anybody else does. I think Zero Suit Samus has, like, a slightly skimpier outfit. That's the only one that I can
she
think of.
has the like, I think it's Fusion that has those,
Fusion.
like, bonus endings outfits.
Now that's a good point. I can't actually think of anybody else besides Sephiroth and Shulk. Maybe there are other DLC characters, but the DLC lineup is kind of a blur to me. Outside of, like, the handful that I'm actually a fan of.
I like the DLC.
That's right, I forget you like Kingdom Hearts. And you just like to revel in my misery of being a Sora disliker.
I think it's funny.
Yeah, you know what you do when you laugh? You smile. So Sora puts a smile on your face, and you disgust me.
Alright, Griffin, I've been saving this information.
What information?
Did you know, You know the game where you like to meme on, where they say Riku, it's Riku. They put bugs in him.
It's Riku. They put bugs in him. Yeah, I know that one.
Did you know that I actually just recently learned this, that the first world in that game has you collect L's.
What?
Yeah, you collect L's and it's like a platformer.
Huh.
They made LBA before you, and it's all about having like code blocks and stuff.
Man, fucking Fez made LBA before me. Those cubes that you collect in that game look so goddamn much like log blocks. When I first saw them, I was like genuinely afraid that I like accidentally plagiarized Phil Fish's work.
You have a post I might like, Femi.
Uh-oh.
I might like it.
It's Sephiroth! They put gay in him!
Oh yeah, I know, the final boss of Kingdom Hearts 3. The DLC was rough.
Would you count it as a shirtless alt if Kazuya has a tuxedo alt and his main look is shirtless? If you want to include it, I wouldn't stop you.
Jarvis put bugs in him.
Jarvis, put bugs in him. Jarvis, insert the bugs.
Would you put bugs in Riku?
I don't know what that means.
It's literally exactly what it sounds like.
Okay, so by bugs, do they mean like literal insects or like a computer bug? Because I know one of the Kingdom Hearts is like about like digital things. Like it's like Kingdom Hearts Remind or something like that. Okay.
It's Recoded.
Recoded.
Remind is the DLC for Kingdom Hearts 3.
Of course.
Which also somewhat has to do with code.
Uh-huh. Virus bugs. Virus equals very, yes! I think Homestar
like
Runner would love Kingdom Hearts and Strong Bad would hate it. Have you heard of the dog this Strong Bad?
So Metroid Dread.
Right, yeah, I already want to go back to it, and it's only really been a few months. I will, yeah, like, even just, like, the boss battles, too. Like, I remember when I was streaming it, like, the instant I finished pretty much every boss, I'm like, that kicked ass. I want to do it again right now. But, of course, these things are permanent, so maybe that's why I want to replay the game so badly, just to get to those highs.
I wouldn't say I wanted to redo every single boss right away, but I got to a point where it's like, that was honestly just so cool.
Oh, that shit is dazzling.
Like,
I can't believe I missed out on the cool counter thing when you're fighting like the mutated thing. You go back to the fire area and then that shit just like shows up. And then like I looked afterwards and there's like that cool animation that you can do. I missed out on that. But I want to like right that wrong like for myself, right?
Yeah, so you can just see it in action yourself.
Yeah, the animation on that game is fucking stunning.
Honestly, that game, it like gives off the impression at first that it's kind of like a, you know, I don't want to say budget, but you know what I mean? Like, they didn't sink their heart and soul into like the assets and stuff because it's a 2D game and stuff. But like as you go on, like it's visually impressive.
Yeah. I wouldn't agree with that personally in terms of getting that impression, but I certainly have heard it echoed a lot.
No, like, I didn't think it was bad looking at first at all, honestly. It's just like, oh, it's a 2D game. They're not gonna, like, you know, go crazy stupid on these looks. But no, it looks good. It looks very good.
Does Mercury Steam have experience making 3D games? Like, I know there's a 3D Castlevania, but did they do that one?
Here, let's look up Mercury Steam's...
Their catalog, their output?
Yeah.
Their gameography?
One thing I do know that sucks is that they were crunched very hard on...
Yeah, I heard there were like employees that like didn't get like properly credited because they weren't like with the company for long enough. That shit's stupid.
Yeah, which is kind of tragic.
Yeah, like that kind of employee treatment like is not necessary to make a good game. It's just shitty executive management. This Tubba Blubba escape music is so much fun.
Oh,
They
yeah,
did
the
Lord
Tunnel
of Shadows.
Blood movie. Yeah. Huh, Mercury Street does a... They haven't really done much, but they've done some interesting stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if these guys just become like the new like 2D Metroid team, like this is like a great output for them. I'd love to see what else they could do.
They're working on a couple of other games right now.
Oh, yeah?
Called American Gee Presents Scrapland Remastered, I guess is what's called. Scrapland Remastered. And then they're working on something called Project Iron, both with Microsoft, so...
Ah, I see.
They're probably going to be busy for a little while.
I could see them eventually winding up becoming like their next level games in terms of Nintendo working with them a lot more.
Yeah, I feel like Nintendo's eventually going to be interested in buying them outright, though.
They keep saying in like their investor earnings calls, like their quarterly shareholder meetings, that like the Switch is making so much more money that they anticipate every single quarter that they literally don't know what to do with all the money, like how to even spend it all efficiently. And they said that more acquisitions down the line, similar to like Next Level, are certainly a possibility.
How much money does Namco make?
How much money does Namco make?
Yeah.
Not enough until they make Klonoa.
Does Bandai Namco make a lot? I feel like they do.
Of money or games?
They're pretty big. No, I know for games that they make a lot. I know, and I feel like they make a decent amount of money.
Yeah,
I'm
Namco's
just
pretty
thinking,
profitable.
do you think that Nintendo has a lot of random money where they would be interested in buying Namco?
They could afford to do it. I don't think it would benefit them.
I don't know, because...
I see where you're coming from, because when you look at which other huge AAA Japanese studios Nintendo likes to work with, you know, like Capcom on the Minish
Namco's
Cap
up
games,
there.
Namco is like, with Smash Bros, with Star Fox, with Pokken, there's so much that they've trusted Namco with in the past. I think it's like a mutually beneficial relationship where they just simply get along with each other, but I don't think a purchase is in the cards.
I'm not thinking it's in the cards. I was just thinking, would they ever want to is the thing, because they work with them so much.
I think Namco does too much like kind of un-Nintendo-y stuff where they would ever truly want to do it. But maybe Nintendo just really wants to make a good Klonoa game, and it's like
I was actually
for the
thinking
IP
Pac-Man
backlog.
World 4, but you know, okay, it's fine.
They're not gonna make a Pac-Man World 4. Yeah, I guess you consider like Pac-Man 99 another Nintendo Namco collaboration, which I still need to stream.
I forget it exists.
I've heard that it kind of fell off the map, but you know,
Sad.
I'd like to at
Tetris-
least check it out
Tetris
once.
made waves.
Oh yeah.
Because it was a new concept.
Hey, if they go
Tetris.
back to offering the cash prizes, which I kept winning non-stop, I will gladly get back into Tetris 99. But they haven't even started doing that with Pac-Man. It's embarrassing.
No, they didn't.
It's embarrassing.
But you know what they did do that with? Actually, I saw on Twitter earlier, was they're having a new Mario Kart tournament with that kind of thing.
The Mario Kart tournament with the cash prizes, I cannot get into. Like, I wish I could, because I'm, like, moderately good at Mario Kart. But the problem is, the way Mario Kart's multiplayer online works is that at the end of a race, the points that are doled out are based on how many players are in the room. So if you're in a 12-player lobby and you're in first place, then you get, like, 25 points. If I'm in a room with, like, 4 people, then max I'm gonna get maybe, like, 4 points, even if I come in first place. So the problem is that if you want to even get a shot at winning that money, you have to be in a 12-player lobby for every single one of those races, and it is shockingly impossible to make happen. Every time I try to go online when those tournaments are in effect, I'm in tiny, tiny lobbies. Like, fuck this, back out, fuck this, back out, fuck this, back out, and I'm doing this for, like, hours and hours and hours. It's like, well, the contest period has ended, thanks for playing, and I never even get a chance, the opportunity to even try to get like first place in a 12-player lobby. It's impossible. So I just don't think it's really the game for it. Tetris 99, those cash tournaments are split up enough separate matches where not only does the lobby size not matter, all you have to do is win first place. So where you, even if you're in a small room, no matter what, the talent is what matters to get yourself to those prizes, because it's more consistent wins over a greater period of time. Mario Kart is so fucking luck-based.
What you're saying is, in Tetris, you have to get good.
Yeah, and I am good at Tetris. And I would even say good at Mario Kart, although April would probably be the one... Like, if I came in 25th for the top 25 cash prizes, April would definitely be, like, in 24th.
Only 24th, though, just to mess with you.
Oh, yeah. Well, because if April is, like, directly in front of me, then she can, like, keep throwing the Koopa shells behind her and always be, like, directly responsible.
God, that's so funny.
It's been years, and I still think about when I had a blue shell coming.
No, I watch that clip every once in a while.
Yeah, on Mount Wario, and then I, like, look in the rear view mirror, and she's just, like, waiting behind me for, like, several seconds. They're, like, just both stopped.
You should do another Mario Kart stream sometime.
Hey, I'd love to, now that I've got a working Switch again. I think the last one I did was for my birthday.
Yeah, I missed that one too, so I haven't had a chance to go against Jackie. Because we have a similar rivalry, as far as I know.
Hey, well, I've got somewhere on screen. I think I still have a like a Mario Kart tournament code. Boom, 021232948779. So that's what last time I used. So I've always got like the means to do another tournament at like the drop of a hat. But first I need to finish drawing Bird.
Bird.
Your birds?
Sometimes I think April is so funny.
Sometimes I think about that moment and smile.
Oh, Jackie forgot we're rivals.
Oh.
That's the worst feeling.
No, I mean, I don't win, and it's not fun to not win. Like, I'm very competitive in that sense, but... Like, I'm laughing thinking about it, so, you know, even if I'm the butt of the joke. Is this Toyland music? No, if this is after the Tubba Blubba music, it's gotta be Toyland.
So, Metroid.
Yeah?
You like the bosses. I think...
Yes.
You haven't played any other 2D Metroid, right?
No. This is another, Kirby Superstar situation where I think I watched the Game Grumps play it. And that's my only experience with it. But I haven't actually, like, gotten my hands on any others. Besides, you know, Metroid Prime, which is not 2D.
I would say you should stream them.
Oh yeah, as soon as I'm done with the Prime trilogy, that's next on my list. If there's time between whenever that happens and Metroid Prime 4 dropping, that's the plan.
March. You should wait until March, Jackie. And then, you know, you should have like a Switch-iversary.
A Switch-iversary. Listen, I don't blame Jackie. 2021 has not been the Switch's strongest year. Like, people looked at 2018 and like, man, Nintendo fell off. But I mean, even that year, they had like 3 houses, they had Smash Bros, they had like a whole bunch. It was no 2017, but there were still like a lot of like regular releases. And obviously, there's only so much that you can fault them for with like pandemic stuff. But man, 2022 is looking to be stacked. I'm so excited. Like, I think it's gonna be the second best year we're gonna get since 2017. Like, there's so many huge heavy hitters I'm looking forward to.
I did not have that problem with the Switch because there was Bowser's Fury, and then there was Mario Party, and that's all I needed.
Oh yeah, I guess I didn't get Mario Party though.
I really wish you got Mario Party. I still want you to get Mario Party.
You want me to get Mario Party? Hey, if I don't pick up Legends Arceus, but I don't know, it's a party game. How much use am I gonna get out of that? I'd probably play Pokemon more.
I'm not gonna lie to you, if you ever wanted to play Mario Party on stream, I would play it literally anytime. I am addicted to Mario Party.
Oh my god, I think it'd be so much fun as a stream thing to do. Especially because, like, I've streamed so many Mario Parties before, but those have all been single player. Because back at the time, Super didn't have any online multiplayer for, like, playing on a board. And, I didn't have the, whatever... I know Dolphin is certainly capable of online multiplayer, but I just didn't know how to set it up, so I didn't. So eventually, I think a streamed party game with like a bunch of people from stream would be amazing. But I think this is the same reasoning that I literally used with you before, is that there are so many other AAA things that I've got my eyes on that if like I have like a limited amount to spend, I'd rather be picking up other stuff.
No, and that's understandable. I agree with that. But you also then use the excuse of it doesn't have the motion controls of the Joy-Con, so it's bad.
I don't think that means it's bad. I think it means that, like, that's part of what drew me into Super Mario Party. It's like, oh, well, I'm interested in what new ideas they're going to explore with this hardware. Whereas now it's like, well, these are just mini games with nicer graphics, and that's about all there is. And for some people, that's enough, and the boards are a lot better, and the events and the pacing is a lot better. And I'm sure it's a very polished and enjoyable experience, but I'm not really hungry for Mario Party anymore, you know?
That's fair. I think if you actually got into it to start playing it, you would be more into it, but that would require you to get the game on a whim.
Yeah.
And the thing about the minigames, I'll actually say...
Sorry, go on.
Sorry. Just you screaming twink is funny to me.
We'll get to the twink discussion later.
Yeah. They retrofitted a lot of the minigames with new little bells and whistles that have like a lot of like little switch touches, if that makes sense. Like, there's a lot of HD Rumble stuff they kind of retrofitted in. It's not like to the point of like Super Mario Party where like you have the HD Rumble game, the beams that you're trying to get out of the jar.
It's not part of the gameplay. It's just like an immersive thing.
I think it's nice that they went and did like a lot of little things like that, at least to kind of make it feel like it belongs on the Switch instead of like it could have been on any console.
Yeah, HD Rumble is always like such a nice little standout to me when a game bothers to implement it.
Yeah.
Because it's one of those things where like when a game does bother to go out of its way, it really does elevate the experience so much. Some of my favorite HD Rumble experiences, like, you know what I mean? Like the parts of a game that stick with you, it's like, oh, the music in this, the graphics in that, the story in that. And then it's like, oh man, remember the HD Rumble in Mario Odyssey? On the motorcycle, the boom, 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 and then like the footsteps in Super Smash Brothers, where like you're walking on the different surfaces and you can feel like the when you're walking around. Or like when you get the coin in Mario Kart 8 and you get the little like cling in your hands and it's so satisfying. Or like in Kirby when you get to like the end of that like bonus level and it plays the Kirby theme through the HD Rumble.
That was like the most mind-blowing thing ever, is that my Joy-Con started singing to me and I'm just trying to like figure out what in God's name is it doing. And then I realized it's playing green
I know.
I'm like, yo!
That makes me want to go back and like, because I literally have my whatever my initial blind first impression of that was somewhere on the VOD channel.
I've seen it probably, like I looked back at it a year ago just because I remember.
Oh really?
Oh yeah, I did that. I was kind of curious, like I didn't remember how you reacted to it.
Yeah.
Because I didn't remember if you actually realized what was going on either.
Yeah.
And then you did. But I hope that Forgotten Lands incorporates a lot of that stuff, because HAL is usually pretty good about using the technology.
Oh yeah, I mean, Star Allies, there's a lot from it that suggests a rushed development. I mean, it doesn't even have like a complete soundtrack. Like, I had to like mine previous releases.
They always do that though.
Do they? I mean, doing arrangements or like in new remixes or interpretations or new takes on other themes, totally get it. When I walk into a level and I start hearing music from like just another Kirby game, like fucking like 8-bit music, like.
Well, yeah, no, to the extent that because the way Star Allies did it was that each bonus level had a track from a previous Kirby game. It was what it was, and then it went through each Kirby game. Each bonus level had a track from one Kirby game, then the next level had the next game. So it was kind of trying to make like a timeline in the game itself. But I think it would have been better if it was arrangements, like you were saying.
Yeah, like if they found a logic to it, good for them. But I honestly just think that they didn't have time to do original stuff and then worked backwards from that. You know what? I was thinking about the music for Planet Windfall, and I was thinking, oh yeah, this is like a new composer at HAL. And I'm looking forward to like getting a new kind of expression of that in Forgotten Land, like new music from that guy.
God, and it's got the perfect environment for that kind of atmosphere that Planet Windfall had.
Yeah, I can already imagine like this kind of like wistful, just something feels like kind of just like sad and like lost. What I'm trying to describe is Klonoa, but then you just have like this really beautiful music that just like scores a scene like that. I mean, the setting lends itself of like this post-apocalyptic thing perfectly, you know?
I'm so excited for that game.
There's gonna be a sad Kirby game. I'm gonna cry at Kirby. It's gonna be awesome.
You say that like there isn't sad Kirby games.
I'm sure there are, but I think Kirby Forgotten Land is doing a lot to already build up to something of a gut punch.
Like, alright, there's little moments here and there. I would say, in terms of sad, like melancholy, like atmosphere, like Kirby 64 was the closest they got to something like what Forgotten Land is doing, but it's still, they're going further with it.
Yeah.
And you haven't played that game yet. I'm going to be very happy when you finally play that game.
Yeah, tell Nintendo to hurry it up, but I think Banjo-Kazooie is the only thing they're doing in January.
Yeah.
Yoshi's Island!
What about Yoshi's Island?
I was playing the music when you go to Lava
okay.
Lava Island.
That's right. I have the stream muted because, you know, I don't want to hear myself.
Yeah, that must be really disorienting.
Yeah, a little bit. Like, I hear two yous, one me, and then there is another me.
You don't hear yourself when you speak?
Are you supposed to?
I mean, if I go, ah, then my ears just heard the noise that I made. Like, I'm not hearing silence in my head.
Well, there's silence always in my head. Brain empty.
Anyways,
what were we talking about?
you know what, now that you mention it, I do hear one noise, although it's a bit of a low hum that is slowly, over the years, escalating into a kind of a scream. Is that normal? Is that normal?
I don't know, you should ask a therapist. I feel like if you had actually had that problem, you would hear every once in a while like a faint, distant Klonoa wahoo,
Yeah.
and then it would go silent again.
Would it be
then
like
for me, it'd
really
probably be like-
slow and stretched out, or would it be like wahoo, and then like whip behind you, like who the fuck was that?
It'd be quick.
Okay, that's funny.
I was gonna say something about. Okay, so we're talking about Kirby.
Yeah.
But then I wanted to transition to Klonoa because the
Oh.
whole. Do you think that they actually would have Klonoa in that next direct?
I think it is extremely likely. Every direct I've gotten the little do-do-do-do-do-do, wahoo! I've always got that queued up whenever they like announce a new game, like, okay, this is gonna be the time, this is gonna be the time, this is gonna be the time. Eventually I'm gonna have to stop doing it. The journey of that game getting trademark after copyright after license approval, like, I've been laser focused on that shit. Every little update that there is with like a patent office or this or that, like internationally. There have been so many. Okay, guys, this is like totally the last stage. Like, this is all they need to go forward with the announcement of Klonoa. The good news is that at this point, it seems like it is going to be like a full collection, rather than just one Klonoa game, which is really nice because 2 is really difficult to not only get a hold of. Like, I just had to buy a physical copy for like $100, and you had to get a PlayStation, and even if you wanted to emulate it, it's really difficult. Even like if I was just like on a native Windows thing, that is not a game that emulates well. So if there's like a clean port of that on console, that's so many people are gonna have access to those amazing games now.
Yeah, it sure would be disappointing if it just fell through and hasn't been because it's not confirmed. It'd be very... no.
See, no. Here's the thing. Because they keep doing user polls about which Namco IPs they want, that audiences want Encore things of next. And then, after those surveys, they filed trademarks for a bunch of stuff. It wasn't just Klonoa Encore. There was stuff like, I forget if it's House of the Dead or Typing of the Dead. I think Typing of the Dead is Sega and House of the Dead is Namco. There were like several other IPs that got similar Encore trademarks. And then, after like the first wave of those, they're like, okay, we're not doing this, we're not moving forward with these IPs. Klonoa has been the only one that has remained. And it's been getting new names. There have been no other pieces of information regarding other Klonoa Encore titles, or rather other Namco Encore titles. It's just been Klonoa that is beginning this much international legal shit sorted out with it. So, what would the effort be? Both are Sega. You're thinking of Slaughterhouse. Thank you.
Why are Goombas so hard to draw?
You still drawing Goombario?
Yeah, I've been stuck on Goombario for like an hour. I hate Goombario now.
Is this the Ravens theme? This is a slammer. Like this
How do you
Fox.
feel about the Paper Mario soundtrack?
Oh, yeah. I was... For some reason, I was going into it... people were giving me the impression, like, oh, it's not that good. It's that good, dude.
No, it's great. My thing about... We'll start... You know, okay, we can start talking about Paper Mario now that we're like an hour and a half into your stream.
I never said you couldn't start.
I was... Because we only really had 2 conversation topics planned out. It was Paper Mario and Metroid Dread, and we really kind of tacked on Metroid a little bit. We could probably go back and talk more about it at some point.
We can go back to Metroid.
Paper Mario, the thing about the soundtrack is I was telling you it's composed by the Fire Emblem composer that did everything through the Roy GBA games.
Yeah.
And I think that, you know, it doesn't get much mention compared to something like Thousand Year Door, where that composer is only a guest composer because that was after they had left the company. But the thing about it is, like, it's really good, but I feel like it has the same problem that Sonic 3 has, where the tracks are all kind of short, so they loop very quickly.
Yeah, I guess I've noticed that kind of often. Although the full OST that I'm listening to on YouTube is still like 2 hours, so...
Yeah, like, there's a lot of tracks.
For like a 10-hour
really
game,
good.
I think that's fine.
Yeah. It was probably more than 10 hours. It's probably like...
Oh, well,
How many parts did you
it was
do?
like 10 parts, and each stream was like 2 hours each.
It was probably like
2 or
20
3
hours.
each,
Yeah. Like, it's not the longest Mario RPG, but...
I like that. I like short games.
I think that... Alright, so we can get into a discussion about Mario RPGs in general real quick, is I think 20-something hours is the perfect amount for a Mario RPG specifically.
Yeah, there is very much such a thing as a game going on too long.
And
I would love
think
to see my 3DS playtime for Dream Team, but Dream Team just like felt a lot longer than the other ones.
That's what I was actually going to get into. Was I remember my Dream Team 3DS playtime? It took 40 hours.
Oh, you know what? Let me get my 3DS right now because I have it charged up. Because I always need 3D references of Keaton and Corrin. Let me check the playtime app real quick.
Because I remember looking at that because it felt like it dragged on a lot longer than the older games. Because I remember that Superstar Saga takes about as long, about 20 hours. Then Partners in Time I never played, of course.
Yeah.
But Bowser's Inside Story also takes, I think, about 25 to 30. And I feel like that game kind of drags out a little bit towards the end too. So I'm thinking that's like the perfect threshold is about 20 hours, and Dream Team had 40, and it felt like it didn't even need any of those 2D sections.
Yeah.
I'm still talking because you got up.
Yeah, let me try and sort by game here. I need to find where Dream Team is amongst all these, like, downloadable eShop trailers.
Remember eShop trailers?
Yeah. Remember the OK Go video that, like, came with the 3DS?
that was not something I remembered until just now.
Yeah, there's like dogs jumping around, and then one of them like jumps out of the screen. It's like, whoa! I took 80 hours to finish Dream Team?
Griffin,
My playtime is 79 hours and 19 minutes.
did you play it more than once?
I might have done 2 playthroughs of it. I think I did a second one while I was at my nana's.
The actual game has a game time on the save file.
Oh, I don't have the card on me. I mean, it's in my room, and I have my games neatly organized, but I don't want to dig that out.
That's fair. Like I said, my playthrough I remember specifically was 39 hours.
Yeah.
And I think that's 100%.
Well, I guess if I did 2 playthroughs, then mine kind of comes damn well
Around
close
the
to
same.
that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it literally, like, if you cut out the 2D sections trying to beat Bowser's Inside Story again, Dream Team would be a much better game.
Oh, yeah.
It would be the right length, it would be the less boring aspect. I like the concept of something like going into dreams, but I don't think it didn't need that.
I like the idea of like going into Luigi's subconscious and then you like learn things about him through that. So from a story
They didn't
perspective, I
do
get it.
anything with that.
Yeah, they did it like once,
Afterwards,
but
though.
not nearly enough to justify those segments. With Bowser's Inside Story, there's like a nice back and forth rhythm where the things that you do inside of Bowser affect things in the overworld and vice versa. Dream Team doesn't really have that. Luigi just kind of sits there. I know you can like tickle his nose and make him sneeze, but that's a very finite amount of verbs that you can interact with the dream world with.
The thing about the dream world is that every time you go into it, you have one objective to accomplish to get back to the real world. When in Bowser's Inside Story, there was more back and forth where, oh, you gotta go into Bowser to help Bowser do this thing in the real world as he's doing it.
Yeah, Bowser's more of like a hub area.
Yeah. Like, Bowser's doing his own thing actively at the same time, but you literally can't do that because Luigi's sleeping. So it doesn't work. But that's why I think Dream Team had the right heart and mind, but I don't think they should have continued the back and forth 2D, 3D segments that Bowser's Inside Story started.
Yeah, did Paper Jam have anything like that too?
No, Paper Jam was fully top-down. They had the gimmick battles were the papercraft battles instead.
Right. You know that they totally could have been like, oh, we gotta go into the paper world now. Whoa, it's 2D. It's like New Super Mario Bros.
Honestly, I feel like it would have been a better excuse to do it there than they did it in Dream Team.
I can't
Having a
imagine.
back and
I can't
forth
imagine
between the paper world and the real world would have been actually more interesting. I think.
I can't imagine a fucking book is a more active object than Luigi. How do you move around more than a book? Like if Luigi's if Luigi is lying on a pillow, he's like sleeping like a log. Where do books come from? Logs.
Someone should clip that. Just you screaming, where do books come from?
Just like recontextualizing it in like a Griffin can't read sense.
Yes, exactly. I'm thinking more like, so if Paper Jam was based off of the idea of you're going in between the paper world and the real world, and then in the paper world you can have all that wacky Paper Mario we're made of paper gimmick, but it actually makes sense because it's coming from the difference of the real world versus the paper world. So using that new paper gimmick that the newer games use would be more interesting.
You know, I hear that levied as a criticism against modern Paper Mario a lot, where like it's like, oh, I wish it wasn't so paper. I hate paper. I hate reading. Like people just want it to be like a cartoony aesthetic that happens to have flat assets, but anything that looks or sounds or talks like paper, it's like, ew, get it away from me! Fuck this! They've ruined Paper Mario. I can never get myself too worked up about that. I don't see that as like ruining Paper Mario.
I don't care that much. I wish they were a little less in your face about it, but that's about it. Like they go a little in your face with it, with like the idea of oh, we're gonna get torn! But besides that, You know, like,
But that's
come on.
still like a normal phrasing. Like, I'll tear you a new one. Like, that's still common verbiage. So it's like a pun. And you know what? The way people always say this, the way people always say that this is only a symptom of modern Paper Mario, this was another expectation that I had going into Paper Mario 64, is that this wasn't going to be a thing at all, and it was going to be this thing that people pretend it is, and no, it like literally still has paper jokes.
No, it still has plenty of paper jokes, but the idea of the original Paper Mario is that it's a storybook, because it's called Mario Story in Japan, not Paper Mario. And so it's got like paper jokes in the sense that it's the pages in a book.
Not really. Then, I think it's just anything that, like, any ideas you can make with that material, they kind of just go nuts with.
Yeah, no, they definitely do. Like, it's like little pop-out book, great jokes.
I don't know. I don't find that annoying. I think it's charming.
No, it's charming. I think it's charming, too. It's just, I think, like, Toad saying, like, paper, or, like, oh, we're gonna get scrapped and stuff is a little too in-your-face about the paper aesthetic.
I don't know why this is people's biggest complaint with the writing in modern Paper Mario. Because
it's not.
Weren't they like?
Not.
Isn't there a bit like really on in like Origami King when they're talking about like PogChamp and shit? Like they're using like Twitch.tv memes. Like that, I find more of a problem with, and it was definitely like a lot worse in 2015 when you had stuff like I know a big complaint. Didn't Triforce Heroes have like Doge memes in it? Like, they've eased back on it in a lot of their games, but Paper Mario feels like the one thing where you look at the localizations of those games and they really still want to do memes.
Well, they got away with it in Super, and that's why.
Were there memes in Super Paper Mario?
They had the whole, going on forums to complain about internet games that I've never played bit.
See, but that's, like, relegated to a specific character. And it's not like a meme thing, it's like a behavioral thing. It's not like they're just like parroting a joke that someone else, just like this nebulous thing that exists on the internet, right?
Oh yeah, no, but they're still trying to just capture what they did there, is what it is.
No, if there was more stuff like Fort Francis, I would appreciate that, because there's actually like a level of like critique in that writing and a purpose to it. It's just like, it feels like a cheap attempt to be funny. Like, maybe I'll laugh at it a little bit, but I really worry about those games. Like, is this gonna last, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's what I mean. Like, to get back to the original one, the original Paper Mario's, I think it doesn't have that flavor of humor, and it comes across as more heartfelt and contained in that sense.
Yeah.
It's a little more timeless, if you will. And that's what I like about the original. It's just cozy, is what the word I used at the end of the game whenever you were streaming it. It's...
That game does have a cozy ending, though.
Yeah. And the differences between the original and Thousand Year Door personally don't strike me as large enough to say that I think the Thousand Year Door is better. I enjoy the original one more because it's just a better experience for me. Like, I'll acknowledge that Thousand Year Door is a step up with the mechanics and stuff, but I mean, also it's a step down in the world design, and no one can fight me on that.
Ooh. You know what? No, I'll agree with you on this, though.
Like, the original had so complex of, like, these worlds. Like, you think about Pleasant Path, there's, like, a whole dynamic, like, rotating system with different, like, levels and layers.
Yeah.
And the shapes are organic.
The 3D geometry of that was, like... For any 64 game, I'm like, wow, this is, like, kind of high poly. Like, there's a lot going into this. And then, I can't think of a single room from the Thousand Year Door that impresses me in that same way.
That's what I'm saying, though. It's like, the default room shape in the original is a hexagon. And I believe the only rooms that use that shape in Thousand Year Door are the entrance to the Boggly Woods tree, and then the Glitz Pit. The, Glitzville. The entirety of Glitzville is one of those rooms. Which I think is kind of lame. Like, that's a whole chapter's area is just one room.
Yeah, that's like a very left-to-right game. There's nothing that really, like, directionally challenges you very often.
And that's always bothered me about the, Thousand Year Door is... If the Thousand Year Door had better world design, I would 100% say it's a better game. That's my one hinging factor. It's just it feels better to walk around in the game, and that's a huge part of what makes a game. Really fun.
Yeah, you know what I was thinking about? You know what was fucking keeping me awake at night when I was thinking about Paper Mario versus Thousand Year Door? What the fuck happened to the spin maneuver?
Yeah, no, I knew. That's why I told you about it immediately. It was because, like, why in God's name would they remove that? That's like the best feature.
That should be like a series
ever.
mainstay, and they took it out immediately.
Like, they have badges and stuff for it to make it even cooler, and it's just like, nah. It's just so much fun to spin around, and like, you can get a more powerful one. You can get one that makes the spin status effect on your enemies in battle when you spin into them.
Yeah.
That's cool.
No, I really wanted to use that badge if I had the slots for it. Like, I was eyeing them, I'm like, oh wow, something that's like, useful.
Like, could you imagine if you could do like that spin maneuver in Origami King?
Yeah.
That'd be
That
so
should be
much
in
fun.
every single game. And it's weird because like Paper Mario 64, those are like the environments that you would want to like slow down and breathe in a little more. And then,
Yeah.
and then Thousand Year Door, you're walking, I was like, oh, let me get through this faster. If only there was a way. If only we had the technology to press a shoulder button.
Yeah, imagine if you had that spin move in Chapter 4 of Thousand Year Door.
Mm-hmm. Chapter 4 was the same thing I was thinking of too.
It's like, Jesus, man. It's that, and we can get into the whole thing where I feel like Thousand Year Door leans too much on what the first one had in it. There is like straight up like reused rooms and gimmicks and stuff. And it feels a little disingenuine, if that makes sense.
Disingenuous.
Disgenuine, yes.
Disingenuine comes off to me as like cynical though, or like that it's like soulless, and I wouldn't characterize Thousand Year Door as that.
It's not soulless, it's just... I said it before, but like, Thousand Year Door, to me specifically, I don't know the history of the development. It's not really much... There's not much history on it, honestly. There's just some, like, pre-release screenshots and stuff, and people have some idea of, like, what Mario used to look like.
Right.
But it screams a rushed game to me.
Was that early GameCube or late GameCube?
It was early. It was only, I think, 2.5 years after the original.
I see.
And the time between the original and Mario RPG was a lot longer.
Yeah, I mean, that pretty much describes every GameCube game, though, because you look at some of the behind-the-scenes stuff that was going on, like, internally from, like, an executive perspective. People were running around with their fucking heads on fire that the GameCube was not selling as well as they wanted it to. Like, they needed shit out. Pretty much every GameCube project is like, oh yeah, we were gonna do this, and then the GameCube wasn't selling well, so the timeline for the development changed. We had to scale back, cut all these features, and push it out the door. Like, every single, like, cutting room floor thing you can look at. It happened to so many first-party Nintendo games.
So it screams rush to me is all. Like, a lot of these rooms feel like they should have been more complicated. And like I don't know if you noticed, but one of the things that reuses a lot of rooms is the sewers versus Rogueport.
Oh yeah, you're right. No, you pointed out like the specific rooms that are like the exact same layout. Like, wait, what?
Yeah, and there's a couple you missed actually, because there's one part where the entrance to the Crystal City, or I think what is it called? Shiver City.
Town? Yeah.
Yeah, there's a little bit where the path unfolds in the wall, and there's little windows and stuff. And that same exact bit is used in Thousand Year Door, I believe, for the entrance to Bogley Woods.
To Bogley Woods?
I think it's the entrance to Bogley Woods. It's, when you stream Thousand Year Door, I'll point it out.
Yeah, there's a lot of things about Thousand Year Door that I've definitely committed to memory, but every little animation, I don't exactly know. But it wouldn't surprise me.
It's like one of those, yeah. Or you walk into the wall after it folds out, and like there's little windows, and you see Mario walking by and little cutout windows in the wall. But like it's just stuff like that, and it reuses more than I would have liked it to.
Sure.
I still love Thousand Year Door. Like I've been bashing on Thousand Year Door since you started the original Paper Mario and a little bit before that, but I still love it. Yeah. But I just think the original had more time to cook, and it's got a more self-contained, genuine feel, which is why I personally like it more.
Yeah, and I mean,
I don't knock people for liking the 1,000 Year Door more, but I just personally don't.
yeah. Well, I think it's fair to like want to bring those criticisms out because the 1,000 Year Door has such a like mythic status amongst Paper Mario fans. Where like every indie RPG that's coming out is like, oh, it's just like Paper Mario. So much so that there's like paper directs because there's so many games and everybody wants to be the 1,000 Year Door. And the 1,000 Year Door has a lot to love, but so do like all these other RPGs. Like, and Paper Mario is like not in trouble. Like Paper Mario doesn't need saving. There are so many other like concepts for a turn-based game. Like you can do anything. It's like, well, let's do Paper Mario.
Yeah,
specifically the 1,000 Year Door. I have to wonder because
is it specifically the 1,000 Year Door is what's attributed to all this when the original set up so much more.
I think if you look at the same thing with like A Hat in Time, over the course of that development, wanting to like, oh, we're bringing back 3D Mario, and then you look at it as like, maybe they like leaned a little too hard on Sunshine here. Where if they took like a broader take or a more original take, then maybe that game would have been a lot better. And you know, if they weren't racist either.
I will.
Oh my God, that's right.
My mouth shut. I will keep my mouth shut on that one because it's
forgot
your
your
stream.
yeah.
What Jackie just said is 1,000 Year Door is the Geno of Paper Mario's. It's spot on.
This statement is not seen as a bad thing by the person stating this thing. A Hat in Time did not lean into Sunshine too much. There's literally instanced areas you can go where there's rotating log platforms with trapezoidal pegs with a hole through the middle. They looked at Sunshine, and they had Sunshine on one monitor and their game on the other, and they just lifted it. Like, straight up.
Alright, so, before you start attacking both me and others in chat, how do you feel going forward into what I assume you're going to do next is 1,000 Year Door?
How do I feel about streaming 1,000 Year Door? I think I'm gonna like it just fine. I think, like, this is what I'm saying.
You think you'll have a new perspective, though?
I already like the 1,000 Year Door.
Yeah, but, like, do you think going into it you'll be like, huh? You'll have an interesting perspective on, like, where this or that came from?
Oh, I think there'll be some stuff where it's like... The last time I played that was in high school, and I definitely have, like, different perspectives on a lot of things now, so...
Yeah. But also, I want to, propose the idea that, like, you're now, proposing the theory of going through the rest of the Paper Marios you haven't played.
Oh, yeah.
Besides Sticker Star.
Definitely this through Super is like, guaranteed. Like, I love all of those games, and I'd love to go back to them. Especially
you've played
Super.
every other one. Besides, you don't need to play Sticker Star, there's no point.
Yeah. Well,
it'd be too hard to play, and it's not worth it.
Yeah, but before I started streaming, I had played every single one but 64, so I've played everything in the series at least once. For streams, I'd like to redo, like, the console ones, not the handheld ones, pretty much. Super slaps? I love Super, dude!
Oh, that's upsetting.
What's upsetting?
I deleted everything I was working on somehow.
Did you, like, close it? Or can you, like, just undo to get it back?
I'm undoing and it's gone.
Oh, no.
I didn't like the Goombario anyway. We're moving on!
Oh, okay. Yeah, all I was gonna say is that, like, 1,000 Year Door is a great game. But I think from the perspective of, like, indie developers, and if you're gonna make your own game, there's a whole world out there beyond 1,000 Year Door. And to, like, limit yourself to a lot of design decisions that were, frankly, limitations of making a game in 2002 that's, like, rushed to meet this, like, deadline. Like, not all of this is worth recreating exactly as it is. When you can, like, do that's literally anything. But that's the Arlo verse for you.
That's... yeah. Like, I think there is potential in that battle system and stuff again if they were to go back to that traditional system now that Mario and Luigi's done.
Yeah.
Assuming.
Because that's what I was saying near the end of Paper Mario, is that like, at this point, their excuse for doing the games in the modern style has been like, well, we just wanted to do something new. But at this point, that formula has been repeated 3 times, whereas it's only been done twice with the original games. So
I would argue that only Sticker Star and Color Splash are the same formula. Personally,
Origami King is different in a lot of ways, but it's definitely the same DNA. And in fact, I think that there are parts of Color Splash I still like more than Origami King.
Really?
Yeah.
Like what?
I like the experience system. I like the idea of a world map, just in terms of like fast traveling. I didn't like the world map in Sticker Star, but I think they did a good job with it in Color Splash, where you're bouncing between spots a lot. I think that was really cool. I liked the music in both, so I wouldn't say that one is necessarily better than the other. And I think that Color Splash, yeah, I think the cards had like a more of a variety of things to do. Like, you once you pick an enemy and you decide to fight them, in Origami King, you've really only got a couple of basic jumps and hammers, and some hit a little bit harder, but that's about it. In terms of the actual attacks that you're doing, it's kind of just the 2 types. You attack in a line, or you attack in a square, and that's kind of it. With Color Splash, there's like the Hop Slipper, there's like all these other things that you can do. So I wouldn't say it's the best Paper Mario combat, but I liked the options that you had in Color Splash a little bit more.
Yeah, alright, I'll see, like, it had more flavor in Color Splash, but I'd probably disagree with pretty much everything you just said personally, but I can respect it.
Huh.
I think Origami King is a step up in pretty much every way. Because it's not... Origami King I see more as a puzzle game than an RPG.
Uh-huh.
So in that sense, it's more like, oh, you have to solve the puzzle. It doesn't matter what attack you're using because it's a puzzle, not an RPG.
Right.
But,
I get that, and I think that those puzzles are fun.
I would like them to circle back to RPG more now.
Yeah. Like, I like all the different moves that you can do.
Yeah. Origami King, what I liked the most about Origami King was that it was finally so refreshing that they finally got back to where I wanted them with the environment design in the overworld.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're right! No, the environments in Origami King are really dynamic and make use of like all sides of a shape.
Yeah.
You saw a little bit of that in Color Splash, but Origami King went wild.
Yeah, that's, like, I even mentioned it when you streamed Origami King, was like, this game finally gets back to where I liked about the original was the environments are interesting to walk through and experience.
Yeah.
When Color Splash, it tried to step up again, but it was still mostly left to right, maybe a little bit forward to back. It had a little bit of platforming, but it was mostly, like, hard shapes. Very hard block shapes with like some.
I can think of a couple of places that stand out in terms of like having a dynamic camera that like swings over to whatever side of the geometry you're on, but it's definitely not like the standard. Whenever it happens, it's like, oh, that's curious. Yeah. Whereas Origami King, it's kind of constant, so you're always like just in it.
Yeah. The world design in Origami King is so good. I'll look forward to.
You're making me want to replay Origami King too.
I've thought about it a couple times.
Wow, I actually like that game. You're right.
No, I love that game. Origami King's good.
Yeah.
I think it's on. If you were to rank all of them, I think Origami King and Super are on the same level for me.
I don't know if I'd say that. Origami King has really, really strong presentation, and there's a lot that I like about it, but in terms of whether, like, if I had to, like, rank each story, that list would look wildly different.
Oh, you're thinking story. I'm talking about the game in general.
I'm saying, though, that the Origami King story, like, brings down the rest of the game because of the usual expectations that I have going into it.
Yeah. I would say Origami King had,
like,
an okay amount of story. I would like slightly more. It's not even like the story is bad, I just think that there's not enough in-between bits, which... Alright, here's another thing I'd like to talk about of the original is, think about what the story of Paper Mario 64 is.
In terms of having, like, the Peach and Bowser segues between each chapter?
No, just, like, the entirety. What is the story of Paper Mario 64?
Bowser kidnaps Peach, Mario goes on an adventure and meets a lot of friends along the way and solves problems in different communities that he meets.
Yeah, no, it's just the basic Mario plot of Mario kidnaps Peach and then
Mario kidnaps Peach? That's Super Mario Sunshine!
Bowser kids... Oh, yeah.
Funville is saying,
no.
never listen to a Kingdom Hearts fan's opinions on stories, Griffin. This is a mistake. Anyways, now that It's has been owned, here's what I'll say about Origami King's story is that I don't even wish that it was something else, because the pieces that it was working with, like Olivia and Ollie and whatever, I'm like, alright, you've got me intrigued, I wonder where it's gonna go. But I just don't think that what they did with those pieces was at all satisfying. Like, everybody that I talked to about the Ollie and Olivia story, it's like, yeah, that was stupid. Like it's laughably stupid.
Alright, so here, I was kind of going in the same direction with it, I think that they had the right base, but they didn't do, because the story in the original one, there isn't much to it, but it does a good job because it uses the characters to push it along very naturally and very regularly. Each end of chapter has a story, like, kind of, each chapter has its own contained story, and at the end of the chapter you talk with the Star Spirit, and then you have the Peach segment, which kind of leads along the story with Bowser. So it makes a very cohesive, continuing, like, active part of the game, where in Origami King, it doesn't really do that. And I feel like they needed more in-between parts of, like, interacting with, like, Ollie, or, like, if the, Legion of Stationery, or whatever they're called, are more present against you.
Yeah, that's fair.
They're not they're not characters. Like, I feel like if they did that, then that would be where the story is just like, alright, that's fine. I like that. But it's so close is what it is. It's not quite there with the story in Origami King.
Yeah.
It's almost there. Because I think the whole dynamic between, like, oh, you have, like, this whole original thing where, like, this toad makes paper origami, and it made an evil one, and then the evil one made your partner, and, like, the dynamic between this is the villain, and then your partner is literally his sister. I would have liked more interaction between those two. And, like, their dynamic of this is wrong, this is right, what his motivations were. Because he doesn't have any motivations until the very end of the game where he reveals his motivation. And I think it's like they're kind of doing it as a bit, because it's kind of a silly motivation is what it is, but I think they're more morality between wrong versus right, even though they're literally cut from the same paper, would have been more interesting if they used it more. And they only really used it once after Bobby's death, is Ollie comes out and he's like, hey, I killed him.
I don't know, I think you're giving Origami King way too much credit in that sense.
No, I'm just saying it had the right basis, but it didn't use it at all.
I see.
It's wasted potential is what I'm saying.
Okay.
And because, like I said, the story in 64 isn't complex, but it's good because of what it does with it.
No, it's very well paced.
Yeah. And that's why I think I like it more than... Oh god. I'm about to get, like, destroyed. I think I actually like the story in the original over Thousand Year Door as well.
You like 64's story more than Thousand Year Door?
Yeah. Because I don't think that Thousand Year Door has that same solid pacing.
I'm not gonna be the one to get mad at you for this, but, you know...
No, I already expect it's Max that's gonna be the one that gets mad.
Kingdom Hearts moment! It wasn't even Max that said that!
Oh my god, I don't even know why. You like Kingdom Hearts more than me, probably.
Huh?
Mac likes Kingdom Hearts more than me, probably.
Oh.
I would say, because there's not like any lead up at all to what happens in the last chapter, if you think about it, in Thousand Year Door.
Thousand Year Door?
There's like a little bit
really.
of the whole like Shadow Sirens thing is like the only hint you get at what actually happens at the end, but they don't talk about it at all until the end of chapter 7. It's like, oh yeah, we were doing this because this is why we want to do it, and it's like, oh, okay.
I don't really have that
Like,
complaint.
the whole concept of a Shadow Queen is very strange to bring out of nowhere whenever you have your main antagonists for the game so far were very technology-based, and the thematic of that was like, oh, you gotta fight him, and he's not that much of a threat in the end.
Yeah, because the
It's
point is
more
like
about-
mankind fucking with what man doesn't know, and like the arrogance of like this technological empire, right? I think
Yeah.
I think if they spent more time on it, it would like give away the interest and the surprise of it. I'm not bothered by that at all.
It's... I wish there was a... Because, like, they have the whole, oh, mysterious ancient map bit, but I feel like they needed somehow more build-up of the idea of they weren't just trying to get a quote-unquote treasure. Like, the idea of sacrificing Peach to an ancient god to, like, summon an ancient god just comes out of nowhere, it feels like. I feel like they should have focused more, like, the Peach segment should have focused more on, like, we need you for this specifically, but not reveal what this is. I don't know. It's just its pacing isn't quite as not dynamic, consistent is what it is.
You mean as far as the information that's revealed in each of those in-between sequences?
Yeah, because it tries to do more with its story, but it backloads it is what it is. And I think part of why I also think that is because the collectible in that game is an inanimate object over the Star Spirits, which have more character.
Well, that's interesting to think about.
That's one. I think if the collectibles in that game had more relevance to you as a character, to see like, this is our motivations of what, and your motivations and stuff, to kind of present that to the player, I feel like it would have gone over well. And it doesn't have to be like, you gotta remember, this game is technically meant for like a younger audience. You can be a little bit more heavy-handed with how you present the information. You don't have to be like all like super secretive about it. You can hint at it a little bit, obviously.
Okay, but like, it's not like I played Thousand Year Door as an adult. These are my adult thoughts. I played that shit as a kid. I'm like, wow, this shit's so cool. So it's not like I needed it to be more. Like, it's a fine amount of subtlety.
I don't know. I feel like it's not subtlety. It's more because there's not really any hints at all. If it was subtle, it would be like slightly hinted at. But the only thing is that the Shadow Sirens are there.
Isn't it established like literally at the beginning of the game? Because like the lore is that the town was destroyed and you don't know what happened. It's like, oh, it's because this has all happened before. They did this exact same thing that's being done now.
I don't know if they
It's the
really
legend
get
in the storybook, right?
The storybook is more like there's an old report and then it got destroyed and there's a new one now. It doesn't say like something destroyed, like something great magical power destroyed it.
Yeah, and it's left up to your imagination. You're like, oh wow, what could have been so bad that like there's like this biblical punishment that comes to this town.
But alright, so I will give you the one thing that they needed with that is that they didn't connect the Crystal Stars or the Thousand Year Door at all to that. If they did a little bit more implying there's a connection between the two, I think that would have been good.
But don't they? Because they talk about the Thousand Year Door in that as well.
The only thing I remember specifically is the Thousand Year Door is only implied to be like some great treasure buried, and that's pretty much it until the end of the game.
That sounds like all the pieces you need for the mystery for an establishing event. I think if they said any more, then that's like already too much.
It doesn't make it sound mysterious. They literally just make it sound like, oh, it's gold.
But I like that though, because that's the information that they want you to be going off of. They want that to be your motivation for the time being, so that you get to flip it later. If it's a straight line, then that's not as interesting.
I think it's more of a personal preference at that point. I mean, alright, yeah, in Thousand Year Door's characters were the focus compared to...
Yeah, I don't think the entirety of the Thousand Year Door is like predicated on getting that right. And it gets it, it's not like it bungles it, right?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying it's my personal preference is this, like, my reasoning why I like the original over that is what it is. It's like, yeah, I'm not trying to say anybody's wrong or anything, of course. I just feel like the way I see it was that it didn't get set up the same way, and I personally like the more solid storytelling.
Well, if you think about it, the twist that you get at the end of 64 is about at the same point. Where it's like, oh, there's this secret weapon that's gonna fuck Mario up. And it's about, like, yeah, Chapter 7. When you learn about it. In the interlude,
I mean,
which is the same point that you learn
really
that the Shadow Sirens
twist,
are fucking
though?
around, so it's exactly the same pacing.
I wouldn't argue that the secret quote-unquote weapon is as huge of a twist, though, because that doesn't change who the final boss is. It's just like, oh yeah, no,
yeah, but he gets bigger, and your star power doesn't work, and Mario's gonna fucking die, which is not what you were going in anticipating. And then Twink has to help, which is awesome.
I mean, you're anticipating a hard fight, no matter what, because that's just the nature of a game.
Yeah, and the twist is that there wasn't.
You didn't think that was a hard fight?
No. I looked at the fucking Mike streams, the Panoots playthrough of Paper Mario 64, and he's like, oh man, I remember dying to this boss so many times. This one's a really hard one, you guys. I'm like, what? I didn't struggle with that at all, but maybe I like leveled appropriately and I had good badges. But I don't think Mike was bad at it either. I don't know.
It's a weird fight where did he only heal once for you? I think he only healed once.
I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Because that's a random thing he can just do, is heal. 30 HP. So it depends on how much he feels like healing. That's kind of what it comes down to. It also depends, it's a lot easier whenever you're not a dumb baby child.
You hear that, Mike? It's gonna get ya.
I never watched the Panoots stuff whenever it was happening, so...
Yeah, so why are you talking shit?
Because I can. He ain't gonna stream back at me. And then, Mike Panoots came back. That's all it took. So that's just, I think that more consistent storytelling because of like the Star Spirits interactions with Mario are why I personally think that I enjoy the original story more. Because even though there's more at stake in Thousand Year Door, it feels like they didn't do what they needed to accurately reflect that within the story. Because when you're having a higher stakes story, there's more you have to do with it. And I feel like they only did the same amount of effort in telling it. If that makes sense?
I guess. Also, this music is gorgeous.
Which track are you listening to now?
I don't know. I know it. I would need to check the timestamp. I don't think it has one though. Yes, it does. This is at 2 hours 4 minutes. Wish of the Princess. This one's called.
Oh yeah, that's later in. That's whenever That's Peach's theme at the end with the
Yeah,
final
yeah.
battle. Yeah, stakes don't mean anything if you don't care about the cast. And I feel like Thousand Year Door does. How would you feel about the characters in the original versus the Thousand Year Door?
I had some favorites. I liked more some than others, but I think Thousand Year Door definitely improves on like the personalities of the cast. I think they have a little more going on with their personal lives in Thousand Year Door than they do in 64. But I like both.
Yeah, I think both have. As for the partner specifically, I would say Watt kind of is underused in terms of story background, underdeveloped. Yeah.
Yeah, Watt is so weird.
I think they did Goombario and they did Koops just fine. Bombette,
His name is Cooper.
That's. Oh, I got it backwards too, didn't I?
Koops is Thousand Year Door, Cooper is 64.
Okay, Cooper, that's who I meant.
Fucking embarrassing.
You did the same thing like 90 times!
Yeah, but the difference is that you have the space in your brain to memorize how many fucking Xemnases there are, how many fucking Organization 13 members versions of fucking Xehanort there are. I assume.
No, I think they're funny. I think Kingdom Hearts is funny, and that's why I like it.
It's such a fucking cop-out.
Is it though?
Yeah.
Are you telling me Donald Duck suffering death is not funny?
You know what's really interesting? I was watching a Nostalgia Critic video, which, by the way, is the best way to open any fucking story ever. But
Yep.
there was I think I was hanging out with Max, and we were looking at the Channel Awesome channel. And I think we were just looking for the wall review, and one of Doug's recent uploads was like, Donald Duck accepts his mortality, or accepts his death. And it's like this, like, it's Doug's review of like this 2-minute long, like, old Donald Duck short. And he's explaining like every little fucking thing, like his opinions on Huey, Dewey, and Louie. And like, well, I'm not sure if they're twins. I'm not sure why Donald is their uncle and not their father. But given the state of child abuse in America, here's my opinion on this. Like, who fucking cares about this analysis, Doug? And he's like replaying like the same footage like it's a goddamn Arlo Videos B-roll of like Donald ascending to heaven. It must have been replayed like 40 times. And Doug's just going on and on about why he thinks this is so funny.
But it's not funny because Donald doesn't like actively show concept of what death is.
Yes, he does.
Cartoon.
Yes, he does. It's the afterlife. He thinks he's in the afterlife, and he's ready to be moved on.
Are you calling me Doug Walker?
If the critic hat and red tie fits.
I'm hurt. Sorry, I had to make a silence for the bit.
Do you think Doug Walker likes Kingdom Hearts?
Yes, of course. It's Doug Walker.
No, the only video games Doug Walker knows how to play is fucking Bart for the NES, and I know it's a longer title than that, but I think Bart for the NES is a funny name to say. Straxtos is Linkara and Griffin is Doug? Why can't I be Rob Walker? He's saying his tearful final goodbyes to his nephews. Exactly!
Okay, but that's different than you're actively dying in battle. Donald Duck is fighting a man. Donald Duck kills a man at one point.
Have you even... Looks like someone's been taking No Nostalgia Critic November a little too seriously. He has made videos about Kingdom Hearts, so I'm sure he has, actually. It is one of those kind of, like... Isn't this such an epic, nostalgic crossover? In fact, Kingdom Hearts, just in concept, is kind of like one of Doug Walker's, like, feature films.
Do you think Doug Walker
Yeah,
could
he
write
loves-
a Kingdom Hearts game?
He loves crossovers.
Anyway, I'm trying to derail back.
Derail
to
back.
Paper Mario. We gotta re-rail, actually. So Paper Mario. I think as the series progresses, they focus more on story and characters, but less on the actual gameplay, and I think that's why people got the burnout after Super that caused them to do their poll online to ruin the series. You know that one.
Yeah, the Club Nintendo surveys. I mean, they ask that question with every game that you play for those demographic surveys.
But I guess they took it too much to heart on
Yeah,
that
I mean,
one.
you've used Club Nintendo before, right? Like, you know the kinds of questions that they ask.
Yeah. I missed those kind of surveys, so I could just get a couple points to...
Yeah, but now you get, like, the points for free. Like, you just log in daily, and then that's it.
I don't want to log in.
Okay, no coins for you. Sorry to break it to you, Club Nintendo also requires you to log in and have an account.
But it's more fun answering questions about my favorite video games.
I still get, like, marketing emails where a few weeks after I buy a game, they'll send me a survey. It's like, what do you think of this game you bought recently?
Oh, I think I'll get those too sometimes, but that's my email. Who checks their email?
I love checking my email. Every time I see, like a friend's phone screen, and they have, like, thousands of unread emails, like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I read every single email.
I get a lot of spam email, that's why. I actually, I'm upset about my email specifically because my computer has decided to stop giving me notifications for it, and now I feel like I'm missing important emails, and it bothers me a lot.
Missing notifications?
Yeah, because Windows has a mail app, and then it'll send you a little notification in the bottom right when you get an email, but it stopped giving me those, and now I feel like I'm missing important emails because I don't remember to check my email.
Oh. I don't use the built-in system app, I just go to gmail.com.
I like the built-in system app, it reminds me more.
Griffin the Fire Emblem Trash versus the It's Kingdom Hearts Goober Immovable Object versus Unstoppable Force. Kick-Assia is better than Kingdom Hearts!
Oh my god. I'd just like to point, I've been using for my music the game playlist, and it just got to Regina and Mac, and
Oh, fuck yeah, dude.
exactly. See, Sam actually the email about the year in review thing. How did you feel about 2021 in terms of games that you played?
In terms of games that I played,
Yeah.
I'm just really happy to be through with 3 houses. I didn't know if I could really make it happen, and I did by a country mile. So I'm proud of myself for that one. I don't know. This is something that I've thought about doing for the VOD channel, is like making these little like micro reviews for every game that I did like a streamed playthrough of in the year. But I never went through with it for whatever reason. But I'd
that'd be
really like to.
interesting.
Yeah.
It's essentially what you're doing now. It's like you're talking about how you feel about Paper Mario and stuff.
I guess, but only because I want to draw Ravenbeak's huge fucking titties. Griffin finished 3 houses, so now he's free to play good games again. That's what you think. That's what you think, but
yeah,
I'm still
you're
on the fence about Legends Arceus, so you can't say that
Yeah.
yet.
I
This
think
credits music, dude. I'm like nostalgic for something that like just happened like last week.
yeah, it's a cozy game for that.
It's very
And
charming.
it's not just nostalgia; it's just charm.
Yeah.
What would you say was the favorite game that you played in 2021 in general? It doesn't have to be something you streamed.
Favorite? I don't think I played anything that I didn't stream the whole year.
That's messed up.
It's messed up.
Yeah.
I mean, there's been stuff like, oh, if I gotta do like chores and Animal Crossing, which by the way, I am due for another one of those. Or if I'm just like doing a quick Smash match while I'm out and about, or like a Mario Kart race, stuff like that. But any like big game where it's something that are like, oh, you know, there's a story and I'm doing it on stream, you know.
I mean, yeah, of course, because that's kind of just where you are at this point. Like, you want to save any real game experiences for your stream.
Right, like, can you imagine showing up to, like, Chicory Part 3, and like, hey guys, I played a couple of chapters on my own time, anyways, here's what's happened. Like, no, you'd want, like, a beginning-to-end playthrough, right?
Yeah, but, I mean, there could be games that you save for yourself, is what I'm saying.
I don't know.
Like, you
as far as
stream
games that I buy, I only buy the ones that I'm interested in streaming, which is pretty much all of them, so, you know.
Well, alright, here's an example. Actually, I can bring it out. You said at one point that you were going to stream Moon, but then Max told you it wasn't a good idea because it's just a good game to do on your own.
Yeah, no, that I don't think that's conducive to streaming at all. I saw Desert P do it, I'm like, this looks like... Maybe if I had, like, a community the size of Desert P's, where, like, I'd constantly have answers funneling down to me. But the amount of, like, obtuse shit that, like, you gotta take your own time with it, I don't think it would make something fun to watch.
Yeah. So that would be something that you play on your own.
Yeah, maybe. But it's not something I played in 2021.
Yeah, it's stuff like that, you know. So, to actually answer the question is, what would you consider your favorite that you did play in 2021?
Man, it doesn't have to be a game that came out in 21, just something that I played.
Yeah, just something you played in 2021.
I'm gonna check the list here. Is it weird to say that LBA is one of the things that I thought of? As far as just, like, reflecting on things that I did last year, I'm really happy that I managed to get that trailer and demo out. That's just a big achievement that I'm really happy
that was
with.
a good stream.
Let's see. Sonic Heroes, Animal Crossing, Fire Emblem, Luigi's Mansion 3, Metroid Dread, Spyro Dawn of the Dragon, Klonoa 2 Dream Champ Tournament, Hero of Placoxia, Super Mario Galaxy, Zenio Adventure. You know what? Metroid Prime 1 is definitely up there. That was a stellar game. Just blow away impressive, really.
That's good.
Like, that's one of those, like, games that really does, like, live up to the hype, and it's shocking that it does, you know?
Yeah. That's kind of how I felt about Super Metroid. So, whenever you eventually get around to that one.
Eventually. I had a lot of fun with Superstar Saga as well. The Mario and I really want to stream more Mario and Luigi's as well. We'll probably do Partners in Time sometime this year. I did Splatoon 1. I did the story mode of that because all I had was fucking Wii U games, and I already played so many of them. That was all I had left. I did Madagascar for the Nintendo GameCube. I did Donkey Kong Country, Sonic and the Black Knight, and Sonic and the Secret Rings. Although I would not call those favorites. 3D World plus Bowser's Fury. Hades.
Bowser's Fury is where my thinking is, personally.
If I'm thinking of games that released in 2021, then it'd probably be up there. But that's not the case. Like, Bowser's Fury is not better than Metroid Prime to me. And then Fire Emblem Heroes, The Quest for New Year's Keaton. And Legend of Zelda: The Lampshade of No Real Significance. I did play a little bit of Klonoa 2 11 months ago while I was looking for something to play.
Yeah. I would say personally it would either be Bowser's Fury or probably one of the Metroid games from what I played last year. I think Super. They're good games. But now you made me think of something interesting to kind of transition into, as you mentioned, streaming more Mario and Luigi games. But have you considered what time would be the right time to do a Mario RPG?
The original?
Yeah.
I don't know, after I've done all the other ones that I know I like,
I think
Mario RPG isn't even on Switch Online, is it?
I don't know. I think it's not.
I don't think it is. I think it's only on the SNES Classic.
Should have gotten an SNES Classic. So my thing with I mentioned this during when you played Superstar Saga. Is I think actually a good time to play Mario RPG would be the next Mario RPG you do.
Yeah?
Because Superstar Saga and the original Paper Mario are very much two sides of the same coin, and that coin is the original Mario RPG.
Yeah.
They both have that same lifeblood, and I think it'd make a very interesting stream to see you now that you've streamed both those games within a reasonably recent amount of time, to take that back and see where it came from. Because each game very much has that Mario RPG lifeblood, and it's interesting because it's two different sides of it. You can see where, like, little bits of, oh, this is where Superstar Saga got this from. But then you have something else where it's like, oh, this is how Paper Mario did this. And it's never the same time.
Yeah, I understand that
It's interesting
idea.
that it takes different... Yeah. I don't know if you'd ever want to actually do that, but I think it would be interesting now that you've streamed both.
Yeah. I don't know if that's something that I would want to do for the next one. Partners in Time is
Yeah.
probably the next one I do, and if you want to talk me down from Partners in Time, that's going to just take a little more effort than that.
No, I can understand you're going to want to continue the series as you already started before going back to the original, but I'm just thinking that perspective would be an interesting thing to see.
Hey, listen, once I gotta... Oh, fuck, dude. Once I gotta pick between Sticker Star and Mario RPG, then the winner will be clear.
You're not going to play Sticker Star.
Exactly.
You literally can't.
Exactly. Well, listen, if I ever find a way to play Fire Emblem Fates on stream, then Sticker Star is... It's always gonna be there,
Who cares?
wiggling its little fingers in my direction, saying, hey, you can play me too now, you know?
It doesn't have fingers.
Somebody in my...
It doesn't have anything.
Somebody in my Discord... Paper Mario has fingers. Someone in my, Patreon Discord has been... And this is very fortunate, because we were just arguing about whether or not Keaton was a twink. You know which side of this argument I'm on. And literally the night of this argument, someone's like, hey, I'm playing Fire Emblem on Citra right now. Take a look at what I did to Keaton. Like, had like this high-resolution screenshot of Big Boy Keaton. Okay, I wasn't gonna do this. I'm gonna go and get that exact screenshot, actually, because
Okay.
I think for the Darkened Sky audience to see this, I think it's important to finally, like, settle the matter, you know? And also because, like, his pussy is out. Look at that. Look at this. That's not a twink. But you see what I mean about, like, the resolution? Like, look, you can see the stairs. You can see his individual eyelashes. 3DS native resolution, this is not. You can see his boobs. And a whole lot of that. I've got to draw him in this outfit myself one of these days. Anyways. This is such a beautiful piece of music.
Another good game that came out last year. I just saw you on the stream staring at Keaton's crotch, and I was just like, okay, I'm gonna talk about Deltarune real quick.
Ooh!
I forgot Chapter 2 was last year.
Yeah.
Very good
I
game.
hope that game keeps it up with, like, the annual chapter releases, because it's like, what was your game of the year? Deltarune. Next year, what was your game of the year? Deltarune.
Deltarune.
That's how Toby stays on top, baby. That's the secret.
That'd be funny. I would love that, actually, but he said that he's not gonna do anymore.
I think 3, 4, 5 is, like, releasing as a batch, is the plan for the next time we see that game.
Is that what he said?
I think so, that 3, 4, 5 are all coming out at once. I
He's
like
gonna
the
make us
one
pay
chapter
for
at
it.
a time thing, Because each of these chapters seems like really dense, and there's like a lot for people to absorb. And like I can't handle 3 Tumblr sexy men at once. Like one at a time is a steady diet that's safe for human consumption.
Was Jebel a Tumblr sexy man?
I have seen way too much porn of Jebel. 1 pixel is too much. And I've seen quite a few pixels.
I think one interesting thing about Deltarune specifically is that the characters that everybody likes from like each section, like you know how like you have like Papyrus and stuff from Snowden, and then you have like the next area Waterfall you associate with Undyne and stuff like. For each chapter, it's the super boss, not the actual characters in the chapter.
I don't know. I've seen a lot of fan art of like all the other Cyber City characters.
Yeah, no, of course there's going to be more fan art, but I just feel like yeah, I think it's funny that everybody like focuses in hard on the one character, and they are also the super boss.
Because the super bosses are cool.
A little bit. I can't believe you never streamed Jebel.
Yeah, because they did it day 1. I didn't even know he existed.
I know, it's just you never went back and did it. You did a 2A and 2B for Chapter 2, but never 2A or 1A or 1B for Jebel.
Yeah, because 2A and 2B are like an entire playthrough of the same chapter, but with different choices made along the way. Jebel would be an extension of the same route that I've already did. And by the way, I did do Jebel off stream. And
I know you did it off stream.
I don't think I needed
How
to go
many
back
times
that
you
hard.
You died a couple times?
Yeah, a couple times.
It's pretty hard.
Not as hard as anything that I had to farm in Undertale. There was no 6-hour Undyne session for me. It took me maybe like half an hour, 40 minutes.
It's because you didn't have to stream at the same time.
Yeah, I could do it at 60 FPS.
Yeah. 3 chapters that will kind of suck because of the spoilers, but people have been pretty good about it. They actually listen to Toby when he's like, avoid spoilers for a couple days, please.
I do not think that people were good about it. It was really, really difficult for me to avoid Chapter 2 spoilers. And even when I was like off social media, like I was only like tuning into my notifications and then like, or like people would send a tweet in the group chat that wasn't a spoiler, right? And I would click the link to look at the tweet, like I'll give this a heart. But if you send somebody a Twitter URL that ends in like the question mark S21 or whatever that is, you actually get sent to a different page. If the URL does not have the question mark S21 in it, then when you scroll down from the tweet that you're being linked to, you will just see the replies. With S21, you scroll down and you see suggested tweets. So people can send me completely innocuous tweets that have that in the URL, and below it will just be Deltarune spoilers, and I don't even have to scroll. I'm like, ah, god damn it! And that's how I saw Spamton porn before I even played the game.
Nice.
Here's what scares me about 3, 4, 5 all coming out at once, though, is because if there is another Swatch Link situation, I can't. I can only pick like one to draw at a time, right? Like people are gonna be racing to be drawing all like the current characters that people are all about, and then once people are over it, they're gonna be over all the chapters all at once, and that's gonna suck.
So, when are you gonna do more Swatchlings?
What do you mean more Swatchlings?
That's right, you never drew Swatchling.
Yes, I did.
Did you? I don't. Oh wait, no, I remember.
Not in a scenario that is appropriate to show on Twitch.tv, but I drew them nonetheless.
Yep. So, birds, huh?
Your birds? I love the surprise of that being like a total fucking out of nowhere surprise. They're like, who are these guys? And then I get to the cafe and like, oh my god, I feel love.
Oh my god. See, that's funny, Jackie. You bring that up. Is Jackie said they saw the Swatchlings and were like, "Oh, Griffin will love this guy." I
have predictable
I do that with
tastes.
like every game now. Like I literally did that while I was playing Metroid Dread. Is like, oh, I see, Birdman with legs. Ah, Griffin.
You want to talk about that that really high kick he does when he lifts his leggy like really high right before like stepping on you?
Uh-huh.
Like it's like 180 degrees, like he's on like some ballerina shit. I'm gonna draw him in that pose now! Fuck! Can you imagine the bald potential? That's such a good idea for a pose to draw. What am I doing sitting here, drawing him sitting all casually?
I don't know, you messed up.
Yeah, I did mess up. I would not mind drawing this dude more though, because I feel so sad about what happened to Ravenbeak, because he's such like a cool character, and like they're already done with him. Like he just blew up, and maybe there will be like a Mecha Ravenbeak, because they love to reuse other Metroid bosses, as I understand it. But Ravenbeak is like more of like an actual character, right? Like I don't think they're just gonna like reuse him like they will with other stuff.
I mean, like, I understand where you're coming from because he's cool, but I also think that adds to it because of what happens. I don't know if I'd want to spoil the end of Metroid Dread or not right now.
I think me saying that he died already is a spoiler, and I think if I'm gonna make a thumbnail that has like Ravenbeak art on it, like months after Metroid Dread came out, which is like not a long game, no, I don't think it matters.
So I think the severeness of Samus actually just like going crazy and killing him
God, so
like
cool.
A frenzy. It's not because like Samus is kind of cold-blooded in general, in a way. But the fact that it was so like aggressive, like really reflects on like this is like a really major character. It was probably the last living Chozo, and Samus aggressively murdered this man. It wasn't like the cool, kind of like smooth, like action that she performs like throughout the game, where like you have those cool cinematic moments. She's very calm and collected, and at the end, she's literally just like insanely like killing a man.
Yeah, I really like the limited use of voice acting in Dread.
Yeah.
It's one of those Mario Odyssey moments where at like the very end of that game, like the ground is crumbling and Mario and Peach like reach out to each other, and you actually hear Mario go like, Peach! And then it's like, what? He said that? It's like, when you have like a game with limited voice acting, and then you choose the moments that you want to incorporate like very sparingly, I think it makes those moments hit a little bit harder. I also really liked the halfway point when you talked to Quiet Robe, and like Samus is just like having a conversation with you, so just like all casually. It's like, whoa, this is cool.
Yeah, that was I took a pretty long break between the last time I streamed I played it, and the first couple times I played it, and it was right before I got to the Quiet Rope stuff.
Oh shit.
Was where I took that break. So coming back to it was like, this is what I was waiting for. This is like this is so cool and different.
Yeah.
It really hits different. It does, and it's a perfect follow-up coming off of Other M.
Yeah?
Yeah, from what I know of that game.
Isn't it weird that I like want to stream Other M solely out of like curiosity? Because I don't know anything about it aside from that it's like hated.
All I know is that it's hated because Samus doesn't really have much character compared to dialogue, and that the voice acting is meant for the Japanese audience, even though it's English voice acting. It's a Japanese voice direction for an English cast.
Like what? Like a Metroid Sonic Adventure?
Kinda. It's so from what I understand is that Sakamoto directed the voice acting himself, despite having not familiarity with how English works that much. So he was giving like direction for a voice in Japanese, but it's an English voice actor. So Samus comes across as very flat and boring, when in Japanese it works differently, where if you're talking like that, it's more seen as like cool and mysterious.
Huh. That's interesting. Can't believe I fixed my sleep schedule, then ruined it immediately to listen to two twinks talking about Deltarune porn.
That's your mistake.
Mine or Max?
Mac.
We're talking about 113 Mac, by the way, not Max Funky Billiards. What's some other, like, Kirby music I can put on? I've done about 9
Kirby
minutes of
music?
Planet Earthfall here. Let me do Regina and Mac, actually. That was the other thing on my backlog.
Yeah, Regina and Mac. Good OST.
Yeah, it's kind of tricky to track down. Never mind, I just found a playlist from the official Diplodocus Games account. That is the whole thing.
I think that the upload that I made, that I have privated for that playlist, is the only extended version of any Regina and Mac song.
Oh, I'm certain that that's true.
I don't know if I should be proud or upset.
I think you should be. That's preservation, baby. I'm like actually grooving to this. I hate that I find this shit catchy.
It's not. It's good, honestly.
I don't know if I'd go that far. Cause this sounds like a tempt. What's that? It sounds very similar to like a popular song. Not this B theme, but a part of it does.
I don't know which track you're listening to.
I'm listening to the title screen, and I hate that the only instance of this song that I know. Okay, so you remember in Cars 1 when the town gets all fixed up and they have the lights and it's playing that music and the road is all paved and they're like enjoying it and the cars like bouncing around on the wheels?
Alright.
It's like life would be grand or life would be sweet or something like that. And it's got a very similar
idea to it.
Yeah. I would need a side by side, but that's not something I would do on stream.
I've never watched Cars.
You're the luckiest man alive. I saw Cars 2.
They were watching Cars 2 in school once, and I skipped class because I saw it.
Life could be dream. But the fact is... Hold on. But the fact is... Lightning McQueen is fucking is... It's close. I had the act tracked part, but...
A tractor?
Yeah, a tow mater, right? Oh, well, I guess a tow truck isn't a tractor.
I'm gonna read out what Sam just posted because it's a very long message, but it's where I'm getting my information from, honestly. To briefly sum up why people don't like Other M, it's not that Samus speaks, but she acts very out of character compared to how she was portrayed in every game up to that point, and the delivery for pretty much every character, not just Samus, isn't very good, but that was more of an issue with the direction. In terms of gameplay, it's really shallow and mindless, and it's controlled with the Wiimote on its side, despite being a 3D game, question mark.
Oh. So it's like a Mario 3D World kind of thing?
Kinda.
Huh. I went downstairs for 2 minutes to get water. What did I return to? I'm talking about Lightning McQueen and Tow Mater fucking in the context of a Dream parody.
Oh my god, Griffin, I've done it. I finally finished The Shape of Goombario.
Yes, dude!
I hate drawing Goombas.
I can picture why that would be difficult to proportion.
It's more not just the Goomba shape, it's how it interacts with his cap.
Oh. Oh shit, the overworld?
Yeah, it kind of seems like Other M would be interesting to look at, but the same reason that, I really hate to say it because it's not nearly the same level, but Sonic 06.
Ooh. How long is it?
It's not that long, I don't think. It's, I think, 8 hours, 10 hours.
Wow, that is not bad at all.
I mean, it's an action game.
Okay.
It's not like a whole grand adventure.
It's not like a Metroidvania? Or I guess a Metroid game.
It's kind of like one, I think. There's not really much in terms of finding things, I don't think.
I'm beginning to piece together why it's not liked.
Like, you can explore and stuff, but there's not really much of a point from what I remember Sam telling me. All my information is from Sam. I've never even looked at it.
I see. Yeah, I have no idea what it looks like either.
Imagine Metroid, but bad.
Oh.
You see it?
No. Can't imagine.
In your brain?
No. I've never experienced anything like it yet.
Well, you know where you're going next.
To Metroid Prime 2? Is Metroid Prime 2 bad?
No. I don't think any of the Prime games are regarded as bad. I think they are actually regarded as...
I've heard that there's certainly a hierarchy. And the hierarchy is 1 is the best, then 3 is the second best, and then 2 is the third best.
I thought it was 3, 1, and 2, but I think people argue over 1 and 3.
Ah.
But yeah, I think 2 is seen as the weakest, but again, I've never really played those games either.
Huh.
I'm a 2D Metroid fan, you see.
Ah. Yeah, so...
As of, like a week ago.
So when they first announced Metroid Dread, did you, like, know what that meant? Immediately?
I only knew what that meant. I only started playing the 2D Metroids afterwards because Sam was convincing me to, get into it leading up to Dread. But I knew what it meant because of Sam prior has talked about it. And that's why I actually wanted to dedicate. It's like, well, you know, I've been interested in Metroid a while, and, you know, all right, I'll get into it. This seems like a really big thing to happen, because it was. And because, like, Dread being, like, a thing for so long was huge. Like, a lot of people, I don't think, got that at the start of how important that was, because that's what they wanted to make for so long. And I thought it was cool that they actually finally got a 2D Metroid.
Yeah. Did you know what Metroid 5 meant?
Yeah.
Okay. See, when I saw Metroid 5, I'm like, what kind of troll is this? I'm getting punked. This is a Fortnite reveal.
They, the Metroids are numbered.
I'm aware of that. There's Metroid, Metroid
Yeah.
2, Super is 3, Fusion is 4, and Dread is 5. I get that now,
Yeah.
but
They don't really
at
use the
E3
number very
2021, I did not know that.
much. Yeah. And you were probably more worried about Breath of the Wild 2 at the time.
Yeah. Yeah. You want to know something really embarrassing?
What?
Remember a couple of months ago when I had like this really like sound locked in the bag theory about how we're definitely going to see Breath of the Wild 2 at the Game Awards because of this other pattern of Breath of the Wild reveals in the past?
Yeah.
I had convinced Max of this, and Max is not easy to convince of any of my opinions.
Oh.
But I laid it all out. I laid out all the numbers, all the math, and I'm like, yeah, I'm excited. I was getting everybody excited for nothing, and we were like sitting around as a group, like watching all the old Breath of the Wild trailers, like getting ourselves like hyped up and excited, and, like emotional. Like, man, what, the experience of it existing in that hype cycle for the first one. What an amazing feeling and a journey to launch, right?
Yep.
Then the Game Awards happened.
You should have listened to me.
Yeah, you were right.
I literally said to you specifically, there's not going to be any Breath of the Wild 2, but they're going to have specifically the Sonic movie and then Sonic Frontiers.
You did say that too, yeah. Excellent predictions.
And That was 100% right before they announced that they were going to show both, too.
See, but that's because you've got your Barry energy. The Alan Wake 2 ghost, like, flowed through you and allowed you to see Jeff Keighley's surprises.
I didn't see Alan Wake 2 coming, though.
Yeah, but Alan Wake saw you coming.
Oh, no. I'm terrified of Alan Wake.
Oh, that was...
Would you be terrified meeting Alan Wake in real life?
Yes. Another thing about the Righteous Gemstones is that there's like this reporter character, and he looks like Alan Wake. It's so funny. It's all I can think about. My name is Alan Wake. I'm a journalist.
You have to find a way to stream that somehow.
I think he literally like lives in New York. Doesn't Alan Wake like live in New York and then he goes to like Bright Falls on like vacation?
Yeah, isn't the whole bit you start in his apartment, don't you?
You don't start in his apartment, but there are flashbacks to it. It definitely isn't like a big city, but I don't know if it's specifically New York. Is it Griffin HBO Shill Hour? Would you prefer Griffin Apple TV Plus Shill Hour?
You watch anything good lately?
It was The Righteous Gemstones, and there was something else I've been watching lately as like a TV series that I just finished, but I forget what it was. I'd have to get back to you on that. Was it on Netflix?
Okay.
Oh yeah, I saw not a series, it was a movie. Don't Look Up.
I was actually going to specifically talk about that as
Leonardo
what I've been watching
DiCaprio,
lately.
Jennifer, not Aniston, Lawrence.
Lawrence.
Yeah, you want to talk about that?
Because I've been binging a lot of random movies lately, and that was one that's really stuck with me.
Uh-huh.
It's so... Oh, God.
I've heard it's like divisive, like it did not get good reviews, but tell me about this.
See, I think it's not getting good reviews specifically because there's people that don't get the point of it. It's supposed to be like bitteringly like it's an insight at the current state of society, and it's supposed to be bitterly obvious, honest about it.
Uh-huh.
And I think some people are upset about that and think it's insufferable in some ways because of it.
I can see this both ways. One criticism that I've heard that I disagree with is I don't like that the ending is sad. I don't like that they don't actually get it out of the way. And the reasoning that I've heard from that criticism, from the writer's perspective, is that like when we think of a lot of disaster movies, usually they are averted at the end, and you know, there's a happy ending and the day is saved, and that's just kind of a usual audience expectation. And they looked at stuff where like Elon Musk is literally saying about climate change, like, we'll figure out a solution eventually. Like, it's an inevitability that we will. And I can agree with that, thinking like that, particularly from billionaires, which the movie is very eager to criticize, is like a very important part of the makeup of that story. So I like that. I thought the movie had a really good ending.
Yeah, I agree. I think the ending being so tragic is the whole point of the movie. It's like, you can see it coming the entire time. Yeah. You really can.
And it's totally preventable and avoidable. Like, it didn't have to happen. Which, you know, is a perfect analogy for a litany of present issues.
Yeah. It's the whole point of the movie is you see it coming, and it's just, you try so hard to make a change in the world, but it's so unreasonable what happens to make these changes, and it's against you. Yeah, like the point is that like the ruling class, be it billionaires or, and the politician characters are never like said which party it is, because the point is that it's any political, well, not any political system, but any like capitalist ruling system really is not going to prioritize the well-being of humans. They literally are about to take out the climate. Like, oh, wait a second, there's a bunch of rare shit, so let's try and make a bunch of money instead. So anyways, the other criticism that I've heard a lot, which I do agree with, is that it's like, it's very like on the nose. Like, did you ever watch Vice?
the Dick Cheney thing?
I did not.
Okay, there's a scene at the end of the movie where it's basically like Dick Cheney, The Big Short, where it looks at the past in recent history. Hey, like, what's this complicated thing that happened, and it affects everybody's lives, but it's also kind of like this very opaque thing that very few people can see into. You got The Big Short, and that's kind of looking into the 2008 market crash, the housing crisis, and then Vice is kind of that with how Cheney influenced the Bush administration and the decisions that were made at the time. At the end of that film, it goes out of... I love Level 4 Blocky Mountains. It goes out of its way, like out of biopic territory, into like this fictional focus group where it's like, okay, well, what did you think about the movie? And then you've got this conservative stand-in man, and he's all grumpy. He's like, well, I see what's wrong with this movie. It's got a liberal bias. And then there's this other guy sitting next to him in his chair. We're like, well, you can't accept any criticism of your orange Cheeto. And then they like start literally getting into a fist fight. And then there's these two girls who are like looking, and they're like vapid and not caring, and they're stupid, and they're like. So, anyways, I can't wait to see the new Fast and the Furious movie. And the other girl's like, oh my god, I know, right? So lit. So it's that like ending sequence, which is like 2 minutes in Vice, and it's already like feels really tacky. And it feels that stretched out to like feature length.
All right, I can see it's very on the nose. I would say it works slightly better for this movie because it's still supposed to be it's supposed to be like dark humor. It's supposed to be like cynical humor.
Yeah, I mean, I had a lot of laughs in it.
Yeah, so it's supposed to be like, oh my god, yeah, it would really. Whenever you see that on the nose stuff, but I could definitely see that argument. It is exhausting in a way.
Yeah, it wasn't a problem for me, but that's not the kind of criticism that I would all disagree with, because it is just like an observation that is 100% correct. It's not even like a matter of opinion. Adam McKay's political movies are way too on the nose for me. Yeah, I still think The Big Short is my favorite of those. I guess I don't know if I would call it a trilogy, because they're very different in their own way. But I did like it better than Vice.
I would say it's probably one of my favorite movies to come out last year. This year, I guess. It came out this year, right? No, it's only 11 days.
Oh yeah, it came out Christmas Day, 2021.
Okay. Last year, it's probably one of my favorite movies.
Yeah, I can't think of really any movies that I've watched. Although,
yeah.
What am I talking about? I barely even got into my Apple TV Plus shilling segment. There actually isn't much on Apple TV Plus, but I think the only thing in the last couple of weeks was a Swan Song with Mahershala Ali, and he was really good in it. But it's not like it doesn't have much substance, I guess. But you know, it was a cool performance. I liked that. It was very like laid back melancholy, which I'm down for. It's good. It's a film with good vibes. I'll tell you what though, I am pumped for that Joel Cohen Macbeth adaptation. Every single one of those trailers. Like the composition of every single shot is just gorgeous. So I think that's next Friday actually, so I'm looking forward to that.
It's to get back to
movies.
Don't Look Up is it's on the nose, and it feels exhausting because it's a little
too close to home.
Yeah, I think that's personally why I like it, is because it's just like, that's just it. But I could see that being exhausting for people because that's kind of where we're at.
Yeah. What's interesting is that I can also see an argument in favor of being that level of heavy-handed, because I've also heard people like not even get what the film is an analogy of when it's this blunt. So sometimes that heavy hand is required, but I don't know.
That's kind of where I'm at. It's just like I've been reading some reviews out of curiosity, and like there's people out there that are just like, this movie is stupid. Girl is stupid. That's stupid.
I hear people that
but
like
they're not giving any reasons.
I hear people that respond to like oh, well, it's a allegory for climate change. You could also apply it to the pandemic, and then people will like hand wave that away. It's like, no, it's not. Like, huh? What else is it? Oh, it's just, it's literally like, sometimes the curtains are just blue levels of like media analysis.
It's like, how do you see that and not just get it? Like, it's exactly like 1-to-1. Like, you could not be more heavy-handed about it, honestly, and then people aren't getting it, so... I think there's a place for that kind of movie, and here we are.
Yeah, I appreciate what it's going for more than other like attempted climate allegory stories.
Yeah. I think it works in its own way, and that's all it needs to.
Sure.
It's
It's at the top, yeah. Oh, that looks much better. I love Mahershala Ali. Yeah, real quick rundown. Swan Song. It's about a man who learns that he's dying, and he doesn't tell his family, and it's like a near future thing where cloning exists. So it explores the moral question of, if you could create a perfect copy that wouldn't die, would you let yourself die and let the clone live your life, or would you be honest with your family and it's, you know, it's very pensive, it's very moody and flowy. It's interesting, but it's not something that I would like to be raving about. What would I do?
Yeah.
If the clone can make yaoi for many more years, then I suppose why not?
But would you say anything?
Oh, would I say anything? Well, the good news is not having a family that I care about telling either way. I love keeping secrets from my family. Are you kidding me?
That's fair. Would you tell your stream?
Would I tell my stream if I'm dying?
I'm gonna die, but I have this clone of me that's going to live forever, and he's gonna be called Griffin Galactic 2. Go to his channel, Griffin Galactic, the full Galaxy 2.
The thing is, it's gotta be a clean swap, so if he does decide to go with the clone, he can't tell his family. Like, he just gets to, like, live on a remote island, and then the clone, like, just replaces him, like, smoothly. So his family never knows that he was even sick. So it's about, like, avoiding the grief of having to put them through that. It would swap out with the clone and not tell us.
I would,
Who's to say it's already hasn't?
True. I do disappear sometimes. I think my morality would be is that I would have a discussion about it with the people around me and how they would feel about a clone, be continued on. Because I don't think that's right. It feels weird.
I think word for word what you said is, like, in the movie. Like, it's very, like, this is, like, what the fuck? This does not seem very ethical or the right thing to do. And then, you know, he's going around and he's talking to, like, other people who have gone through the process already, and they're like, offering their opinions, and it's interesting. But not as interesting as what's coming out later this month, which is Season 3 of Servant! From M. Night Shyamalan!
Not the M. Night Shyamalan.
This is, like, the number one thing that I will shill. This and For All Mankind are, like, the top two Apple TV things that I will shill to anybody. Servant is, like, one of my favorite things on Apple TV.
You say this, but I'm probably never going to watch Apple TV, I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, eventually, they'll get you with that free trial, because they love giving those out.
Can I get it on a non-Apple device?
Yep. It's on browser, it's on PlayStation, it's on Xbox.
Okay, maybe.
Maybe.
The Apple TV has the Snoopy Goes to Space thing, right?
It does have Snoopy in space, which I still have not watched, and I think Jackie still wants me to do that. I feel like it's a thing that I should have an opinion on, but I tried watching some other Apple TV Peanuts stuff, and I feel like I've talked about this before, but it just does not feel like Peanuts. It feels like this is a show that is 100% for kids, And it's like, oh, let's go on an adventure. And it's like, wow, okay.
I thought it was a meme. Do people actually really like it?
Snoopy in space?
Yeah.
I have no idea, but Jackie likes Peanuts, and Jackie does not like that Tim has Snoopy in his gay little clutches. But, you know, as an Apple TV watcher, I feel like I'm like the connection between what's on that platform and the outside world, because nobody else fucking watches Apple TV.
I forget it exists, honestly.
But yeah, I mean, the other Charlie Brown stuff I can go back and watch, like so easily. Like, it's not even difficult to sit down. Like, I'll sit down. It's just like this very beautiful, thoughtful mood. It's like slow. You can just get like absorbed in it. There's you get like enveloped in just like this cozy atmosphere, and it's like it's just calm, and it's just like, but it's also kind of sad. It's just a very beautiful.
It's melancholy.
Yeah, I said melancholy regarding the other thing, so I didn't want to overuse that word. But yeah, I don't get any of those feelings from New Charlie Brown. However, I will say that I think it was like the 2016 Peanuts from Blue Sky Animation was actually like gorgeous and good. I actually liked that a lot. So it's not impossible to recapture that energy, but I don't think the Apple TV stuff is interested in that at all.
That's sad.
The Appleification of Peanuts. Isn't Ted Lasso huge? Ted Lasso is the most popular thing on the platform, and I do like Ted Lasso, but it is not my favorite on the platform. Ted Lasso is good, like, comfort food. It's good if you like easygoing sitcoms, although I don't want to necessarily say that Ted Lasso is unchallenging, because it does explore some interesting topics from time to time. And season 2 got, like, really girl bossy. Like, they literally say, there's, like, the owner of the soccer club, her friend's little girl daughter comes over to visit, and she's kind of rude. She's kind of sassy. In fact, I literally think that the owner of the soccer club, she calls her best friend sassy. And the little girl keeps saying to Rebecca is the owner of the soccer club's name. They keep saying to each other, boss ass bitch. Like, it's their, like, little personal catchphrase. And I keep rolling my eyes so fucking hard every time they do that. But I like this stuff with Ted. And Nate was very infuriating to watch in season 2, but I understand why that was. It's a darker season. You know who I love? I love Danny Rojas, and I love who's the one with the beautiful smile? Sam. I love Sam. Sam Obasanye. Was Wheel of Time Apple TV? No, that was Amazon. Like, that game. Ted Lasso has, like, an excellent cast of supporting characters.
Fascinating. I've never heard of it.
You never heard of Ted Lasso?
Nope.
It's a Jason Sudeikis comedy based on a series of NBC NFL commercials. It's like, wait, this is like a funny bit. Let's do this. It's about like a football coach in America who goes to become a football coach in the UK, which is to say a soccer coach. So it's like this cultural clash. There's like different ideas about coaching. This is simple fish out of water stuff, but very, very funny.
I mean, I it's like you said, that sounds like a comfort food thing, and that's never wrong to have. I will look into it. I need more shows like that. I'm trying to get more into stuff like that because I've done bad with
I mean, that's the thing everybody was saying in 2020. It's like such just like a nice show. Like it's very good spirited. And so when it came out in 2020, everyone's like, man, this is like exactly what people need right now. Like, it came out at a good time for that sort of like thing.
By 2020, I was too busy. Actually, how would you feel about reflecting on your past year? How would you feel about your 2021?
In terms of like how I was emotionally during it?
Well, just in general, but I mean, emotional is probably a huge aspect.
I think I accomplished a lot that I wanted to get done. Going back to LBA, I mean, that was something that I wanted to do Like, I was trying to make it happen all the way back in 2020. I was like, hey, look forward to the new LBA trailer coming in 2020. And changing, I had to keep calling it LBA 5, Lego Block Adventure 5, even though internally it was called Log Block Adventure for like years and years, and I couldn't come out with the secret until I dropped that trailer. So being able to finally make it happen was huge.
It's hard to, like, I still call it LBA 5 sometimes because we kept the bit going for so long.
Yeah.
And that's kind of sad, but I mean, it seems like, I don't know, in terms of your stream, it was specifically a bad year, but it didn't, like, alright, I would say you probably make some pretty good strides in your streaming anyway in 2021.
I don't even like to think about my stream performance in terms of years, because it really just comes down to whatever specific series is popular at the moment. Like people seem to have really liked the Paper Mario playthrough, you know?
Yeah.
Three Houses, not so much, which is fair. That's 27 6-hour streams, and I don't expect anybody to sit through that and not feel fatigued by the end, because Lord knows that I did.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you, those last few streams I couldn't.
Yeah, it's about the conversations that you have during the streams. Or like, I gotta pick out like a favorite stream from the year. What's your New Year's resolution in fucking SpongeBob speak?
I'm not gonna ask a resolution.
My resolution was to work out, to get back to that, and I've been doing that successfully, and I have cumulatively, well, I gotta look this up. Bang W Apple Watch. I'm going to look up the day it came out, because I got the first generation on Watch. April 24th, 2015, 6 years ago. So 6 years.
Almost 7.
355. Oh god, you're right. Times 6. So that's about 2,130 days. I only just the other day reached 1,000 workouts. And I felt pretty proud of that.
That's good.
So hopefully I keep that up and I don't fall off like I did in June. Hopefully I don't get any more teeth removed, you know? That I don't need to be put down. Put down is the wrong word. Put under for anything else.
Much the wrong
like
word,
a fucking
actually.
dog.
That's your last words.
You've given me a wonderful life.
Oh no.
You can't. Oh no, that's your bit.
I know. That's why I'm going. But that's why I'm going. Oh no. All right. Who's the Keaton voice actor?
There have been multiple.
Who's the current one?
I can tell you both. The Fates one is Gideon Emery, and the current is an interesting way to put it, but the Fire Emblem Heroes one is Ted Sroka, and Ted Sroka follows some Keaton fan artists on Twitter, and I've always secretly felt very jealous of them. That he occasionally tweets like, "Whoa, here's some fan art of Keaton looking all muscular. Cool." Like, I need to be noticed. That's my brand.
Do you think
That's my pussy they're stealing. Sorry, go ahead.
Do you think either of them would possibly voice something as like a meme?
No, voice actors typically aren't allowed to do that, just like as a matter of contract.
No, I know, but like, do you think they could? Some voice actors do.
Define could.
Do you think it'd be in their contract? Because
I mean, it's a pretty standard thing to just not do that.
I guess it depends on which industry you're thinking of, because I know
well,
outside of the video games industry.
In the Fire Emblem voice acting industry, in this
I know.
specific range, there are already voice actors and actresses that have gotten in trouble for doing little fan things. So, and Sean Chiplock, also got in trouble. So,
Did he actually? That's who I was literally thinking of.
Yes, Sean Chiplock used to pop in on people's Twitch streams and then like do the Revali voice. There's a clip that comes to mind where there's this person who's a huge Revali like super fan, and then Sean Chiplock shows up on their stream in like Revali's voice and like does like a personalized message, and they just like start like crying. Like it's so wonderful. But he brought that to Nintendo's attention because when Breath of the Wild was being run during one of the GDQ events, he asked if he could do a Revali thing for that event, and that's when, you know, when he asked Nintendo for explicit permission, then they shut him down. They said, no, you gotta stop doing this. You can't do it for official events, you can't do it unofficially, you can't say in-character things, just forever who you want.
That's sad.
Flew too close to the sun, as this is a Rito way of life for you. What is this music? This is the 100% completion bonus music? Why is it like beautiful?
For what?
Regina and Mac.
Oh. You should have 100% completed it.
I will kill you. I'm so mad at you for even like saying that as a joke. Either you weren't there or you don't know the suffering that I've been through.
I was kind of there.
Okay, so you're just ignorant to the suffering that I've been through? Got it. Sean still does it a lot for his Trails of Cold Steel character. Well, I'm sure across the board.
Yeah,
but
that's what I
if Nintendo
see.
explicitly like tells you no, then that's kind of like the foot down from your employer. You want to be returning in Breath of the Wild 2. Although, I don't know if Revali's character is even going to be doing that in Breath of the Wild 2. But you know what? There's going to be a Sky World, and you know what that means? So many Ritos!
No, they're gonna figure out how to make Mifa fly.
I do not need this kind of It's Porter premonition, let me tell you.
Thinking about what I just did. Can't wait till you stream Breath of the Wild 2. The conversation on her will continue, I'm sure.
Here's my prediction. I'm gonna go back to Zora's Domain, and Silent Sidon's gonna be even bigger. Like, he was 8 feet, but now he's gonna be like 10 feet. Like, wouldn't that be so funny? Like, how weird!
But how often are you right in terms of these predictions?
How often am I right? Oh, never.
Yeah. That's a shame.
Although, I think I did predict Splatoon 3 being like a post-apocalyptic thing, but that's also like the prediction that they would officially want you to have based on the Splatfest results, so that's not... I don't want to even take credit for that.
I like Splatoon.
I'm having trouble getting excited for 3. I keep saying this, and I always feel bad about it.
I'm excited because I like playing Splatoon, but my problem with Splatoon is that I fall off very easily.
Yeah. Well, so do the developers, because, you know, they stop supporting it, and eventually there's only so much keeping you back.
Yeah, like, after Octo expansion got me really interested in Splatoon, and I
yeah.
really hope that continues forward.
Yeah.
That design.
I don't know, just generally I'm not much of a fan of, like, incremental sequels like that on the same console.
That is true, I do fall off everything easily.
Jackie says, when I met the voice actress for Zelda in Breath of the Wild, someone in front of me in line asked for her to say something, and they got shut down like 1.5 words into the sentence. Yeah,
I think
the other
that's probably
Breath of the
true.
Wild voice actors aren't like nearly as into memeing about stuff as Sean Chiplock is. Like, the voice actor for Sidon is like on Twitter, so you'd think that people would like be pestering him with a bunch of horny shit, but he's like very professional about it. He like stays out of it a lot. Hey, did you know that somebody sent Sean Chiplock Revali porn and then he commented on it publicly? I learned this from my one of my patrons in my Patreon server. This was recent. I can go and get the exact fucking comment. Because this was a very recent conversation. Feel free to bring up something else while I'm looking for this, though.
So Sean Chiplock, I actually really love as a voice actor.
Mm-hmm.
You know what my favorite role Sean Chiplock has done? You're not gonna guess?
Manifest Heart and Freedom Planet are the only ones that I know.
Yeah, those are the two I was gonna bring up. I'm excited for Freedom Planet 2.
Yeah, that's still coming along.
It's coming out in a couple months.
Really?
Yep, March something.
Yet
have an official
another game to look forward to in the already crazy year 2022 is going to be.
You haven't seen anything of it still, right?
I think you showed me that like one trailer at the very end of
that trailer
Planet 1, but
is all you've seen.
It. Yeah. Have they done like more like previews and stuff like that?
Oh no, plenty. They had plenty of previews. That video is probably like 3 or 4 years old. They have full demos and trailers and stuff, but I kind of want you to look at it fresh for the first time you're seeing it as you stream it. Like, not even know what it even looks like.
Yeah.
Because I'm not gonna lie to you, the only thing I will say is it's incredible looking. It's beautiful, just visually.
Freedom Planet pulls from a lot of cool influences, so I have to imagine that level of style, now that they're more experienced. Freedom Planet is so much like the dream game, because you look at it, there's a couple of games I've played where it's like the debut thing from an indie student, like, wow, that was great, I can't wait to see what they do next. And Freedom Planet 2, like, literally is that, like, them getting another chance to, like, refine this, you know? Because they go way back.
They've been working on it since 2015.
Yeah.
That game's going to be in development for a little under 7 years by the time it comes out.
Mm-hmm.
And it shows. The quality of it shows. It's insane.
Yeah.
And I'm really looking forward to seeing your first impression.
I'm going to send you the link to the Rivali image, and then I'm going to read you Sean Chiplock's response, okay?
Okay.
So, maybe I can show this on stream, but I won't.
I wouldn't chance it.
I'm going to describe this image. It's Rivali sitting his fat ass on Link's face while smoking a blunt, and Sean Chiplock comments, "Look, I'm just saying that those Korok seeds could be anywhere," in all caps. And I can't say that like Zelda's voice actress or Sidon's voice actor will be out here doing shit like this. But Sean Chiplock is also like, he'll straight up retweet like Rivali X Link fan art, which I do appreciate.
I would say he is of a different breed compared to the other actors in that game.
He's a fucking... I was maybe gonna go a little too far. He's a character.
Were you gonna say the word furry?
I guess that is true. I forgot that he has like a fursuit.
Does he?
Yeah, he has a... I have at least seen him in like a Breaks in cosplay. I don't know if he has any more, but that's the one that I've seen. Okay, which, you know, taste. Game respects game. But this game does not climb into suit of game.
Yet.
Jesus Christ! I can barely acquire like a fucking 12-inch Breaks in plushie. We'll save the life-sized one for never.
All I'm saying, the maid dress happened, and you need a next step.
A maid dress and a Breaks in fursuit are two very different things.
Okay, but you need a next step.
The next step is sewing up all the fucking holes in my maid dress from all the front flips I keep doing in it.
Why do you keep front flipping in it?
I think it's funny.
Okay, but you're ruining the dress.
I am, yeah. I got like a good deal on it too. If I wanted to just straight up get like a new one, like it's tough to acquire one.
You gotta have a backup. dress.
I'm back. Yeah, a stunt dress. What I gotta do is pick up like more sewing supplies. Is what I need because I think I'm like out of like black thread. And I'm also working with like
thing to be out of.
the sewing needle that I use has like a slight bend in it, so I'm not working with a full deck here. But the material for the material for like the little tails that come off of the dress, I don't know what you would call them. They kind of cascade down from where the bow is. And there's 4 of them, 2 in the front and 2 in the back. Are made of like a very thick material, and I don't have to sew those too often. But the borders of the thigh highs are made of that same material. It's like very thick. It feels like the cosplay equivalent of fondant. I don't know what it is. It feels like thick and leathery, but like too soft and plush as well. I don't know what it is, but my sewing needle does not get along with it. It's really hard to penetrate, and I think trying to do it is what bent that needle.
I like the concept of fondant in like sewing.
I don't know. It just has it diffuses light in a similar way. Also, I'm through with Vagina, so I gotta find something else here. Kirby 64 full soundtrack. Not yet.
God. One day.
Sonic Adventure 2's soundtrack is 3.5 hours? Well, maybe if the loops go on for a long time. There's a lot of like classical music in my suggestions here.
I've been listening to Hyrule Warriors.
Hyrule Warriors. Oh, which one?
Yeah. Searching the Lost Woods, because it's just like a more slightly upbeater version of the Lost Woods theme. But also the Champion Rivali.
Is this from Age of Calamity or... Oh, this is what I was curious of.
Yeah.
I'll have a look at this. Oh, yeah, I think I remember popping off over this one. Sean is voicing the protagonist in some furry yaoi life sim game. That doesn't surprise me. Oh, shit, yeah. I've got to re-listen to, like, more of the Age of Calamity soundtrack. Don't get me wrong, it has a lot of, like, very movie-sounding stuff that I don't like, but every now and again, I will go back and I'll listen to the Rito music. There's 2 variants of the Rivali theme when you're going to the 4 corners, and I weep, like, I sob when I listen to that music. Like, once it, like, breaks out into the main Rivali motif, oh, it hits me like a fucking train! And there's a lot of music that gets me emotional. Like, I was talking not too long ago about crying over the 25th anniversary Kirby Symphony. There's a lot of good stuff in there. But man, I can't think of anything like Rivali's theme from Breath of the Wild that still hits me that hard. Just as hard as it did the day I first heard it, you know? Eventually, things wear away, but that is... I'm just getting... My heart is fluttering, I'm getting chills just talking about it. Ugh. I'm so excited for Breath of the Wild 2.
I am too, especially since I never played the first one, you know?
You what? Lipstick in my Valentino white bag?
We talked about that when you played Breath of the Wild 1 on stream.
I'm sure we did, but sometimes there are facts that I like to forget about people.
Yeah, I figured, well, if they're gonna come out with 2, I'll just wait for that. Because I've seen 1. Like,
I guess if you've already spoiled yourself, you can't undo that, sadly.
Yeah. Because my reasoning why I even spoiled myself in the first place is because I wasn't sure I was going to actually get a Switch, and then I did on my own.
But you had a Wii U, right?
Nope.
Didn't you play Color Splash, though? Or did you...
I did.
On what?
You know.
Oh, did you do Simu?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't condone stealing video games, Griffin.
Mm-hmm. Are you saying that I do?
No, I'm saying you put me in a very public
chat
spot.
loves to make me out to be like such a fucking narc for acting like that. So I thought you were gonna like throw me under the bus, even though like you just did. What I will say is that Simu's got some fucking shady practices with how they go about building and funding that shit that like is generally harmful for the emulation building community, and it should not be how things go forward with other things. I don't know what the situation is on whatever the Switch emulator that's going around is, but I don't think it's the same team as the Simu team.
I don't believe it is. I honestly know nothing about the emulation scene, so...
You pirated Metroid Dread? Like, listen, if it's games that, like, aren't being sold anymore, fine. Or, like, if you don't want to support financially something that's happening with Paper Mario that you disagree with, sure. But, like, Dread is, like a good step that people enjoy. And you have a Switch!
I'm gonna go ahead and ban Mac from the chat right now. No, I plan to pick that up.
Okay,
I
fair.
didn't have the money at the time, and I wanted to stream it to Discord.
Oh, and you don't have like a capture card set up?
Yeah, I don't have a capture card set up yet. That was more the reason. Like, I would have picked it up. But yeah, no, I'm gonna go back and get that coming up actually, because I want to
Hey,
pick up the playthrough.
speaking of you not having money, how much do I owe you for Switch Online? Did you find any people to divide the plan up with yet?
The Christmas gift. Merry Christmas.
It's a Oh, well, thank you, but I
No.
Are you sure you like don't want me to pay you for my share of this annual plan?
Yes.
Chat, how do I fix this?
What?
Well, I only said yes to this because I thought we were gonna split it.
No, it's fine. I just think of it as an annual Christmas gift for anybody who wants
Annual?
to plan.
You
Yeah, I
don't
bought
owe
the
me
annual.
anything.
It's a gift! Just take the gift!
I'll take the fucking gift.
I wanted you to stream Paper Mario so bad.
Oh, is that what you're settling on? What you got out of it then?
Yes, we'll do that.
Well, I forgot
That,
his hand
like,
is
is
I forgot his hand is a separate layer for completely non-sexual reasons.
I see. That and I reserve the right to hassle you about Kirby 64, despite the fact that I know exactly what you're doing.
That's true.
Because I know that's going to come out very close to whenever Forgotten Lands does, and I know you're going to wait until after Forgotten Lands, but I reserve the right to hassle you anyway.
Oh. I don't think they will release it close to that.
I feel like they
I don't know if
probably
they want
will
people
just,
getting
like, line
Kirby
it up.
fatigue. I think they would either do it a while before or a while after.
You think? I mean, I don't know, because it's a 2D game versus a 3D game.
I guess. It's not that I think that it's gonna like, oh, one's gonna cannibalize the other. But they would want like people to be focusing on one at a time.
I don't think that a drop of Kirby 64 on the app on Switch Online would be enough of a on the radar for them to think about that. If that makes sense.
Well, they're releasing like one game a month, so you know, maybe after. I'm trying to think of Mario Kart 64 game. I don't know, F-Zero GX or some shit like that. Maybe then they'll think about it, but you know, there's a long line of games for them to get through. Although, now that I'm saying this out loud, watch it be like the next like February release. Just because I said it wouldn't happen.
That'd be funny.
My analysis machine is so discombobulated.
You gotta get a tune-up.
Yeah, I gotta take it to Andre's dealership. And that's why I won't get it fixed, because I don't like that guy. Me and him, we don't get along so good.
No.
You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna put on the rebellion thing that I was talking about right now.
Nice.
You're gonna hear me fucking fall apart. Although I don't know which is which, because there's one where it's like an intense version of the other, kind of, but I don't know which it is. There's the Champion Rivali, and there's Rivali, Ace Archer, and Aviator. I think Champion Rivali is the not intense one. Yeah, this is the chiller one.
How do you feel going into Breath of the Wild 2 about the soundtrack
Horny.
specifically?
I like the music that I've heard so far, which is, the One Piece. God, I gotta turn this shit up, dude.
Do you hope that they're going to subvert what they did in the first one and have a more traditional soundtrack?
No, if they're reusing the world from the first one, then the tone of the music and the environment design seems very hand-in-hand to me, so I don't think that they would want to go back on that. I don't know. A lot of my opinions on games these days seems to be like, gamers thought this was controversial, but it didn't bother me. I was okay with it.
That is a lot of your opinions.
Yeah.
Part of me hopes that they, One Piece. I hope they subvert it a little bit, but in only the hopes of that if they're subverting it, it's because they're also subverting what you're expecting with the world. I hope the world is more fleshed out to be something that fits that kind of music, and that's why they had that kind of music, not just that they put that music in.
You know what, I can understand somewhat like a thematic approach, where one is a lot about like you're exploring like this destroyed world and it's about what's been lost, but if it's a direct continuation of one, which ends on the note of rebuilding a Hyrule, then maybe it could take like a different tone with the music, but I can't imagine we're getting like Twilight Princess overworld levels of like energy,
Yeah, no, and I'll agree with that.
Sorry, I need to blast this for a second.
What they do.
Oh wait, what? It doesn't go into the Rivali thing? They don't do the motif in this? Wait, they do it in this one. This is what I'm looking for. They do the same build-up in the first version of the song, but then they actually deliver on it in the second one. This is the one that's gonna sit on my face, let's say. Let's say it.
Say? Oh, I did the bit wrong. I was supposed to say it.
Yeah, I don't know what you were fucking doing. Alright, well this is the bit that's gonna get me.
It's gonna get you.
Yeah.
I'm looking for it.
Jesus Christ, dude! I just feel love in my soul!
I like that you are very passionate about that.
Nah, dude. Breath of the Wild touched me and it didn't stop touching ever since.
I see. I don't know how I feel about your phrasing.
Oh, is it like a School of Rock kind of like, listen, your children have all really touched me, and I think I've touched them too. And then all the parents like are aghast, and they like chase them out of the classroom.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that mine's a double entendre.
Okay. Just making sure.
Yep. Jeez. Oh my god, the fucking... Oh my god! There's so many, like, playful little touches that, like, it's such a good adaptation. And the acoustic. I gotta draw some more Ritos soon.
about that time.
Well, I gotta get one bird out of my system at a time. Hence, my birds, plural.
I mean, you got Breath of the Wild 2 coming up.
Try some volcanicity! Exactly, so I have until the end of the year.
What time of year do you think it's gonna come out?
Oh, holiday, easy. I don't think it's coming any sooner than
Holiday.
that.
Okay.
Because all the other games that are coming before that, like Bayonetta 3, Kirby, those are like much more in-depth trailers than what we've seen in Breath of the Wild, which is still very teasery.
Yeah. You think we'll get a new one next,
Well, obviously sometime this year, but...
next Direct?
Next Direct? Maybe. I wouldn't count on it. Wouldn't be surprised, wouldn't count on it.
Yeah.
I thought Game Awards was the right time, so by my standards, they're late, but...
Yeah, I mean...
Nintendo always has this propensity for, like, wanting to announce shit and then release it very quickly after. Like, Metroid Dread being announced and released was, like, months apart. Like 3 months, maybe.
Yeah, no, it was very quick. I feel like they've only started doing that more with the Switch era.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mind it, honestly. I honestly kind of prefer it that way.
Yeah, as opposed to, like, going to the same E3 and then seeing the same games as you saw last year, which still aren't out.
Yeah, which a lot of the industry still does.
Yeah.
So it's nice, it's refreshing that Nintendo's like, oh, hey, we got this surprise for you.
Mm-hmm. I fucking love that bit!
What bit?
It's the bit where it, like, is coming out of the Rivali thing, and then there's, like, this counter thing with this... I don't know what it is. I'm so bad at naming instruments, dude. I want to be good at naming instruments so badly. It's like almost a flute, but it's like too chipper to be a flute.
So are you implying some sort of woodwind?
Maybe. I don't know.
I'm not Cranky Kong fully programmed yet.
That's really funny. I'm gonna pick something else from Hyrule Warriors to put on. I don't think I've ever gone back to Age of Calamity's soundtrack, but there's a lot of good stuff in here. I probably won't do it on stream because I'd like to just do it all in one sitting. Maybe for some other time. Maybe when I do a Cast Galaxy Gallery, which I don't think I've ever done, shockingly.
How have you never done that?
I've obviously drawn a lot of Cast art, but, you know. Yeah, that's a good question. Usually I'm in a mood to draw art from games that I recently finished, so I don't know what the fuck has gotten into me here. Oh, you know what it was? It's because I'm in the midst of this fucking turnaround with whether or not I prefer Side Link or Link and Cass. Because at the time of my streaming Breath of the Wild, I expressed the opinion that, you know, the reason I had done so much Cass stuff as opposed to Side Link stuff in the first place was because there was so much Side Link stuff out there, right? Like, that was the shit. Fucking even Guillermo del Toro loves to retweet Side Link. Piccolo, panpipe. Really? I just broke my panpipe. And I'm like, oh, so I'll do Link and Cass stuff because other people are already filling this role. There's already this glut of it, this huge wave of it. Not a problem for me. You know, I like both, but if the content is already being made, then I'll go where I feel like my interests are underserved. However, in the time since then, I feel like I still see Cass Dick pretty regularly, but Side Link is like silence. I feel like Side Link, given how big of a ship that is, Side Link should always be like a background hum. Like, if I want to find new Side Link art, I should just search it up and always be finding new stuff. But I'm like caught up on all the Side Link there is. Like, I'm at a stage where I am with Keaton and Corrin, where I'll look at a piece of art and I've seen this, I've seen every piece of fan art there is. And like, Keen to Corn is like a small ship, so of course I would inevitably reach that stage. Sidelink? I would have never fucking dreamed I'd reach that day. So I did for, I think at the very end of 2020, a Sidelink piece, which came out okay. I liked what it did with the water, not so much with Link's face. And now I'm in the midst of a Sidelink animation on my Patreon.
Yeah, you showed me that, and it's really impressive, honestly.
Have I shown you one of my most recent shots from this? I don't know if I can show this on stream. I don't know if there's penis.
You probably can't.
I might be able to. I might. Actually, I can show this. I can. Let me send this link to you. Honestly, I'll probably just release this one shot as its own GIF, because I think it'll kind of do numbers. But then
It probably will. That's actually really impressive.
Thank you.
Like you didn't even show me you were working with like water and stuff last time.
I'm gonna
we were
have to do
talking about
so
this.
much water, dude.
Oh my god.
Here's my GIF. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with where it is so far. Actually, this is an older whip. I started lining this, but I haven't finished it. I think this is one of those things that I'd want to use as like a promo to direct people towards like the Patreon where I'm actually like putting the whips up regularly.
Yeah.
So yet another Sidelink thing that I'm in the midst of. So I don't think I'll be doing cast stuff anytime soon. But the idea is that because Sidelink is more popular than Link and Cass, I'm gonna like reverse my stance where I'm like going, instead of towards what there's less of, I'm going towards what there's more of, and then maybe I can like harness that interest into like, oh well, maybe if I reach this certain threshold, then I'll also make a Link and Cass thing. And I did like half of that project roughed out in a mad burst in November. So once Commonplace is finished, I'll probably do another mad burst to get the other half of the roughs done, and then all I have to do is like line it for like the rest of the year. Nowhere near as like intensely of a breakneck pace as I've been doing the rough stuff at. But I don't know. If it works out, it works out, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. Like I'm not like banking on like, oh, I need this to be successful.
Yeah.
But it's like, you know what? Let me just like feel out these tools and see if it gets a reaction. But in general, I think that Patreon's been going okay. It's been actually been getting me some the occasional extra commission or two that I don't think I otherwise would be getting if I didn't have my patrons looking at my stuff more frequently, which is nice. Which is actually also why I'm doing this Ravenbeak stuff right now, because I'm trying to get stuff queued for... Would this be released in February? I'm trying to think of what my queue is now. January's cleared. January's mid-release is cleared. Would it be February 1st? No, February 1st would be the patron poll, so this would be mid-February at the earliest. So I've still got like a roadmap, but I can have an even bigger roadmap, which gives me more time to work on other things. Anyway,
Make more Sidelink.
Make more Sidelink? What does it look like I'm doing?
Thinking about it. Actually, it looks like you're working on Ravenbeak right now.
Oops. Also, you know something really funny? I'm still on the Regina and Mac page, and the first suggested video is Regina and Mac Part 4 finale. I think I'm literally the only person who's ever done like a Let's Play of that game.
Remember when they were so excited that you did a Let's Play of that game?
I feel so bad. I feel so terrible that they were like actually watching, and then I was like unhappy with it. I've been getting like the same sinking feeling, oh god, what if this happens with Omno too? Because in the lead up to that game's release, I saw like that they were like showing a bunch of clips from streamers who were like, they were like crying and saying, oh my god, it's such an emotional game, such a beautiful experience, I loved Omno, it made me cry. It did not do that, and in fact, that was 3 hours of me critiquing its game design.
I did not watch Omno. Was it not to your standards?
No, that was just me and Femi hanging out talking about meteors and dinosaurs, which is really interesting because the day after I finished Omno, it was a one-off, so the day after I started and finished Omno, that was when I watched Don't Look Up, and Femi had linked some resources in the As Seen On channel related to the Omno discussion that was specifically about, like, the meteor that wiped out the dinosaurs. And it's like, it's not like how you... The real science isn't how you would see it in a Hollywood movie. It's like talking to actual people who know about this sort of thing. And then, like, when I'm seeing the comet hit in the end of Don't Look Up, like those words were in my head while I was watching that unfold. Dinosaurs without me? Jackie, my streams are not private. You are welcome to join whenever you want. If you miss out on dinosaurs, which you have done on multiple occasions, Sonic and the Secret Rings, need I remind you, that is not my problem.
Disappointing.
Yeah, a little bit. No, it was a cool discussion though. I love learning. I love learning, guys. I love learning. I still do not have any music to put on. Wow, Christina Aguilera and her family make memories of the Nintendo Switch? No kidding.
I see that video recommended to me a lot.
Dude, Nintendo Minute final episode? I think I'm on my full Galaxy channel, so all I'm seeing is like the Nintendo videos and Socks videos in my subscriptions.
I mean, that's something we else could talk about, is that I saw Socks was working on a new game.
Yes, Find Everything, and it's so cool.
Game
Game Jam's on.
That was the first time I ever just tuned into a Sock stream, was seeing that.
Yeah, they were doing some of it today, and I tuned in for a little bit of it, but I got to catch up. And I also got to catch up on... let me put on some Dolphin Shoals here. This better be the highlight reel version. It's
not.
Alright.
It's the shallow water version.
I hate the YouTube autoplay window. Let me do some Sunshine Seaside from Super Mario 3D World. It's relaxing. Yes, Socks and Tyler are working on a new 3D platformer, which is based on a new genre that has been making the rounds on Roblox, although calling it a new genre is perhaps not 100% honest, because it's more of a rebirth, a revival of an existing genre. Back in the day, there used to be places you could go to that's like, oh, find all the domos, and you would be getting like it would be like a bunch of just like decals, like just 2D pictures of domo. You collect it, and you just get like achievement unlocked, and there's like a million of them to find in this map. And there have been a few that Socks has been playing lately. They've been making the rounds again. People are making these games, new versions of this idea. And one of them that I watched Socks play, and actually played with Socks, was Find the Troll Faces. And I believe there were about 150, 160 of those to find. And it took many, many hours. There was a lot of getting trolled involved in order to find all the troll faces. But it was done. Socks 100% at that. And now I haven't caught up on Find the Tromix, which inspired Find the Troll Faces, but that one's been a fun series to watch as well. And some of the things that you have to do in order to unlock the Tromix is insane. One of the puzzles is there's a museum that you go to. There's like a gallery with an NFT Chomic, and it has like the little nameplate of like, oh, you know, this is the artist who minted this NFT. But you can't get the Chomic. It's like behind a glass wall. So, in order to get past the glass wall, you have to look up the name that's below that nameplate on the Roblox website. And it'll take you to an NFT Chomic profile, and then you go into that user's inventory, and they have a decal of the NFT Chomic. And you have to right-click, save as, and then re-upload to the Roblox website that exact same decal, then enter the decal ID of your re-uploaded NFT into a certain text field, and then that'll unlock the door and let you collect the NFT.
That's really funny, actually, and
Isn't it? It's fucking insane!
The fact that someone can even do that is just impressive.
It's so funny! See, there's like a lot of like obtuse puzzles like that. We have to like figure stuff out, but it's really been satisfying to watch. Although sometimes there are just like really bullshit obby things that are really hard for Socks. but I'm in the middle of it. And also, Find the Chomix has like 450 of them to find. So I don't know if they're done with it yet. But Socks and Tyler are making their own game that has been inspired by this, called Find Everything. And in these other Find the Troll Faces, Find the Chomix, it's like a default Roblox moveset. Like, you've got default walk speed, you've got a basic jump, and that's it. But Find Everything is like an actual 3D platformer. So it's incorporating this like treasure hunt, you're scouring over this open world, and like collecting moves over time. It's kind of like Metroidvania style, where there's like, oh, you need a double jump to get here, you need to like somersault to get over there. And you're going on the scavenger hunt, and they've been like streaming progress of it. It's like been directly inspired by working on stuff like that. It's been really cool to see unfold so far. And they were working on building a city today. Because the thing about the current Find the games is that they're very inspired by, like, you know, in Find the Troll Faces, you're going to be doing things that are about troll faces, right? But in Find Everything, they can just do whatever they want based on the needs of the item that you find. So they've got a lot of crazy ideas for what you're gonna find and the things you're gonna do to get those things and Find Everything. It sounds really ambitious, and I'm really looking forward to seeing it completed. And also, Socks and Tyler are like extremely talented developers, so when you put those two together, you get magic, let me tell you.
Because like I said, that was the first time I ever tuned into a Socks stream, because despite being in part of that same circle that Socks is in, and like that whole adventure development thing, I never interacted with them too much. I played a little bit of Minecraft with them at one point, and then kind of just forgot that they were around. So it's nice to see like someone like from that community doing so well, and like it's nice to see a new adventure game. It always is.
Oh yeah, Socks' stuff has been like extremely successful. They've got a great community going right now.
Yeah, it's like it's nice.
And it's awesome too. I really like seeing that like their audience is not familiar with Roblox, but they're like doing Roblox streams and like sharing like actually cool stuff about it in like a positive way. Which isn't always the case. People always look at Roblox as like a dumb meme, and in a lot of ways it is. But you know, from the perspective of developers like you and me and Socks, it's cool to share that side with people every now and again. Not that I'm like simping for Roblox or that they're like immune from the criticisms that people are levying. But I don't think that gets in the way of people making cool stuff on their own that happen to use these tools. Especially because like, specifically in today's development stream of Find Everything, they were literally talking about like the differences between Roblox Studio and stuff like Unity and the Unreal Engine, and Studio is like a surprisingly good development environment. And I can attest to this too. I haven't touched Unity, but I've done a lot of shit in Unreal Engine working on Commonplace, and there have been so many points where I'm like, this is so stupid, I could get it done so quickly in Roblox, you know? Like the actual workflow is really streamlined. It's really easy in Roblox Studio.
Yeah.
And Tyler was talking about how like Unity and Roblox Studio almost like sometimes they have like the same problems with getting things working sometimes. It's interesting.
It's fascinating, like, just to compare development tools like that, honestly. I was gonna go somewhere with that. But, like, yeah, in terms of Inscription... Oh, okay,
Speaking of cool puzzles, actually, Griffin, have you seen Inscription? I've heard of it. I voted for it in the Game Awards without knowing what it was. I think it was up against, like, fucking Genshin Impact or whatever. It's like, well, I guess this looks cool, I'll pick this. I don't think it was up against Genshin Impact, it was something else. But out of those, I thought Inscription looked cool from, like, the one fucking screenshot they provide you on the voting screen. I know it's, like, a card game, it's a puzzle game, and it's a little bit of a horror game. I don't think it's, by that description, it's for me, though. I probably won't be checking it out. It seems like too smart for me. actually forgot the Game Awards happened.
That's sad.
I only remember them because of Alan Wake 2, and I guess I liked the Cuphead bit. There's some cool stuff about that shown off. But yeah, the ones where Nintendo stuff does not show up are always like the least memorable ones. That's just the way it is.
Okay, but it had Sonic.
It did have Sonic.
He was there.
Yeah, but I haven't decided if Sonic is actually something I'm ready to be excited about right now, you know?
Imagine not being blindly excited by Sonic the Hedgehog.
Hey, I'll buy it, but I don't know if I'll be happy with that purchase yet, so, you know, I don't want to get too ahead of myself.
So, to actually talk about it seriously, it's Sonic. You go in expecting the worst.
Yeah.
Sadly.
It didn't hit like the previous ones, IMO. Yeah, I still really like... I mean, 2017 was a great year in games for everybody, so the Game Awards just happened to be able to benefit from that. Like, I really like when they did like a medley of... I think it was all the Game of the Years. All the games that were up for Game of the Year. And it was a medley of Breath of the Wild, Mario Odyssey, Persona 5, Nier, and one other, I think. But man, something like that where like every category, every nominee for Game of the Year is like something huge that people are like majorly excited for.
Yeah.
Doesn't happen every year, obviously, but when it does, it's like, man, what a special year for games, you know? And I feel like with not only the great stuff that's happening with the Nintendo in 22, but just shit like Elden Ring. Like, there's a lot to be looking forward to from everybody in 2022. Except, you know,
yeah.
from Remedy, in which case 2023 is going to be an even better year for them.
Dude, Alan Wake for Game of the Year? Let's go.
It's not an award, it's a statement.
I finished my Goombario.
Yay! Yippee!
It's gonna be the only thing I post tonight, because it's all part of a bigger piece that I'm working on. I've always wanted to make a Paper Mario thing, and that's what I'm doing now.
Yeah, I assume this is related to the bow that you showed earlier, for the art at the end of that.
Yeah, it is. It's all gonna be part of one big thing that I'm working on.
Cool. Saying it like that lineup was nuts. Yeah. I'm really... And it's crazy, because we've talked about this topic quite a bit. But that was, like, in 2021. Like, I keep saying, oh, 2020 year. 2022 is going to be a year. Such a great year for games. But it is 2022! The year is now!
This is it. This is the 22.
This is it, Luigi.
Actually, I have to do one little edit.
This is it, Luigi.
Favorite Mario character?
Favorite Mario character? Like species or like Mario RPG spin-off character?
Just specific character, and that's it.
Ooh. I guess, speaking in the most broadly sense, I like Yoshi. I like Yoshi is who I like.
I will agree with that. I think Yoshi's the best Mario character.
And if you don't like Yoshi, I'll kill you.
How do you feel about where the Yoshi series is gone?
Oh, I think it's like a Kirby situation where I think overall the series has been like pretty stable, and they've had like one not good game so recently. So I don't think that's where I'm at a level where I'm like, oh, they've ruined Yoshi. I'm gonna write off the whole series forever and make half-hour to 1.5 hour long videos complaining about how they ruined it.
I would argue that Star Allies is less of a step down,
Hey, don't get me wrong.
Then-
I'm stupid, and there are parts of Star Allies that tickled me just right. I was actually listening to the I was going back to re-listen to the is it Void Soul, where they have that really cool green greens arrangement.
Yes.
Yeah, I was listening to that and was like, damn, this shit cool. So there's a lot in Star Allies that I liked, but I can still agree that relative to Robobot and Triple Deluxe and Return to Dreamland, although this is just me echoing Max's opinion on that third one, that it is a slip relative to those. And also the last Kirby game that I played was Superstar Ultra, and it is definitely not Superstar Ultra good. Although, I think Ultra was the DS port. I think it's just Kirby Superstar, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Kirby Superstar Ultra is the DS port, and it has a couple things added.
Oh.
It adds a couple modes, like it's Revenge of the King, and then it adds a true arena, and then a couple mini games.
Superstar Deluxe, if you will.
Yes. I will say, I think the problem was not that it was rushed, but their take on what they wanted out of a Switch Kirby was, they said they wanted it to be even easier than normal because they thought a lot of new fans that are very young would be joining the series with Star Allies, which I think is a fair assessment, but I don't think they needed to do that. And that's the reason why all of the interesting stuff, quote-unquote, is backloaded into Heroes of Another Dimension, which is where I feel like the game really starts to take its stride.
Yeah, but that was also like
when
post-launch content. So how could that be
Yes,
proof that it wasn't rushed?
because it seemed more like they designed the game to have post-launch content rather than rush it out, per se. It felt like they had planned that all along. They knew they had a specific amount of time to develop and wanted to have it on the Switch for its release year to get those new fans in, and then kind of trickle feed them the normal Kirby experience afterwards. I think that was part of their design.
I think it's definitely nice that, with Triple Deluxe and Planet Robobot, they're very similar in a lot of ways, but I like that with not only are we getting a distinguish between like 2D Kirby and 3D Kirby, which is huge, but just like casual multiplayer Kirby and hardcore single player Kirby. I think that's going to do a lot to set it apart.
Yeah, no, I like that. I think the multiplayer Kirbys kind of also suffer a little bit from
I don't know.
the
I was
puzzles
just
can't be
saying
as
that
complex.
I was just saying that Max thinks Return to Dreamland is pretty goated, and I trust Max's opinion. Max does not trust my opinion, but that's why I trust Max's opinion.
Return to Dreamland is good, but it is very much the first one in a new Kirby series, if that makes sense. Triple Deluxe and Planet Robobot especially take advantage of the fact that there is not 4 players on screen to have more complex puzzles.
You know what's really sad about Planet Robobot?
What?
Try as I might, I can't remember specific things from that game very well. I can tell you what worlds are in it, I can tell you what bosses are in it. Not so much for the music, and the most specific thing that I can remember is that I played that game exclusively in the bathtub.
I feel like I remember you mentioning that when you first played it.
Yeah, I think it was like, not live tweeting, but I was updating you with my thoughts on the game as I went, because that was like, before Kirby 64, that was your Kirby 64, where it's like, Griffin, oh, you've got to play this one, dude.
Yeah, Robobot, I think, is the most well-designed Kirby game. If that makes sense. I like Kirby 64 more because it's just like a nostalgia thing. I will fully admit, I think Robobot is technically the better game. But I think the thing going against Robobot is more, at least from what you're saying, is that the set pieces are all unique and everything, and it's nice, but the mechanical theme kind of makes things blend together a little bit.
I don't know. I think that's one of those games that would really benefit from me playing it again. Maybe out of the bathtub.
For sure. I think you should, honestly. I think it's a very solid Kirby experience, and I don't know if you did any of the extra stuff in that game or not. I don't think you did.
I don't think I did either. But I was
you're doing
really,
side modes.
really pleased by the bonus stuff in Star Allies, so I'd be down for even doing that on stream.
I would say the bonus stuff in Robobot isn't as extensive because you have a Meta Knight mode and it has a couple extra bosses, and then you have just your normal arena and True Arena. But I think the True Arena in Robobot is the most fun out of all of them.
That's what I've heard.
It's still challenging, but it's the most fun.
People really like that one. What do
Mostly
Chozo
because-
eggs smell like? Asking for a friend. No, I was gonna answer that, but now I don't want to.
I'm not gonna comment.
I can't touch that. I can't touch that! Are you kidding? I can't be trusted with that. Chat's gonna jump down my throat.
Do eggs even have a smell?
I don't know.
Have you smelled an egg
I
at a
have never
grocery
tried to
store?
smell an egg.
Next time you're at the store, can you do me a favor?
No.
And that's it. That's the conversation. I forgot what I was saying. Oh,
Robobot?
In Robobot, the True Arena, the way they meter out the health items is different than any other game, and I think that one small change actually makes it much more interesting.
Oh yeah.
Because in normal traditional Kirby True Arenas, it gives you your 5 healing items in the lobby, and then that's what you have to make last throughout the whole thing.
And don't forget Amiibo!
Yeah, and you can cheat Amiibo if you want.
Can you actually?
Yeah, you can in Planet Robobot as well,
Fuck
because it has Amiibo
yes.
support.
Does Citrus support Amiibo?
I think so.
That's hilarious.
So, you know, you can do that if you figure it out eventually. But in Robobot, the way it handles the healing items is actually, it gives you, every time you go back to the lobby, it's not a lobby per se, it's a corkscrew up, and you walk up, and then you go to the next door.
I love 2.5D corkscrews.
Yeah, it has a bunch of those, and at the bottom of every other corkscrew is a healing item that you store in the touchscreen thing.
Oh.
And you can choose to either use the one you have now, and then save it, or save it for the next fight. So it's every other fight you have one healing item. It's metered out for you.
Yeah. Interesting.
I think that makes
that's kind of how Smash does it too, right?
Yeah, a little bit. It's a little bit more like Smash, but you're holding on to it, and you can use it mid-fight. That's what makes it more interesting too.
I
Is
swear
you
you
can have
can
that
summon
panic
Amiibo
button.
mid-fight in Star Allies as well.
Well, in Star Allies, I think you can do it mid-fight. You literally did actually during the final boss.
That's definitely the only way I survived
Yep.
on Soul Melter.
Yep, it is.
Yup, it is. So matter-of-factly.
No, I remember specifically.
Don't think it could have been my smarts? My intuition? My can-do attitude?
I remember you running your face into a wall with that game.
Not really. I think I only had to
A
do the
little
final
bit.
boss like twice. Up until then, though, it was a slog. But not like not a Hollow Knight slog.
It was you were kind of running your face into a wall because you tried a couple of attempts first before you came back and did a full stream on it, and that's what it was.
Right. Yeah, because that final stream itself was only 2 hours, but maybe like it was multiple streams of attempts, which makes more sense.
Yeah, because you beat Heroes of Another Dimension, which you kind of were running your face into a wall a little bit on with the final boss of that. And then when you got to that, and I was like, hey, the real lore is in there, and you're like, what?
This is so weird to me that you're like remembering my streams more vividly than me. Like this is something that I lived.
I'm surprised you don't remember it.
I remember it a little bit,
I was pretty
but not to this
hand-holdy during
detail.
that stream.
Yeah.
That's why. I was very hand-holdy.
Yeah, you probably
That's
played
after
it
that.
mentally. To you probably played it more than I did mentally.
honestly. That's after that I've tried to ease up on trying to handhold you through games, and that was something during Paper Mario I was trying not to do too much. You know, it's like it's hard because it's like you're very excited about a game, you want someone to experience it.
Hey, can someone hold my hand through fucking Fez?
It's a good thing I've never played Fez. I played the first like 20 minutes. I was talking about it a little bit last night during that Fez stream, but just the whole the platforming in that game. I can see why people really like Fez. It's not for me. I don't think. I haven't given it a fair shake in a long time though.
Yeah, I've been very pleasantly surprised with it so far. Although, speaking of surprises, I was not so pleasantly surprised to find the fucking map screen not even 2/3, 70% of the way through.
Yeah.
I hate the flashing on the lightning. Yeah, that was really fucking obnoxious. That's like the one knock I have against it.
You should contact Phil Fish yourself.
I don't think Phil Fish much likes being contacted by internet denizens.
I think that would be why it'd be funny.
You want me to contact? I don't think Phil Fish even has like social media contacts anymore. Like they're just like off the grid.
Quite the character.
Huh?
Phil Fish is quite the character.
Oh.
You know about Phil Fish, right?
So I'm just switching up the music. I talked about this a while back, probably when Fez was like first announced that it was coming to the Switch. Like, oh, should I pick this up? Should I not pick this up? All I know is that Phil Fish is a controversial figure, and I didn't know why, but I think Femi put that, there's a really good video that's like, this is Phil Fish. And it's like a very like fair take on just like the whole story with that guy. And, you know, that's why I decided to pick up Fez, because I didn't think it was a big deal. Let's just say that, like, in the game development sphere, I've met some Phil Fishes along the way. I think we all
exactly.
I think we all have a little bit of Phil Fish in us game devs. And, you know, I probably wouldn't get into, like, flame wars with people on Twitter, but, like, at the same time, when he blows up at shit, I'm like, I can kind of see it.
That's why he very much somewhat a type of personality you see in that kind of sphere.
Mm-hmm. And also, I don't think that someone getting into like flame wars is on like the same level of like, oh, they did something inexcusable and I'm not supporting this with my money. It's like, no, they're just like a touchy guy. Like they're just like a disagreeable guy, which is like a different thing. And if you don't like that, more power to you, but I don't think it means that, like, they deserve to be, like, written off entirely, or to be, like, harassed after the fact. Because I think it's definitely one of those things at that period of time on the internet where people are definitely just, like, trying to, like, poke the bear to try and get a reaction for the meme.
Yeah.
Freedom Planet OST Dragon Valley 1!
Let's go.
Let's go.
God, that's such a good OST as well.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I've gone back to listen to this one many, many times on my own. I love me some Planets of Freedom.
So I'm glad you really like the soundtrack to Freedom Planet, and I look forward to how you feel about the second game soundtrack.
Ooh, oh, I'm hungry for it. I haven't even thought about that. That's so exciting to think about.
Oh no, I've been thinking about it constantly.
Mm-hmm.
There's one song in particular. Yep, one song in particular I think you'll really enjoy, and it's hurt me not being able to show it to you.
Oh my god. So it's something that they've shown off in like pre-release material then?
Yep. It's in the demo, and as soon as I heard it, I'm like, oh my god, this is Griffin Core.
Interesting. Now, Griffin Core can mean two things. Is that A, it has either a Quika in it, or a Mario Paint sound effect in it. Or B, it tastes like Klonoa. You don't have to say which. You don't have to say neither. Okay.
You'll see. You'll see.
I guess I'll see. Maybe, okay, C is it's associated with the sexy character. But also don't tell me.
Okay. I look forward to it. It's going to be an interesting time.
I can't imagine that there will be sexy Freedom Planet characters. Are they like Sonic people?
You can't imagine there's going to be sexy Freedom Planet characters. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying. Are you getting ready for like a bait and switch where there's like a big booby man in it? I guess. The silence! The silence!
I'm listening to Coco Cave from Kirby Superstar. That's a banger.
Boy, March can't come soon enough. That's gonna be a fun month doing that and Kirby.
Yeah. Does Kirby come out specifically in March?
I think they said March. They might have just said spring though, actually, now that I think on it. I just assumed March. I don't know, do you want to go
it sounds
to
about right,
Kirby.com
though.
and feel it out?
Okay, Kirby.com. We're going right to Kirby.com. Wherever that leads me.
Do they have promo material for Forgotten Land on there?
Griffin, it's for a vacuum.
Oh, that's really funny. Let me try Kirby.Nintendo.com.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm already getting an autofill from DuckDuckGo. Kirby and the Forgotten Land. Nintendo.com/game/details. Yes, it just says available spring 2022, so not necessarily March.
Yeah. March sounds about right, though.
I would like March, but
Yeah.
who knows? With things like that, they always say at the beginning of the directs that everything is subject to delays.
I mean, I feel like they've been working on this game since Star Allies finished.
Yeah, so it's definitely had a healthy development time. I think it's gonna be one of those like Origami King situations where like they were able to get like a lot of work in advance done in spite of the pandemic. Just like the timing of it was well, but you know, that's just speculation.
Yeah. Because it was kind of obvious that something for Kirby was being worked on the entire time because they were like big. Because Kirby's usual release schedule is like one decent sized game a year. And the only thing that's come out once a year they usually have something for Kirby.
I never thought of Kirby as an annualized franchise. Is that really true?
Yeah, it's been more since like around Triple Deluxe, because after Triple Deluxe they'll have something where it'll be like one of the side games from like Triple Deluxe got like a full version on the eShop.
Oh,
it's nothing
like an eShop
huge
title. Okay.
Like it'll have some sort of Kirby presence every year. And they'll do
That's
two
different.
of those in 1 year instead of one normal game, or then they'll have Robobot, and then they had two of those in 1 year, and then they had Rainbow Curse, and they had Battle Royale.
Yeah, there's been a lot of free-to-play shit with Kirby that I've not at all been paying attention to, so that adds up. Why I didn't think it was annualized if I'm only paying attention to the mainland releases.
And you have Kirby Fighters 2 that came out last year.
Yeah.
But that was the only thing, was what it was.
Speaking of knowing with a great deal of certainty that something as big is going on with Kirby, that was like the curtain pull when people data mined that shit.
Yeah, no, that's when people like first figured out there was a 3D Kirby, was whenever they data mined Fighters 2, and it's like, alright, well, you kind of had an idea it was coming. It felt right after Star Allies feels very much like a send-off to that kind of game style, at least for now.
Yeah.
And they literally kind of referenced that in the fact that I believe the 100% completion bonus is one of those little puzzle cards, is like a little Kirby, and he has like a little bindle and he's walking off into the sunset. Whoa. And it's called something like see you next time. It's very much like a period at the end of the sentence, it feels like.
That is an interesting read. I like that.
So going forward, it's like, alright, Forgotten Lands feels like a new beginning. It's like their new I don't know if we would get another 2D Kirby for a while after this, depending on how it sells.
Yeah. I feel like if we were still in like the 3DS Wii U era, or the Wii DS era, and they pulled this shit, then handheld would officially become the home of 2D Kirby, and console would become the home of 3D Kirby.
Yes, that would be 100% what I would also feel like, but now that we're on the Switch, I feel like they might direct their attention from making little side games to making smaller portioned 2D games, maybe? But I think going forward, as long as Forgotten Lands does as well as I think they're expecting it to, we're going to be getting more fleshed out 3D Kirby over a 2D Kirby.
Yeah.
From the main, line.
Have we gotten a top-down 2D Zelda since Link Between Worlds?
The closest was the Link's Awakening remake. That's it.
Oh yeah, I guess so. I still haven't played that.
Well, I guess Triforce Heroes counts?
I guess. Man,
I
still haven't
guess?
played that.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think anyone cares about Triforce Heroes anymore.
I care! I bought it, and I haven't played it! I have no friends to play it with.
That's your fault for buying it. I think Link's Awakening, the remake, would be worth checking out.
Yeah, I've heard very good things about it.
Yeah, I mentioned it back when it came out. I think it would make a good stream because it's not. It's not just a 2D Zelda. It's very unique. And looking at it at the perspective of this is the kind of design they were thinking of on the Game Boy, it's kind of interesting.
Yeah,
Because
Link's
it's very
Awakening has a lot of
faithful.
interesting things in it.
Yeah. So I think your reasoning at the time was that it's too expensive, which it is for that kind of game, but at least for you because you're in the not fun zone.
Not fun zone.
Where is the fun zone? You wanna tell me?
Somewhere underneath this plate of armor.
I don't know if you call that a fun zone.
Yeah, it's a fun zone.
Is that fun specifically?
Yes.
Okay.
How is the question? There's no debate about this.
Is the feeling fun what you get?
Yes.
Okay. At least, I'm glad you're having fun.
I get body slammed and I say, yippee!
You're the Mario Yahoo. Where was I?
Fun zone, Link's Awakening.
Link's Awakening. Right. Because at the time you were saying the price is too steep for you.
Yeah.
Because you have to be very careful with what you pick for games to pick up. And that's fair.
Yeah,
think
the great thing about the Wii U having no games is that it was really easy to financially keep up with that release cycle.
Yeah. No, for sure.
Switch has got
and
a
then
lot
they released
coming
them
out.
all on Switch anyway, so.
Yeah, and I bought them again! I bought Donkey Kong
Yep.
twice! I didn't buy Hyrule Warriors twice, even though they had the 3DS stuff in there too.
You bought you didn't buy Hyrule Warriors, but you bought Donkey Kong, you bought Mario 3D World.
Yeah, I double dipped on a few.
Yeah. This is why not owning a Wii U is great. I wanted to buy a Wii U too. I'm so glad I didn't. There's not a single game on there I don't care
I remember so peer pressuring you, oh, don't you want to play Mario Kart and Splatoon together? Oh, Mario Kart would be another double dip then.
Oh yeah, that's right. Mario Kart's a technically another. That's just a Switch game at this point.
You think it's just a Switch game at this point?
It feels like it. Do people even remember the Wii U version?
I do. I remember that the DLC Pack 2 came out on a school night. And I stayed up real late playing Yoshi Circuit and Ice Outpost for the first time, playing Big Blue, and just being in silent awe, like, wow, this is incredible. And it was.
You think about the fact that you were still in school when that game came out, and there hasn't been another Mario Kart since.
I was like close to the end of high school when that happened, but I know April is particularly dissatisfied with how long we've been in Mario Kart, and I saw earlier she was saying something like she would have been in 9th grade when Mario Kart 8 came out. I'm like, that is so fucked up. You should be playing Mario Kart 7 in 9th grade.
Wii U, more like a Wii Who.
Wii Who. Yeah, people
like...
whose childhoods was like the Wii U and 3DS feels weird. And now, in the Switch era, we're getting into like a new kind of person where there are people who are so young where they're on the internet and they don't know what a DS is. I saw that literally today. Like a thread, like, oh, I found some porn searches on my little brother's Nintendo DS, and you scroll through the Opera web browser, and it's like whore.com. And I scroll down into the comments, and there's this one fucking person like, what's a DS?
Oh. Oh my god. That hurts. That hurt.
Like, sometimes I see, like, oh, this baby tried to touch a Game Boy and they didn't know it wasn't a touchscreen. I've gotten over the pain that comes from that. What's a DS is new. That's wrong. Yeah. There are kids who will never know what PictoChat was. There are kids who are born... Let me look this up. I'm looking for a certain milestone, and I'm sure you can guess what it is. Flipnote Hatena was shut down on May 31st, 2013. So there are kids who are at least 9 years old who
would never
know that. Probably even older. It's not like babies run Hatena on like May 30th before the 31st, like who are huge fans. So you probably have like a little bit of a...
I'm thinking about it. 2 more years and the DS will be 20.
DS will be 20?
Yep, came out 2004.
Nintendo DS. I typed in Nintendo. Yeah, North America, 2004.
I feel aged.
Wow. That is sobering. I'm just barely getting around to the GameCube being 20 years old.
So, I was thinking about it as of last year. Alright, so I use Sonic games as a passage of time to make myself feel old. Let's see. As of last year, Sonic Generations is as old as SA2 was when Generations came out.
Jesus Christ.
And SA2 is as old as Sonic 1 was when that came out. So, if you remember correctly... Well, I mean, the way that one hits me different because they felt that Sonic 1 was old enough to include it for free in Sonic Generations.
Yeah, that doesn't make me feel old.
That makes me feel
old. We're about the same age. It's not like you grew up with Sonic 1 in that kind of way.
Yeah... That's more of just like a perspective of just like, dang, I always felt like that was the ancient relic. But... And now it's like, SA2 is that ancient relic.
Jeez, yeah.
Everybody goes on like, oh, I want a Sonic Adventure 3. That'd be like saying they want a Sonic 4. Oh. Wait a minute.
Saying you want Sonic Adventure 3 is like you want a new DS, and then what is a DS? This isn't a part of the conversation anymore.
How did that kid not know what a DS was when the 3DS is not that old?
It is not the first time I have seen what is a DS. Kids just be young.
3DS is technically a type of DS. It's the next evolution, but it's a DS. It has DS in the name. Would they not just assume it's an older 3DS?
As someone who has babysat children who think that there is nothing that came before the PlayStation 4, you would be very surprised. Especially if you just call it a PS4 and you don't even think to yourself what the acronym is as a kid.
Yeah, I guess the kids do that.
And good fucking luck to any children who grew up with any Xbox devices trying to keep track of what generation they're a part of. There are adults who can't figure it out. There are adults who work at Microsoft who can't figure it out.
I don't think anybody figured it out. I think they just, they guessed.
Kids don't have a chance. They don't stand a chance in today's complicated world.
The Xbox 360, that's from the future, right?
What's an Xbox 720?
Oh, I missed those rumors.
I would love to see the you do a 720 and then you walk away memes.
We're at a point, I'm thinking about, like, game rumors and stuff now. We're at a point where I'm thinking about it, and, like, how do you even make a new console game rumor that sounds realistic at this point? Because you can't just make, it's like a sequel to the last console. That doesn't work anymore. They don't do that anymore.
Do you mean rumors or fake leaks?
Both.
Because as a fake leak maker, I can attest that the game has changed. Artsy Omni fucking upended the entire fake leak industry. You don't even see people try anymore. Because everybody knows that nobody gets fooled these days. Yeah, nobody sincerely believes shit like that anymore. They just immediately resort to, it's fake. One day you guys will see my fake Nintendo NX mock-up. I posted screenshots of it, but there is like a video of it.
I liked what I saw from the screenshots.
Mm-hmm.
I hate the fact that new Xbox consoles are marketed as Xbox Series X line S. Like, how would you even say that? Well, there you go. How would you say that? How do you say that?
Xbox Series 10? See, it's not even... I'm saying it like it's a fucking Apple Watch. Xbox Series X and Xbox Series S.
No, but there's one that is like X... Why? Alright, whatever.
Okay. I can tell you this. I disagree with it and I think it's stupid, but I can tell you this. Xbox 360, Xbox One, Xbox One S, Xbox One X, Xbox Series S, Xbox Series X. Now, those are all meaningless, and if you say that to someone who's trying to buy something for their kid, their eyes are gonna roll into the back of their head and they're gonna tip over onto the floor of the GameStop. And they're gonna be foaming at the mouth.
What are they gonna make the Xbox Series EX? So it'll be like this Xbox.
Elon Musk beat him to it.
Darn.
Although I think it was the Model S, the Model 3, and then the Model X.
I mean, there's Pokemon Masters EX, so, you know.
I love Pokemon Master Sex.
Dang, was the 3DS only did 75 million compared to the DS's 150 million?
Only 75 million. Well, you have to keep in mind that the original DS predates like the mobile game craze, so that like was it for a lot of people. And they also had touch generations, which brought a lot of casuals in with the whole Blue Ocean strategy with things like Brain Age, Big Brain Academy, which I never wound up picking up. Wii Fit, things like this. So you don't have really that anymore, and I think that's a lot of what hurt Nintendo when it came to the Wii U. Because imagine if the iPad never happened, and then the Wii U was like the first like family tablet in the house. How that would have changed things.
I mean, imagine if they actually delivered on what they originally showed for the Wii U tablet.
Yeah, the Wii U. Let's see. There's a port in the bottom that never got used. There was originally going to be 2 gamepad multiplayer. Wada Wada Plaza looked different, but I don't really call that a scrapped feature or an unshipped feature. That's just like a they changed how it looked, just like a prototype thing. There might have been other ports that never got used either.
There was there's a lot more functionality. Like it was a lot more. Whenever they first showed off the Wii U, they made it seem like the tablet was a lot more independent of the console than it actually was.
Did they?
And I think that was they made it seem like it was pretty much just usable as a tablet, and then you could have it on the TV. Basically, what the Switch ended up being is what they were kind of advertising initially.
I guess I can kind of see that when I try to think back to that trailer, because there's like, remember when they're playing Go on the gamepad and then they tilt it over and all the pieces go sliding and that woman says, "I'm not again."
Yeah.
They're doing that in like a dimly lit room, and I feel like maybe there's chatter in the background, so I think my brain puts those different pieces of stimulus together and thinks that they're playing Wii U in a restaurant.
Yeah, I could see how you would come to that conclusion.
So, I mean, maybe. I mean, was that the read that you got, or what else made it seem like you could take it further away from the console than that?
That was also the read I got.
Oh, okay.
It always seemed more like the tablet was always meant to be more independent of the console, and I think that's what their original intention was, but they just couldn't figure out the design aspect of it.
Yeah. There's a lot of there's a lot of post Wii U stuff that Miyamoto has been interviewed about where like this was a necessary step to make to get to Switch. Which is true, like they could not have done this in 2012. What they've done now.
No. I just think they flew too close to the sun on that design.
Mm-hmm.
I think if they had the idea and then shelved it for a while.
Did anybody ever actually use the built-in TV remote on the Wii U gamepad? I did constantly. I loved that shit so goddamn much. It was the best remote ever. It worked with everything. You didn't have to turn on the device, you just pressed the TV button. The Wii U didn't even have to be on. You had more buttons than you knew what to do with and you could shake a stick at. It worked with your TV and your cable box. It worked with Apple TV. She was fucking awesome, dude! That's like the number one thing from Wii U to Switch that I miss the most. The TV button is so goddamn useful. And you could turn on the TV with the controller! So it's like, you're sitting down on the couch, you gotta reach for the remote, turn the TV on, put the remote down, reach for the controller, turn the console on, and then you keep the controller. Like, why is there so many steps? You sit down with the gamepad, turn on the TV, turn on the console, just like that. There's no need for two devices. It's such like a natural good feature to have for a console, and I don't know why even like Sony or Microsoft hasn't done that. That's such an easy slam dunk.
You know, I think it's because it's not seen as useful to a lot of people, but I mean, it's a neat feature to have. I think it's just, it depends on how complicated the tech is to actually implement something like that, is what it is.
Well, it's just an IR emitter, and then you put in like the name of your TV manufacturer and system settings, and that's it.
Yeah, just having all the TV settings like built into like the console might be more complicated than they're willing to put in the effort for.
I mean, nowadays you could probably accomplish even more with stuff like HDMI CEC, which allows devices to like talk to televisions and let them.
This is also the same company that didn't put in Bluetooth headphone support until an update like a couple months ago. So
I understand the limitations with that though, because even in the version that they did ship, you can only like connect. You can connect less controllers. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that should have just been by default. Like, I think they just didn't want to do that initially, but then enough people complained. It's like, okay, well, I guess we can make it.
I think that really was it. That they looked at the limitation at first and said, well, I don't think it sounds like a fair trade-off. We're not going to do it. And then, yeah, people got so mad about it that they're like, not having it was seen as such like a downgrade. Like it was making them look bad.
Yeah. I think they just went for it because they, they saw the people were more upset about that than they would be about the controllers.
It took them years to give the NFC reader a use with Amiibo, and even the Toys to Life games that predated it like Skylanders did not make use of it. I don't ever watch television, so I always have my TV set, my Switch. Oh my god, and you not even just turning on the TV, you could switch the inputs with the gamepad. Fuck, dude, you're making me mad about how much I miss that shit, dude.
You know, I will say switching inputs with the actual console does sound kind of useful.
What else? Yeah, Wii U gamepad had so much tech built into it that went underutilized. It's weird that, like, the Wii U was, like, kind of as unfinished as it is, but at the same time, it was kind of cool how, over time, your console just got new features because it finally got, like, the software switch to enable the hardware. I remember when they added, I mean, Wii backwards compatibility was out of the box day one, but the Wii U gamepad, you know how it has where the webcam is? There's like a black bar across it? That's actually a Wii sensor bar, so you can point your Wii remote at the gamepad and just play Wii games on that. And they added that in post as a system update, and like, this is the coolest shit. And it was like major hardware stuff like that happened all the time.
That's trickle feeding actual like hardware features is a very interesting concept, but very dangerous.
Yeah, I don't think that like console manufacturers should be encouraged to ship unfinished products, but as a user who, I don't know, I was a stupid fucking kid. I don't know if this is the truth. I don't know if I would believe that most people should feel satisfied with like the out-of-the-box experience on Wii U, but they did so much to improve it that it felt like opening a little surprise every now and again, you know? Load times are faster, new virtual console lineups regularly, the Wii remote thing, new TV features, stuff like this.
So just had a little bit of that.
A system update that entirely removes the Nintendo TV functionality. Things like this.
Oh, Nintendo TV.
I still could not tell you what the fuck Nintendo TV was. I tried to use it, I don't know what it was, and I couldn't get it to work.
It's kind of like one of those things where it's like some of those default Wii channels have that same vibe.
I knew how to use the weather and television channels just fine, thank you very much. I was all up in Everybody Votes. I was all up in...
Yeah.
What was there was one? Check Me Out.
What was your favorite of those kinds of channels on the Wii?
Oh, Nintendo Video. Easy.
Okay, I mean, that's cheating.
What do you mean that's cheating?
Because that's the one that's actually cool.
Yeah.
Dude, I have a lot of nostalgia for that specific app because I remember they had the trailer for new Super Mario Bros. Wii drop for E3, and then they put it on Nintendo Video, and I just remember like watching that trailer over and over and over on Nintendo Video so much.
Man. You know what? You want to talk about Nintendo Week? Because I was going through my Griffin Galactic Full Galaxy subscription feed, and I saw that Nintendo Minute, oh, you know, this is the end. You want to talk about Nintendo Week with Gary and Allison?
God, that's such a, like, weird thing to think about. Like, that was just always there, and you never really think about it until, like, yeah. Nintendo Week was so cool.
Yup.
I loved watching it.
I was looking up some Nintendo Week stuff. Apparently Gary and Allison are just, like, their actual names. But,
why wouldn't they use their actual names?
Well, because on Nintendo Minute, it's more of like a vlog style thing or a blog or whatever, where it's like, oh, you know, we're Nintendo influencers and we're real people who love Nintendo. But Gary and Allison were characters in the show. They were still talking about Nintendo products and stuff, but it was like a scripted comedy thing, right?
Yeah, no, yeah. But why wouldn't they use their real names? Because it's still trying to... It's kind of trying to be like an...
Because they're not actually Gary and Allison as the characters on the show. They're Gary and Allison actors playing the characters of Gary and Allison.
Yeah.
So it's like watching a movie with Mahershala Ali, and then the character that he plays is Mahershala Ali, but it's not a story about the life of Mahershala Ali. Mahershala Ali is just a guy who loves Nintendo products. No relation to the real life.
They wanted it to be presented as kind of like an acted out thing, but also with the vibe of like a blog kind of thing, if that makes sense.
I don't know if it does. given the when that ran.
If I'm remembering correctly, there's little hints where they wanted it to be relatable in that kind of sense.
Oh
but
yeah?
it's been
Then
so long.
explain Dark Gary.
What, you don't fight a dark version of you?
Sometimes it feels like I do.
Would Dark Griffin be straight?
Dark Griffin is what lurks inside me when I'm 3 years old. That's not... When I'm like 5 years old, and I'm left home alone, and I'm holding a plastic cup. It's not full of water, it's not full of anything, it's just an empty plastic cup. And I think to myself, if mommy and daddy were home and I threw the cup on the floor, I would get in so much trouble. But if I can throw it on the floor now, and nobody will stop me, and then I did it. That's Dark Griffin.
I'm proud of you, Griffin.
Thank you! I love being a menace and evil.
So are you the dark version of you, or are you the normal version of you, and there's a dark you out there?
Yeah, I think the nice version of Griffin would, like... Oh, I put the dark one on the highlight! This is definitely the Dark Griffin timeline. Wait, I can, like, I can snip this. Good Griffin would not be making these mistakes, let me tell you. And Good Griffin would, like, be making, like, wholesome art instead of mountains of yaoi. Like, this is Satan's path, don't get me wrong.
When was the last time you made wholesome art?
Boy, I'd have to look through my backlog to tell you. Something that didn't have an NSFW alt?
Yeah.
What the fuck is Post Plus on Tumblr?
I'm terrified.
I'm not clicking it. I went to my posts drop down and then I realized that this includes only reblogs. I have to go to my art tag. Piers had a dick, Anna had a dick, Keaton had a dick, Emmy had a dick. Amias is a little horny, but he didn't have a dick. That didn't have a dick, that had a dick. So okay, the Klonoa thing then that I finished in September. But I only do shit like that like once every like few years, really.
Yeah, you did the Klonoa thing's the last thing, and the thing before that I think was thinking of was the Torna drawing you did. I'm trying to think if there's anything between that.
Let's see, before that, Link with his ass out, although no cock, importantly. A bunch of Keat Week stuff, some of which had penises, some which did not. Prior to that, some art of Ryan's Majora Gaijinka. Horny Shadow, Horny Caden, Horny N, Valentine's Corn, a bunch of Infinite Gaijinka art. I guess New Year's Keaton wasn't so bad. His boobies were out, but there was no penis to be seen. Horny Marvis, Horny the Pathless Guy, Horny Side Link, Horny Dimitri, Horny Keaton, more Horny Keaton. Yeah, I got issues.
Yeah, I never thought about how much of your art just is like that.
You've never thought about it? Ever?
I like to think about you break it up sometimes, but I think literally there is nothing in between that Klonoa piece and the last time you did more Klonoa stuff, like a little like right after you finished 2.
Yes.
Oh yes. The only time you ever do anything not anything horny, even relatively, is Klonoa.
Pretty much. I was looking through my my Tumblr and I did see the thing that you were talking about, but I actually didn't post it at the right time on Tumblr. I'm like, oh wait, I never posted this on my Tumblr, so when I saw it, it was like out of order. So if we're trying to judge when I last did a horny thing, I didn't think it was a good measure. Tell you what though, nobody's paying me to draw Klonoa standing around and looking sad.
I mean, they should be.
But I wouldn't even like get anything out of it. I wouldn't be like, wow, I made something so cool. I mean, I did with the BRB. I think that shit still rules.
Yeah, no, that's probably one of my favorite things you've ever done, honestly.
Thank you. However, I think whatever it is that I am getting out of that does not compare to drawing some fat asses.
I see.
I'm glad you do. I'm glad you understand.
I don't know if I understand, I just accept that it happens.
You accept that it happens.
I'm trying to think of where to take the where to derail this stream now. And
Well, hey, I'm zoomed out right now. I still haven't done the face, which has like a lot left to do, and I also haven't done this foot, this like talon. But what do you think of the metal shading on this?
I've been watching kind of in the side as I scroll through music, and it looks really good, honestly. The way you have it, everything shaded, it's really adding up really well.
Thank you. I think I still want to redo these shoulder pads. I think I was still like kind of figuring out my technique, and then once I kind of got to this torso area, I like figured it out a little bit more. But I think these legs look really nice.
Yeah. The legs look like exactly what I'd expect them to.
Yeah, I would say the same thing.
Yeah, no, I worded it that way specifically.
Literally, if a man approaches me and he's not in a suit of armor, why are you talking to me?
Do you think about how uncomfortable a suit of armor is?
Nope. I think about a man who clanks when he walks, and I say, yeah.
I just think that's funny. He sounds like a little jingle bell.
No, he doesn't sound like a little jingle bell. He sounds like a heavy jingle bell.
I'm like imagining a very oversized bell that someone rolls around for Christmas.
Wait a second. Wait a second. I just had the best idea for a character ever. I'm literally gonna like turn on the background here. Oh, I need to shade his hand as well. It's just like missing right now. And the symbols on his fucking front cloak bits. Let me get a layer here. Close this, close this, close this. You know that kitty lingerie? I almost said catboy lingerie, which is really funny. It's one of those Amazon reviews. Oh wow, May dresses are for girls too. But the one that's like this, and it's got like the window with like the cat ears in it.
Yeah.
It's like that or some shit. That, but like an armor version of it. You got like a fucking metal chest plate with like a titty cutout, maybe like some more angular kitty shapes. Just some shit like that. Still got the midriff, so you got the fucking... You got your that.
Yeah.
And then, you know, some exposed shoulders. I'm not gonna connect a head to this properly, but... probably like a visor that somehow incorporates kitty ears into like the helmet as well, like Catboy armor. Like Catboy lingerie armor.
why do I
doing my hair? I don't know. Like that's a good OC.
I feel like
they have a little kitty tail, and they are like actually a Catboy. And then they actually have a little jingle bell.
There you go.
I'm gonna need to float that by my Patreon, and then I'm gonna get their permission to make it. I'm gonna be like, yes!
like that you have to consult your Patreon in order to do artistic ventures now.
Well, here's the way I see it, because I do 2 things a month over there, and I do 2 NSFW a month and 1 SFW a month, and one of them is the monthly patron poll. So I'll have, like, this month is let's make a Gaijinka, and I had some things, and I'm not gonna say what was voted on because I'm doing an SFW alt of that, and that's gonna be trickling down to everybody. But one of them is something that the Patreon votes on together, and the other is something that I'm gonna do anyways. So Ravenbeak was actually a candidate for a previous month back in October, and so had that one I would have done that sooner, which is why this whip is, I've been talking about it for a while.
Yeah.
But I just decided to do it anyways because I had that second monthly slot that I can still use for whatever I want. And you know, people are still getting what they vote for, so yeah, how can you complain about extra stuff, right?
Yeah. No, why would you ever complain about extra stuff? So, I'm trying to think about the things to lead into now that we're reaching the 5-hour mark of the stream, and I did not come. Yeah, 5 hours.
Wow.
I did not come prepared with 5 hours of material. I actually came prepared with 1 conversation.
I didn't know you came prepared with anything. That's more than enough.
I feel like I came in with like at least 1 thing, just, you know, so I had time to think about things and, you know, have a nice conversation. But
Sure.
Did you know Chills? You like Chills?
I don't. Next conversation topic.
Okay.
You can talk about Chills if you want. I had a thing, but I'll save it.
Well, no, it's just they made the Adult Swim show Smiling Friends, and it's made by Michael Cusack, and they had a Chills joke, and I thought that was interesting.
You really did not have to. I was already disinterested. I am very uninterested in Smiling Friends.
No, I know.
Why would you tell me this?
Because I thought you might make a comment about it.
No, my comment is ew. That's what I have to say.
I thought you'd want to. Yeah, I thought you'd go on a bigger rant, honestly.
Not really. I mean,
I thought I was poking the bear a little bit.
I don't think there's anything that I can say about my thoughts on fucking Newgrounds animators that I haven't said after being in, not literally in like Oni's specific circle, but definitely with like Oni types, and also just being around for all these years and seeing all the shit that Oni's gotten up to. I'm like, nah, I'm good. Not for me. I'll tell you what though. This is my last stream of the week, and I had some stream notes that I haven't touched at all. So here's a conversation that I'm gonna have with you. When was the last time you heard of Krispy Kreme, aka Froggy Fresh?
Did Froggy Fresh do something new?
I think it's a new music video that's a clip show, and the song is new, but he didn't make a video for it before. There's a whole like final album that they did, but they didn't make any music videos for it. But there was a new one that just dropped a few days ago.
I didn't know that, and I'm surprised I didn't. I thought, I am subscribed, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess it was posted on somewhere else.
No, it was on the Froggy Fresh channel.
I don't see any new recent uploads. It's last upload was 5 years ago.
Did he take it down?
I guess so.
Froggy Fresh. Let's see if I still see it. Froggy Fresh rap. Oh, he took it down. What the fuck? It's
sad.
gone. This was like days ago. It was really cool. It was like this like look back on everything he and Moneymaker Mike had accomplished, and like it made me think about, because the last video before that was from 5 years ago. And I'm sure there's more to the Froggy Fresh story that I don't know as to why that fell apart. As I understand it, Moneymaker Mike, like, left the duo, and they were going to go on tours, they were going to do music videos, they had all this merch, and they invested a lot in that merch, and then they like couldn't sell it, and they had boxes and boxes of like unsold merch, and it was like a problem. Not that I could relate to that at all.
How's the bathtub full of mouse pads?
I think I've sold one since that shoot.
Nice.
I have not cleared out a single one of those cardboard boxes full of mouse pads.
As far as I understand it, was that Moneymaker Mike kind of wanted to just move on from everything. It wasn't just what they were into anymore, and then... Yeah, like, that's understandable. I didn't know about the merch aspect of it.
I don't know. There were like a lot of update videos about like, hey, things aren't going so hot. Here's our current situation. We could really appreciate your help. And none of those videos are on the channel anymore. I don't know if there's an archive of them anywhere, but it makes it tricky to like follow the story straight to where things exactly went. However,
I'm sure someone has it documented.
However, it got me curious about like, what's this dude up to now? I looked up Froggy Fresh and, aka their new handle.
They have a new handle?
They never stopped making music since they stopped doing Froggy Fresh. They moved on to doing new music. And it's not like comedy stuff. It's under the guy's real name, Tyler Cassidy. And I haven't listened to much of it, but I've liked what I've heard so far, because Froggy Fresh has always to me been that sort of thing where like the music that underlies these comedy videos is just like a little too good for what it is. Like, wait a second. Like, I'll come back.
I agree. People meme on this. People have been memeing on Froggy Fresh for years, but there's a genuine like part of me that like just kind of just enjoys it.
I will be 100% honest, with no shame, that I have gone back to listen to old Froggy Fresh stuff every now and again, not to laugh, but just to enjoy some good music.
Yeah, like, it's just enjoyable. There's an aspect that is enjoyable to it.
Yeah, so now he's just doing, like, original, serious stuff, and it's really cool to see that he's, like, still out there doing his thing. So I wanted to give a shout out to that. And also, like, I haven't thought about Froggy Fresh in forever, and I was, like, actually tearing up looking at, like, the montage video that they made of all the music videos, all the good times that he and Moneymaker Mike had. It's unbelievable.
That's kind of sad that he took it down. I wonder why.
Yeah! Why take it down? I don't get that.
Well, maybe Mike had a problem with it.
Oh, you think? You think there's bad blood between them?
I don't know if there'd be bad blood. Maybe it's more just he wanted to move on.
It's so sad too,
Yeah.
because so many of the songs that Froggy Fresh does is literally just like about how good friends they are.
Yeah.
Like, aw man, Moneymaker Mike, you're my best friend.
That's
It's
gold,
like it's like some Fox and the Hound shit where it's like, and we'll always be friends forever. Right. Just like setting up the downfall that comes later. It's like, fuck, man. Didn't have to go down like this.
Messed up.
Fox and the Hound is messed up?
Yeah. Why did they show that to kids?
I haven't watched that in ages, and also, if you're asking why did they show that to kids, that describes so much shit, dude.
I mean, yeah.
Fox
What's your
and
favorite thing from your childhood that you should not have watched from your childhood?
That was kind of fucked up. As
Yeah.
in, it was like not for kids, or it was for kids, but like probably shouldn't have been.
All right, one for each.
One for each?
Yeah.
I remember, because you know how whenever I talk about my history with Fire Emblem, I say that my first game was Path of Radiance, and I played that when I was 6 or whatever? Like, I was really little when I played that. I remember seeing the scene, where spoilers for this 20-year-old game, where the Black Knight kills Ike's father, and he's like sliding the sword deeper and deeper, and he's like whispering in his ear. I'm like, this is such a badass scene. Like, I could understand that I was like watching something like kind of like edgy and grown up and like This isn't like your regular baby kids shit. Basically, I was going through the same mental process that Five Nights at Freddy's children go through now. And I told my mom about it. I was like, whoa, this game is so cool. This is the thing that happens in it. And she was like, ugh! Video game violence! And she, put her foot down. And if only she put it down a little bit harder, because she was right about Fire Emblem ruining her child. Literally, like day one having a crush on Ranulph. It was the beginning of a decades-long downfall.
Would that be the one for kids or the one that's not for kids?
That's a good... Was the E10 rating... It was definitely in the GameCube generation, but it might have been introduced later on. Let me look up Fire Emblem Path of Radiance on Wikipedia. By the way, I've regularly been checking up on the ESRB website, and they still have not explained why Paper Mario's rating got bumped. It's still the Wii U version that's the most recent
I think it's the whole thing with Tub of Lava.
I think it's the whole thing with Twink. Fire Emblem Path of Radiance is rated T.
Okay, so it wasn't for kids.
No.
For teenagers. You weren't a teenager.
I was half of a teenager. And when I was a teenager, I was half a child.
I think the rating specifically because it has Tubba Blubba eating people, and also you fight his heart.
You really think that would give it a ratings bump?
I think so.
What's the difference between getting a happy heart and Yoshi's Island, right? It's a heart with eyes. It's not that gory.
It's the implications. It's literally his heart. I think since it's in an RPG setting, it's more like it actually is a character rather than...
Hold up. Mario and Luigi. I'm typing this in the URL instead of doing just regular searches, so we have to be very careful. Superstar Saga. Gotta use underscores and ampersands. Oh, it didn't work. Use the fucking search function and have to click 2 pages in. Superstar Saga was rated... It doesn't say on the box art. It doesn't say what the rating is. But that has Cacleta's heart. Well, hold on. Hold on. If I look up the remake. Mario Luigi RPG DX. Oh. It's just a stub on the original Superstar Saga page. It is suggested that this article be split into a new page. And there's a controversial discussion thread about it. But the remake, you go in there and you fight Cacleta's heart, so if that's rated E, I don't think it's that.
It's not just her heart, though. It's her whole soul. So it's a exposed heart.
Is that better or worse than Tubba Blubba?
I don't know.
Anyway, so that's my number one for inappropriate stuff that was not for kids that I liked a lot. Number one inappropriate thing that was for kids that I liked. I don't know, as far as the media that my parents intentionally exposed me to, I don't think there was a lot that they slipped up on, because they were really strict about that shit.
That's fair.
They definitely bought a lot of the hysteria over shit that's ruining children.
I think...
Yeah, give me some examples. Let's get your answers.
Alright, so the one that comes to me is the one that affected me most is you're gonna laugh at this one. I feel like a lot of people have the same memory of Happy Tree Friends.
Uh-huh.
You know what that is, right?
Oh, yes. I watched a lot of Happy Tree Friends.
I think it changes you a little bit whenever you're a kid and you happen to stumble upon that.
It really does. And I think you either have 2 responses to it, which is either you're really traumatized to it, or you're haha, cool. I was a haha cool kid, by the way.
I'm disappointed in you.
You're disappointed in me? That I thought it was funny? That I thought these comedy videos that were supposed to be funny, that I thought they were funny? Not that I would defend it now. I'm defending myself as a child here.
I don't get it. I really don't. What's funny about them? I really never thought what was funny.
I think it's just the bait and switch, that it's like you go into it thinking it's a cutesy thing, and then like, whoa! What a horrible situation. And you know what? I don't think it affected me much as a kid, but I think if I went back to watch Happy Tree Friends like as an adult, it would probably bother me more now. Because I remember they're like... I mean, this is... My scale for what is like the worst gore relative to other gore is like probably different. Everybody probably has a different scale, I hope, I assume. If there's like blood, or if there's entrails, or if there's broken bones, like I can handle that. But Happy Tree Friends also does like a lot of eye gore.
And that's the one thing I think of specifically too, is there's a lot of eye gore.
As a kid, that like I squirmed during those parts. Like I wasn't okay with it, but I watched it anyways. I'm like, okay, well this is supposed to be funny, right? This is not every joke can land. I'll keep watching. Oh, I watched so many of those videos. I remember one of my friends, one of my classmates, wrote like a Happy Tree Friends fan fiction for like a school thing, like an elementary school. He did this, and
yeah.
Or maybe he was literally just reciting like verbatim what happens in an actual Happy Tree Friends episode. It was one. I still remember what they wrote about. It was one where they go to an amusement park. There's like a roller coaster accident or something. That could be fan fiction. That could be an actual episode. I do not know. But I don't think the teacher like had any response at all. Like, the way I'm building up this story, you think it like, okay, and then the student starts reading about some gory shit, and then the teacher's like, whoa, hey, slow down, champ, wait a second, what's all this? What the hell are you talking about? Maybe there's something going on at home. Maybe if your parents knew you were watching Happy Tree Friends, you know. But no, he was like totally chill with it, which I don't know if he should have been. I'm like, yeah, wow, you got away with that? Like, I was really surprised. Even as a kid.
I am also surprised that someone could get away with like really reciting Happy Tree Friends and just be like, yeah.
So do you know then if it was like a recited thing, or if that was like a fan fiction?
Oh no, it's all repressed memories.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't thought about that in forever. That's Mondo Media, right? What happened to those guys?
Mondo Media.
Yeah, they did.
I think
Dick Figures. I think they did a couple of things. I'm sure that Mondo Media, that whole empire, is like prime meat for like some video essayist to like dive in and do like an hours-long analysis of like, this is what the whole empire happened. The rise and fall of Mondo Media, easy money, baby.
I feel like they did some actual like big things at some point.
At some point. Hey, let's look it up.
Yeah.
Let's do an impromptu rise and fall of Mondo Media right now by looking it up on Wikipedia and seeing what I will inevitably be recited at in a couple months. Founded in 1988.
Oh. They're still doing things.
Happy Tree Figures and Dick Friends. Happy Tree Figures. Happy Tree Figures and Dick Friends.
I think that has a different meaning.
You know, I could use some Dick Friends. Happy Tree Friends and Dick Figures are the two that I see here, but they have a whole thing of series that they had. All of these are like definitely like mid 2010 things. At latest 2016. Even Happy Tree Friends looked like it ended in 2016. So
apparently they're working on a movie.
Oh Jesus Christ! I can't handle them that much.
How would you even do a movie for that?
I don't know. There's like stories within it. Oh, 809 2. Fuck yes, dude.
They worked on Anodyne too?
No, the Freedom Planet music ended, and I was scrolling to find something new.
Oh, okay. I was gonna be like, wow, Anodyne 2, huh? That's kind of different than what they usually do.
No, Anodyne 2 is a very intimately indie thing. It's like 1 or 2 people who worked on that.
That's what I thought.
They're working on a new thing now though called Cephany, which is even more platformer focused, and the 3D segments of Anodyne are like the ones that I loved the most. So I'm really excited to check that out whenever that is done in the oven.
It'll be a couple of years, I'm sure, but
Oh,
it'll be worth it. Yeah, I mean, if they're that indie. I was thinking something and I forgot what it was.
What you still have? You said Happy Tree Friends, but you didn't say what your number 1 inappropriate thing that was meant for kids was.
Let's see. What did I consume as a child? Kingdom Hearts.
Kingdom Hearts is inappropriate for children.
Yes.
It traumatized you.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I would argue the same thing about you, actually.
Exactly.
It traumatized you into fucking having Paper Mario opinions that are weird.
God, imagine having Paper Mario opinions.
This is like the most pot calling kettle black I think I've ever said out loud. People do not like my Paper Mario opinions.
Oh no, Sticker Star. How do you actually feel about Sticker Star, Griffin?
About Sticker Star? No, I don't like it.
Yeah. Okay. I thought. I know you like Color Splash.
Hey, I wanted to like Sticker Star, but literally every single one of those boss battles was a fucking brick wall that I had to leave and come back, and it does not feel good to do that. At least with Color Splash.
Sticker Star.
With Color Splash, a lot more of the time there are, you still have to use things to win battles sometimes, but the items that you get are like a lot more on the beaten path, so it's more like up to you to use what is already in your arsenal and mentally figure it out, like what would win in this situation. Usually it's made out to be really, really obvious, so.
The only time I would argue it wasn't is the steak thing.
Oh god, the steak thing is crazy. I was gonna say the, having to use the photo camera on the Wendy boss fight.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think I thought to do that either at first, until I looked it up.
I definitely remember I looked that up too. I think, I didn't give it much time though. I remember trying the Wendy fight once and then it's just like, I don't care. I'm looking it up.
Huh.
My thing with Sticker Star, I'm sure I said this on your stream plenty of times though, is like, I'm starting to see nostalgia for it, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, speaking of, what we were talking about the DS and stuff, people are saying, oh, I loved playing that game as a kid.
What
I don't see why people hate it.
What?
Yeah,
People who are saying that, if they're saying I loved it as a kid, then they have yet to be old and weary and fatigued of what is considered, like, safe Mario, you know?
yeah, because that's the Mario they grew up with. You gotta remember, Safe Mario started with Wii, not New Mario Wii, and that was what, 2009?
Yeah, 2009.
Just making sure. Yes, 2009. So we've had
that era of the
Safe Mario
2000s.
for 13 years.
That year of the 2000s I remember solely by connecting it to Black Eyed Peas releases in my head.
It's very strange and specific, but very funny.
No, but it's like a very like 2010s thing to like ground yourself in time, right? Like
Yeah,
what is more quintessentially early 2010s than that?
You're 100% right. I'm not going to argue on it, but it's funny. But yeah, and then I'm thinking to myself, like, I don't see how people could honestly think that, more for the fact that it's flawed game design, honestly. What is the point in walking through each world if the battles themselves don't reward you at all? They punish you.
The Super Mario Sunshine of RPGs.
I mean, even Mario Sunshine, the goal in the end is to collect the shine sprites at the end of every mission. You get a shine sprite. In Sticker Star, you do a battle, you dwindle your important resources. And you don't get any reward besides coins, which you get in the overworld anyway.
The reward is progress.
There is no progress that you gain from engaging in a battle. The only mandatory...
from like time to time. As a kid, did you, and answer honestly, did you run towards RPG battles or did you run away from them?
Towards.
Oh, I ran away.
Oh, well,
I remember I got a Game Boy Color Harry Potter RPG for Christmas one year. Like, this is one of those things where like adults at the time just assumed that all kids loved Harry Potter. And I tried to give it a solid shake. Like, I cannot do this. This shit fucking sucks. And I always tried to run away from the enemies, and it did not work.
That's more because you didn't like the game, though, I feel.
I feel like even in like the Mario and Luigi games, I definitely did not engage in every encounter. I would do it like up until a point. Like I would eventually get tired of it.
I was more in the camp of I like seeing the screen cleared.
That is a satisfying feeling.
Yeah, it's the one that Undertale makes fun of for a reason. But where was I going with that? What was I talking about before we started talking about RPG battles?
Kids being nostalgic for Sticker Star.
Ah, yes. I was saying why Sticker Star sucks. Because, in the end, you get nothing from Sticker Star, the more you play it. The more you play it, the less returns you get. So what's the point in playing it?
I don't know, because it's silly. I'm just trying to put myself in the head of a kid who doesn't, like, think about games as, like, systems, but as, like, adventures, right?
Well, I'm talking more just, the aspect of a game design in the game loop. A core loop.
I think you're vastly overestimating, like, there is so much bad, not good media that was put in front of me when I was a kid, and I consumed it because I was a kid and I didn't know what made good media and bad media, and I think it 100% applies to games.
Yes, of course, but I don't know how you could look back and think about the design of a game and see it as fun whenever there's not a point to playing the game.
Because I don't think we're talking about people actually going back and playing it and judging it as adults. We're talking about kids who are reflecting on their nostalgic memories of how they felt as a kid when they played that game.
I guess. It's just, Sticker Star is a bad game because it has a bad game loop. It doesn't work. There's no loop to the game loop. And that's what makes it scream troubled development. And I don't think anybody should be able to defend it, per se.
Yeah.
Like, I understand why you defend Color Splash and stuff. It's like, okay, I don't think people should tell you you're wrong for that, but I think defending Sticker Star is like, that's not a properly made game.
No, I don't think it has any redeemable qualities. Well, okay. Ow!
Nice.
I pulled my headphone out of my ear really hard. Except for the Gooper Blooper boss fight.
Are you talking about the entire boss fight or just the OST?
Both. I liked that one.
I don't remember anything about the actual fight.
You don't?
Nope.
Okay, the Gooper Blooper boss fight in Sticker Star is a rhythm-based battle So you got this really bouncy music, and then all of the bosses' attacks are like to the rhythm of the music. And they'll go into different phases, and each phase will have a different piece of music, and the music will get like more and more intense with each phase. And then at the most intense phase, it turns purple, and if you don't use the sponge to squeeze out the poison and protect Mario, then you get blasted with ink, and then the music crescendos, and then it goes back down to like phase 0. Where it's just like kind of a beat.
That's interesting.
It still sounds very much like a sticker star battle, but it has like a lot of personality and presentation that I like to it. Like, huh, that's interesting. Since I haven't seen that in a Paper Mario before, and if they pulled that shit again in a modern Paper Mario, I would pop the fuck off. When the Goober Blooper Paper Macho showed up in Origami King, I was actually really hoping it was going to be a callback to that. It was going to be like a rhythm-based thing. I was very disappointed when that was not the case.
I mean, I actually thought the blooper fight in that game was interesting enough in its own merit because it felt the most like an actual, like...
It's fine,
it
just
felt
wanted something different.
Yeah. The Gooper blooper fight in that game honestly makes it feel much more like a completely different genre than any other fight in that game does.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the Paper Macho fights, in hindsight. I don't think the start and stop movement of how the hammer controls in that game just feels very good for battling.
It's okay.
Oddly enough, I think that's more suited to the 3DS, where you have like the depth information from the hammer and the enemy that would help you out a lot more.
I wonder how they are going to handle that going forward. If they will do what people want them to and lean into the RPG aspect of the series, or will they expand on that aspect of Origami King into its own game?
I think that they'll continue to do some new twist on the battle system. I don't think it's going to be stickers, I don't think it's going to be cards. I think it's still going to be maybe one more iteration on what we have now, but they'll finally give in on partners. They'll bring those back, and it will be glorious. But I think that's all we're getting. This story will probably be still pretty simple. So actually what I'm describing sounds pretty damn close to Paper Mario 64.
That's fine. The closer you get to that game, the better.
Yeah.
In my eyes. Because I don't think 1,000-Year Door should be the blueprint for the series. I think it should be an evolution that you go to once and call it a day.
I don't mind the direction of the Mario RPGs wanting to like take on a more serious tone. I welcome that, you know. I'm a guy who likes Sonic Adventure 2, thinks that shit's so cool. So if Mario wants to like do something darker, I am all for it. So I don't even think that, like, I don't want to be like a contrarian. I don't want to be a contrarian about 1,000-Year Door. Like, I do not think it's bad. I think the culture that is built up around it
is terrible.
That has influenced discussion surrounding that entire series is such a fucking mess. And it's just really annoying to be around.
Yeah. I don't think it's a bad game. I don't mind it taking more serious tone. I actually love the story of Super.
Oh, Super's got the best story, hands down.
Yeah, for sure. But, I think that if you're trying to, like, think of what makes the series, like, if you're going off of the series quote-unquote Bible, you take it from 64. And then you think about that aspect afterwards to incorporate it, not, this has to be in, this is what makes the series a series. If that makes any sense.
Man, I say no Bibles.
Sorry, I'm a Bible thumper, I guess.
Oh my god.
Paper Mario Bible thumper.
Hello, my lovely churchgoers. Welcome to today's Nintendo sermon.
Do you think that, 1,000-Year Door fans have the same energy as evangelicals?
I feel like they totally would come to my door. Like door to door, spreading the good word.
Praise be to bug cables.
Bug Fables is like some Mormon shit.
I was gifted that game the other day.
By who? Who?
Mac.
Dude.
From earlier in the stream.
Dude.
I gotta play it.
You know what? I'm not gonna poison your mind with what I already think of the game, even if you may have already absorbed some things that I think of it.
Oh no, I think the same things you do.
Oh, okay.
Independently, don't worry.
Alright then.
It feels so just derivative. From what I do know about the game, it feels derivative. It's trying too hard to be what it's successing rather than its own game.
That is true. I agree with that. I think you should play it and form your own opinion because you will find other things to dislike about it.
I mean, I don't like the art style.
From a technical or artistic perspective?
I think technical more than artistic, but artistic, it's not a fan either.
That's close enough to both that I'll say that you got the right answer.
Okay. I was gonna say
I was
both,
looking
but
for both.
It doesn't feel like the right way to execute the art style, is what it is.
Not at all. It really is the Hat in Time of Mario RPGs. Although, Hat in Time, I don't think the creators, like, did anything bad. Like, when I judge Bug Fables, it's solely as, like, the final product that's put out. I'm not, like, trying to cast any judgments on, like, the people who actually made the game.
So you're saying the main reason why you don't like A Hat in Time is the creators and not the actual game?
It's a little bit of both. Oh, this anodyne piece is a slammer as well. This is like literally your upload of it too. Pastel Horizon Extended.
Yeah, because the Anodyne soundtrack doesn't really have much popularity either.
Yeah, it's a damn shame too. I always look for it on streaming every now and again, and I never see it. Although I did pick up the Fez and Chicory soundtracks, which are queued up whenever those are ready.
I haven't been watching Chicory, but it looks interesting.
Have or haven't?
I have not.
Okay. No, I've really been liking it so
I
far.
looked a little bit at it, but...
It's exactly the kind of game that I was looking for. I've been liking it so far.
It's not what I expected, but I think in a good way.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you've been playing it yourself?
No.
Oh.
I looked a little bit at one of your streams and that was it. It's like, alright, well, maybe I'll actually want to do this for my own at one point.
Yeah, I'd recommend it from what I've played so far. Although I don't know how deep I am into it yet.
You're actually 70% of the way through, like Fez.
Am I, or is this... I think I'm on, like, chapter 4 or 5.
Oh, no. Paper Mario only has 8 chapters. Everything has to only have 8 chapters.
I can't imagine it's, like, Fire Emblem levels of chapters where it gets into, like, the teens and 20s.
Sometimes 30s. I think Awakening has 32 chapters total.
Dude, spoilers!
I haven't played Awakening in years, and that's probably wrong.
I'm gonna look up the spoilers just to prove you wrong.
Hold on. I'll look it up, don't worry.
Okay, you just say whether or not you were right or wrong.
Alright, chapters for Emblem Awakening. I was wrong.
You were wrong? Higher or lower?
I was wrong. Lower.
Yeah, okay.
There's paralogs in DLC, though.
Oh, that's probably where you got that idea. I totally skipped the paralogs and fates like a fucking doofus.
So, some of them are only available via Spot Pass. I didn't know that.
Huh. I hear people are beginning to freak out that they're gonna shut down the 3DS eShop.
It's, definitely something rumored around.
Like, they stopped taking, card payments in the Japanese 3DS eShop?
Yeah.
So people are, like, starting to kind of panic buy stuff.
like, I don't know what else would be on the 3DS that I would want specifically, so I'm not too worried about it.
It really depends. I don't know if I want to do Citra or if I want to do like an actual capture card setup. Because you know what? If I just bought like a 3DS capture card for a few $100, that is cheaper than getting like a new computer that can actually run Citra. Because I've got friends with like beefy ass gamer PCs and they shit the bed on Citra. Like that's just not a particularly efficient emulator to run.
I mean, you know, you could use more than just Citra on a good computer, though.
I'm not gonna pry on that.
If it's a Windows computer, you know.
Anyways, what was I going to say? If I do go natively, I would like to check out stuff like Kid Icarus Uprising. I've never played that before. I'd like to get the rest of the Fates DLC while I can still get it. I think that's really the only 3DS stuff that I've still been meaning to do, though. And hey, Triforce Heroes if it's possible. The thing that gets me about 3DS capture stuff is that I hear that there is a solution that you can do where... The fuck? Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. Combine this with this, and we're already done. You merge these. Duh. Okay. There's a solution you can do where you actually do not need to get any, like, additional boards. There's a jailbreak you can do that somehow incorporates your home Wi-Fi router, and you're doing, like, a stream, like a local network stream from your 3DS to your router and then to your computer. I don't know how to set it up. I don't have a micro SD card to write it to. But apparently it is a thing that the new Nintendo 3DS can do on jailbreak, and it is an option. However, with my shitty Canadian internet, I can't imagine it would actually work out very well. Like, I don't think I'd get a smooth frame rate, and I'd probably have a lot of input delay. Those are my immediate concerns with that, but you know, that's
I mean, at that point, you could play straight off of the 3DS, can't you?
Yeah, you would still play straight off the 3DS, and then it was just... Oh, you know what? Yeah, well, I guess I would still need to, like, do, like, audio delay stuff for, OBS, but that's surmountable. I just don't think the stream would be, like, very high quality or very stable.
Yeah.
Like, if it at all relies on, like, internet speeds, then, I don't know. I mean, local network, I don't know.
I mean, local network, you wouldn't even have to go through the,
It's still just the barrier of, like, having to transmit that wirelessly to somewhere else in my house and then back.
Yeah.
But you can always be surprised, because I remember the Wii U was nuts, because the gamepad always got the signal faster than the TV through a wired connection. Which was fucked for me, because the Wii U operating system had so many cool little touches where the menu music would be split into two tracks, one for the gamepad, one for the TV, and they would be synced up and do kind of like a cool audio thing. But because the gamepad always got the signal faster than the wired TV, the music like never synced up. It just sounded like a discordant mess.
That's... sounds infuriating, honestly.
It's a nice problem to have, though. Better that than the inverse.
Yeah. I was trying to find what you were talking about with the streaming without the capture card. I'm looking that up now.
Oh. When I say I don't have a micro SD card, by the way, I mean, like, I don't even have a reader. Like, my computer has no slots, my external monitor doesn't have any slots. Like, I don't even have anything that I could, like, write a jailbreak to. I have to get an adapter, and I'm not interested in that. The solution is to simply buy an M1 MacBook Pro. Oh my god, I literally have a fucking 2012 MacBook Pro with an SD card slot. I don't care for firing it up very much. But you know, if I had to. Because when I got my micro SD card for my Switch, it had one of those like chunky, not an SD card thing. It's just like a plastic thing that you slide a micro SD card into. It's like an adapter that's shaped like an SD card.
Yeah. I wonder how. I'll have to do more research on this 3DS thing because I found a video about it, but I don't feel like watching it. It's like 4:15 in the morning.
Oh my god! We're coming up on the 6-hour mark here.
Yeah, it's been a long stream.
Yeah, I'm surprised you're actually here at all. Usually you've got like important shit to do, and I hope that's not the case tonight. That you're here as a result of that not being the case, rather than in spite of it. It's. Why are you giggling?
You know, I may have neglected.
Do you gotta like
sleeping.
go to work and shit?
Yeah.
And it's like 4 a.m.
Yeah.
Okay, well. There's a good news scenario of this, and there's a bad news scenario of this. I'm gonna start with the good news. That maybe you're only here because when I first called you tonight to set things up, you sounded kind of sleepy and groggy. So it could be that your sleep is like you just got up and you just want to stay up until work. Or the bad news.
I did just get up.
Okay. Because I was like, you're usually tired like 4 hours ago, so yikes.
Yeah. It's alright. What's the bad news?
The bad news would be that you have a normal sleep cycle and you're actually just not going to get any sleep tonight, which sounds horrible.
I've actually been sleeping a lot lately.
Yeah, in a good way or like in a bad way?
What's the bad way?
Well, the good way is you're getting well rested. The bad way is that like it's not like regular scheduled sleep, you know? That you're just like kind of...
I don't think I've had regular scheduled sleep since I was in middle school.
Because the thing with me is that I have like a very night owl sleep schedule. Obviously, you could even say a night raven beak sleep schedule. And I have like a period of time that I like to sleep throughout, but just like between. But sometimes I will fall off of that, and I'm just waking up and going to sleep at absurd times, and I really just do not feel good. Like, I don't feel healthy when I do that. Like, I have like a headache, and I'm like, I just feel like shit, dude.
So, like, regular sleep is very important, even if it's off schedule of what a normal person would feel like, and that's kind of partly where I fall off, but I've been sleeping probably more than I should be, honestly, lately.
Yeah?
So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing that I'm up right now.
Well, do you feel... How do you feel when you wake up? It's like, like a well-rested, or...
Oh, no, I always feel miserable when I wake up.
That might sound like too much sleep then, which is... I don't know, that's weird, though. You, like, gotta set an alarm...
that's just in general.
To get less sleep and that's somehow better for you? I don't even know what advice to give you here, because the thing that sounds right to me, I don't even buy it.
Like, I think, because usually I get a lack of sleep no matter what. So I'm always miserable. Even though I feel like I sleep a lot, it's just in very random amounts. So whenever I do get up, it doesn't feel good.
Yeah,
but lately I've just
sometimes
been
it can be about
sleeping.
the quality of sleep too, yeah.
Yeah. It's more my quality of sleep. I don't get a good amount. But lately I've been doing an okay amount.
Well, that's good, I think.
It's just I've fallen off officially streaming this. But it's okay. I'll probably just come home later today, take a nap. I'll be okay.
I hope so. I hope so.
It's fine. It's not like my work requires. Alright, it's January. Griffin, why are we not talking about citrus?
Citrus? Oh, the
Yes.
mandarin oranges are gone.
They're gone for you? They're supposed to, the citrus season starts
still
in
get
January.
them? You still get mandarin oranges in January?
Yes, that's when they start getting good.
I'm literally fucking salivating. We only ever get mandarin oranges in like December.
That's upsetting, honestly.
So upsetting.
Because I might have the benefit of living in like a state based out of literally citrus. Like oranges are like one of the bigger deals here. But like citrus is so good. The mandarins are coming in. We get new mandarins and everything at the stores.
I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. You should have lied to me. Like you should have
Why?
picked up what I was putting down, and you should have lied to me to let me live in blissful ignorance. Like, okay, at least everybody has to go through this, but the fact that like things can be better and they aren't.
I mean, you already feel that way with where you are now, anyway.
But not with mandarin oranges. Those are so important to me. I don't give a shit about having gay rights.
It's fine. You can be oppressed as long as you have mandarins.
That's literally how I've been getting by so far.
Jesus, man. I'm upset for you.
I'm upset for me too. Whew! I gotta do a posture check. Holy moly.
Well, I got you real quick.
Oh, you're gonna do the fucking channel points thing? If you want to waste them, go ahead. I'm doing it for free right now, baby. I'm like hunched over for 6 hours. Like, listen, drawing...
Yeah, trying to stretch.
Drawing in bed is like really nice for my back, but like for long periods of time, it's much better than a trackpad. Being hunched over a desk is like new to me. Because at least in the past when I was like drawing with a trackpad, my back would be level and I'd be like looking at a display that's like, you know, up on a desk. Like looking ahead, not looking down. Like my hands would be on the desk and my eyes would be up there. And you know, it wasn't good for my wrist. But it was a lot easier on my back. I mean, this chair doesn't help no matter what the posture is, but the hunch is new. The hunch is like a new kind of back pain that I'm discovering just now from sitting up.
You unlocked a new power.
I'm gonna have the fucking... Have you seen that one, like... political cartoon? Hold on. What is this? Astral Chain? I don't know, Lappy, go away. I don't want to listen to cop music. And I also don't want to listen to Yoshi's Island original sound version right now. Not that those are the same thing to me. Super Doomspire music. Now we're
That
talking.
is in there. You streamed that once.
It's true. Super Doomspire has a great soundtrack. It doesn't have like a full OST video like Super Bomb Survival does on YouTube. What I've heard of Doomspire is really good. I like the way the music updates in that regularly, like it does with like Splatoon. It's cool. Okay, back pain hunch. Political cartoon where it's like a kid in black and white looking down at their phone, and they've got like a really long, like hunched over neck, and Pikachu is on their neck, or like riding a saddle.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah.
Because of Pokemon Go.
Yeah, that's me with Keaton sitting on my neck.
You're an artist. You have that power.
I could draw the exact same. That's funny. That would be funny. I don't have the time though. People have been like asking me to like draw Keaton shit, and like, listen, my queue is like of stuff that I have planned is like out for months. Cause like I've got this stuff that I always do for April Fools every year. I've got this stuff that I always do for May. I got stuff that I always do in June. Got shit planned, so I can't just like willy-nilly take on big projects. However, that comes with the caveat, if you want to see me do it, commission me. And that sometimes works.
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Ravenbeak is very complicated, huh?
Yeah. Would you believe me if I said that this was simplified?
No.
There's, I think, a few missing details that I didn't omit on purpose, but, you know, I'm kind of glad that it's this way. And I'm using, like, like, a big brush, too, that it's hard to get, like, these, like, lines here.
Yeah. Like, you're down to just, like, the faceplate and stuff, but, like, that's gonna take you forever, I think.
I don't think so. I'm almost already done.
You think so?
Yeah, I've been going based on, like, which sections are made up of each color. So if I, like, turn off the color layer, it's probably going to take a few seconds to get you on the stream. However, you can see where the highlights and where the shadows are. So I only need to color in, like, a few more bits.
Okay. I see how you're doing it now. Okay.
They're of a different color. But the spaces they occupy are larger, so it'll be much broader, simpler brushstrokes to make. I think my allergy shit's
We are
wearing
coming
off.
up on the 6-hour mark. You're allergic to Ravenbeak.
No, I'm not allergic to Ravenbeak. I'm allergic to all the dust in my room because I never fucking dust in here. But this is what I'm looking forward to with Tuesday. Because I'm not going to be streaming. Because I don't like to clean on nights that I stream. I don't want to, like, kick up a lot of dust and then be like, that'll make me sniffly later in the day. So I make my non-streaming weeks when I do all my, like, housework.
I like that you plan your housework around your streaming schedule. It's very fun. Yeah, okay. I've been trying to think of other things I could be getting up to in the meantime.
With stuff like housework or, like, drawing?
Drawing.
Oh.
Because, like I said, I finished what I was going to do for tonight, like 2 hours ago.
Oh, I guess Goombara is a little less complicated of an outfit.
Yeah, a little bit. But, I honestly didn't expect to finish him tonight. Yeah. I draw really slow.
Yeah, well, what do you use? Do you have, like, one of those, like, little screenless tablets?
No, I just had, like, the most basic Wacom you could have gotten.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Oh, yeah, screenless. I thought you said screened.
Yeah.
I'm very... And I haven't invested in something since. I've had this thing a while.
Uh-huh. Well, is it like a thing where you have to fight it, or what do you mean?
I don't have to fight it, it's just, I guess I probably need a new, a pen.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, like, the pen kind of just feels wrong sometimes.
As far as, like,
So
the nibs go, or...?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I kind of just, end up having to feel like I have to go over stuff, and, like, sometimes just things won't draw right the way I want it to.
I see.
But I already have that problem where I go back over lines way too much anyway, because I'm way too perfectionist about what I'm trying to draw.
Yeah, I think you would like chicory.
I feel like I would, from what I saw.
Uh-huh. When did you pop in? I'm curious to what portion of the game you've seen.
I think I just watched like the first 20 minutes.
Oh, okay.
I got to the point where you went to your house and you saw, like, I am vaguely aware of how the game works in that there's puzzles based around the idea that you draw things over them and stuff like that.
Yeah, the whole game is like a giant coloring book. It's a really interesting aesthetic.
Yeah, I think that's a really cool idea for a game.
Yeah. It's apparently made by a really small team too, which is surprising because the polish is astounding.
I'm surprised it's a concept that hasn't really been explored before.
Yeah. I love, like, games that show me an art style that I've never, like, seen in a game before. It's really cool.
It's something I really appreciate out of them. I am listening to Splatoon 2 now.
Ooh.
That's a good soundtrack. You know what? That's what I'm probably looking forward to out of the most out of Splatoon 3.
Oh, yeah, the new music. Splatoon
Yeah.
2's soundtrack kind of fell off with me, but there's a lot of ones that I still like in terms of like the new multiplayer music that they added in the later updates.
Yeah.
I was not into the fiddle phase that they had. I got tired of that shit fast.
Sad. That's all I have to say.
Sad? I liked it, but it's just too much. The ratio was too high.
I feel like I actually like the second game soundtrack more than the first.
Man, I gotta turn off the Super Doomspire music and listen to. I think the Chirpy Chirps are my favorite band from Splatoon.
Yeah.
I've definitely talked about this before. Splatoon Chirpy. They're called the Chirpy Chips, which is even better. Oh, this is weird. There's like people are making like fan cams and AMVs for the fictional Splatoon bands. It's really cute.
It's very funny, actually.
This one's called Split and Splat from Splatoon 1. This wasn't the one that I was thinking of, but this is cute. These were definitely more of like a Splatoon 1 group than 2 though, although apparently they did still have stuff in 2.
That's something I didn't get into as much as you probably did, was differentiating the different bands. Like, I'm vaguely aware, but I couldn't tell you the difference on a lot of them.
I only know Chirpy Chirps because they're my favorite, and Dead Fish because that's all the Octo expansion music.
Yeah, the Octo expansion music's really good, so... Probably some of my favorite tracks, personally.
Oh yeah. Like you can definitely tell that like the developers are like coming from the same kind of backgrounds as we are. Like there's a lot of like young voices in that.
Yeah, that's what I really like about Splatoon in general, is it's a big franchise for Nintendo, but it feels fresh.
Yeah. What is happening here with these purple lines? Is this just the way the line art is? Is it like an overlay? I think I just made some purple lines. I can fix that though.
I think I did find something else I wanted to do.
Yeah, you're always hinting towards like one grand project or another that's like top secret.
Oh yeah, no, I have like 8 different projects, it's just I never, Which is hard. Because, finishing stuff is hard.
Oh, tell me about it.
Yeah, I'll do that. The thing about me when it comes to stuff like that is that I will get a good start on a lot of things, and then my problem is that stuff where I have to, I don't have time for a while, and then coming back to it is just I don't have that same energy of being able to replicate what I was doing. And it causes me to want to go back and do other stuff in it. That's why it took me so long to finish that meme for the Kirby. Like, that last thing I did I've drawn was that, and I drew that entire background pretty much after I drew the foreground stuff, and it was hard to replicate that same style that I wanted to put into that.
Oh.
So it's picking back up where I left off is my problem.
Right. That happens to me a lot with LBA, where if I get like into a real groove, and I'll learn some new scripting techniques. And then, you know, several months pass, come back to LBA, I'm like, oh, I don't remember how I did this, so I can't finish up the cool work that I was doing earlier. I think the one that always gets me, that I have to relearn every single time, and I'm, by the way, currently in a state of not knowing how to do this, it's like for blank do. So you use that when you want to apply a batch of changes to, like, a model's children all at once. And I always have to relearn that, and it's so simple, and I hate that I keep forgetting how to do it. I always have to, like, reference older scripts and, like, kind of transcribe my own shit.
I run into that same problem a lot. Like, I actually, after watching the Sock stream the other day, like I was saying, I actually kind of got back onto Roblox to look at my stuff.
Me too!
And, I was having trouble, like, going back and seeing, like, oh, I don't know where I was going with this. And it's just kind of... It's hard to watch that.
Yeah, Sox's Roblox development streams are actually, like, really encouraging to get to work on my own stuff. I slammed out not just a brand new secret mission, which is maybe, like, half done. I've got the back half finished, but not the first half still. Which, by the way, if you want to take a peep in the LBA server, and, like, maybe after the stream, I was like, hey, if you get any ideas, send them away. Like, you don't have to have ideas, but if you do, we got some easy suggestions that come to you that'd be cool, because they really am kind of not sure what to do with the first half. And I did another mission, which is not that. It's a lot simpler, but, you know, it's work, and Sox's streams have been, like, really motivating to see, like, all the cool shit that they and Tyler are doing.
Yeah, you know, it's like seeing, like, all the stuff they're doing. It's kind of, like, just inspiring.
Yeah.
That's why I'm glad, like, I tuned in.
Yeah,
I've been curious.
Sox's streams in general are really, really funny. They're, like, the number one person that I've been watching a lot of right now.
I mean, the only person that I watch on Twitch is you, really, so... I guess I can watch someone else.
Well, you'll have a whole week to do some catch-up.
I mean, usually I catch up on streams of yours that I missed.
Oh, yeah?
If I'm watching something. Yeah. But I like doing it on the Twitch VODs, because you have no chat, and you chat.
Oh, yeah. I guess if you're looking for that, but you also get better frames on the YouTube uploads, so...
You think I care about frames?
I don't know, if you're actually, like, watching the gameplay footage.
Isn't the whole thing you're supposed to be watching for the personality and not the gameplay? I thought that was the whole argument of why people do Let's Plays and stuff in general.
Well, to an extent I would agree with that. But at the same time, like, if I just streamed on a black screen, like, that wouldn't be as interesting to watch.
I believe they call that a podcast. Okay. I made adjustments to my Gumbario.
Ooh. Let me switch to the next Trippy Trips thing, because this has been going for 7 minutes. This is Blitz It from Splatoon 2. Which is also not the one that I was thinking of. I think it's Shelfie from Splatoon 1. You know what? I was saying earlier that I've had a lot of difficulty getting excited for Splatoon 3.
Mm-hmm.
This solo? This is helping.
You're gonna start going down the
I'm gonna be
Splatoon
grooving
rabbit hole.
out so hard to this shit, dude.
Now that you're re-indoctrined to the Splatoon music, you're going to be ingesting and ingesting the music and getting excited.
No, you're deep punning what I'm saying.
Am I?
Ink-jesting.
Ink-jesting. I was also just reading a story about
how... You don't even care about me!
Okay, I was reading a story that I saw trending on Twitter about how, apparently 2 LAPD cops, failed to respond to a robbery because they chose to chase a Snorlax in Pokemon Go.
What?!
Yep.
Dude, we gotta defund the police of their Pokecoins.
I mean, Snorlax is pretty rare.
Okay, are you actually familiar with like the Pokemon Go meta? Is that true?
I played Pokemon Go a decent bit last year, and I don't remember seeing a Snorlax anywhere, so...
I wish I could get back into it, especially since they're introducing like so many more Pokemon past Gen 1 at this point. Like, you think that would get me back on board, but you know, the whole going outside thing. Did they ever go back on, there was a feature that they introduced during the pandemic where they did it so you could do it from home, and then they like took that away. Did they reverse that decision, or do you still have to go outside still?
I think they did eventually.
Okay.
I'm gonna look that up, actually.
Alright.
Pokemon Go, Pokestop, change. I spelled change wrong.
Oh dear. Let me get that shelfie that I've been talking about, though.
Yeah, I think they went back on it.
Nice. Also, this is the one that fucks. This is like peak Splatoon music. It's like the one fucking... Is it like Sesame Street or something where it's like Splatoon fans when they hear somebody gargling piss?
Yeah.
Like everyone's going insane. Like this little like breakdown here. Fuck, dude.
I appreciate you getting into commentary over it, because I don't have a frame of reference.
This shit has like the best solos, hands down. Like, constantly. I still gotta do the dark purple, but that's not like metallic, so that shouldn't be too bad. But is it like the dark purple or the dark purple? It's the dark purple. It's very
dark
yeah,
purple?
it's distinction. It's very important. So one was like a brighter thing for like the chest plate, and the other thing is like some other shit. But I don't think either of them are metallic, if I recall correctly. I have to like look at some screenshots, and it's really hard to like find Ravenbeak references.
Yeah, I don't think Ravenbeak's going to...
Is he on the model's resource? Oh god. It's a little late to check, but you know, it could be helpful for future endeavors.
I'll check.
See, the problem is, I mean, if I wanted to draw Ravenbeak with like his leggy straight up, which would be awesome of me. Beyond that, I don't know. There's not really anybody to ship Ravenbeak with, and that's the problem. There's no Metroid twinks. I guess he is technically bigger than the Chozo soldiers, who I also think are hot, but it's not the same.
Now, you do have Quiet Robe.
Quiet Robe's a fucking twink.
I guess you could make him the twink. Alright, he is not on the model's resource.
He's not. I'm looking right now. Let me Nintendo Switch Metroid Dread. No, you're right about this. I'm gonna be honest, models resource fell the fuck off. There are never like any new models getting like approved. Like, there are so many models, just for, like, Breath of the Wild, for, like, basic shit, where it's like, oh yeah, this was submitted, like, a couple of years ago, but we still haven't, like, passed it through for approval. Sorry about that. It's like, what the fuck?
It's
like,
very strange.
There has been a Prince Sidon model on Models Resource for fucking forever in the queue, and it still hasn't gotten through.
Maybe they just don't care.
Yeah,
like they don't have the same people running it anymore.
I don't know. I don't know what happened. I guess it's all like community contributions that the moderators are like only as much as they can do. But the thing is, thankfully I do have a Prince Sidon model, but I have to get like some like Blender plugin where you get like an MMD model from like Miku Miku Dance, and you like have to convert it into like I think an FBX model. Or is it even, I think it's an XNA Lara file to FBX plugin is what I have. Google Models. Yeah, XNA Lara Mesh FBX. Because by default, Blender cannot read the Miku Miku Dance model files, so you have to like find a way to like convert it, which is a really pain in the ass step, but you know, if Sidon needs me to do it, I will do it for him.
What Sidon wishes you command? What Sidon commands you do?
No, you were right. His wish is my command.
Yeah.
You know what though? Now that I've gone through the Trippy Chips music, that's such a cute name. I want to put on some Phendrana Drifts. Because I haven't done any Metroid music tonight. I feel like a little bit is necessary.
A little bit.
This shit is atmospheric as fuck. This is making me like want to do Prime 2 pretty soon.
I mean, it's a good time. Like, you did Prime 1 win a couple months ago. It's been enough time, right?
Like late 2021. That was like kind of a long playthrough. Not in terms of parts, just in terms of like how far apart the sessions were. That I think it was like over the summer, maybe that I did that. Let's check the full galaxy.
Yeah.
Metroid, well, not Dread. So there was a whole Dread playthrough in between that. Prime was, oh my god, 7 months ago.
There you go.
That came out at the same time as shit like the Splatoon 1 playthrough and Pokemon Black highlights.
I remember the Pokemon Black highlights.
I quite like the Pokemon Black highlights. I had a nice stretch in summer where I was making like a bunch of highlights of different playthroughs. And I'm happy with like what I made of all of them.
Yeah. I like all your highlights videos I think are very well made.
Thank you. I'd like to do more, but I don't really have any playthroughs that I can think of off the top of my head, like, oh, that's gotta be a highlights, you know? Like, there's some that I've enjoyed, maybe for different reasons than having a lot of funny moments, but...
would you say... I didn't watch the Dread playthrough, so I couldn't tell you, but would that possibly be one? Maybe?
I don't think so. I find that when I play Metroidvanias, I kind of just get into, like, this fucking, like, trance, where I vaguely mumble to myself about where to go in the puzzles that I'm doing. The commentary is 100% on the game. Like, if you were there, you were there for Fez 2, the other night. Mm-hmm. So you kind of have an idea of what that is. That has happened with Hollow Knight, that has happened with Ori, that has happened with Metroid Prime, that has happened with Metroid Dread. Every, like, Metroidvania, I do that with. So I don't know if I would point at any of those and say, that, like, oh yeah, that was, like, a real knee slapper. Maybe if there's, like, a lot of people in chat, that tends to be the case, but people don't really come through from Metroidvanias. But I'm still having fun.
Let me make a curse proposal to you.
Oh boy.
3 Houses highlights.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. I hate you. That is not funny.
I mean, it could very well warrant a highlights if you think about it. There's a lot of good moments.
I mean, the scale of these two series is not at all comparable but I thought Amazing Island was a really funny playthrough. But I also think that it would come through better, like, maybe like a few clips from that here and there in like a channel trailer, because I want to do one of those as well. Because I've still got, if an unsubscribed person comes to my channel, in fact, if I come to my own channel, it fucking autoplays the channel trailer, it drives me crazy. There's like, it's all clips from the Bad Mike days, and that makes such a bad first impression. I've really got to make a new one of those.
Yeah, I think making a new one of those honestly should be a bigger priority than anything.
Oh, you think?
Highlights from here. I think it's good. It's a good time for it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, coming up on the 4th anniversary next month, I'll have been using that same channel trailer for. I guess I can see the exact age of that as well. If I just go back to the homepage of my channel.
Yeah.
No, actually. Oh, I have to turn
3
on
years
featured,
ago.
maybe.
June 25th, 2018.
How the fuck you find this shit?
I was already there.
Oh, on like the channel homepage. But you're subscribed, so you wouldn't see the channel trailer. Uh-huh. Sunshine highlights, Wind Waker highlights. The channel trailer? You just told me when it was. I don't know why I'm like double checking to learn my own goddamn information. It's getting old, that's for sure. I don't know. Even if there's like not highlights videos that I'm like actively pursuing doing, I always like having somewhat of like a list. Like, oh, if I have like a lot of time to myself, you know, if I'm like dog sitting, if I'm like... What I really liked to do actually over the summer or over the spring while I was making all those highlights is that I would like put up the stream in Final Cut Pro, set it to 3x, and then like watch it while I'm working out. And it takes about half an hour to get through each like part of a stream. And then I just like, while I'm working out, if there's ever a funny moment, I'll hit the M key to set down a marker. And then when I'm done working out, I sit down and I see before me, these are the moments that I think are worth including. And then I like review them after the fact. So I feel like that's a really nice workflow. But I don't have anything like that even. Like if I wanted to make a highlights video, if I wanted to make that my top priority, I don't know, I can think of a series. Let me tell you though, 3D World is hard to top. Tyler was so fucking funny in that shit. I keep thinking I gotta get myself a soundboard. Sock's got a stream deck for Christmas, like one of those, is it called a stream deck? It's one of those Elgato things with all the buttons on it that you can use, you can like plug it into OBS to quickly enable shit, or run sources, stuff like that. And it's a very handy tool, but my god are they expensive.
Yeah.
For something that's like basically an external numpad, like holy moly.
I don't know why it's so expensive.
Probably because it's covered in a bunch of LED gamer gunk.
I love LED gamer gunk.
Yeah, well, if I could choose a plainer version of that was cheaper, I could say goodbye to it.
That's fair.
Now, the $150 Magic Keyboard with numpad and Touch ID, well, now we're talking.
It's like 5 a.m. and I'm just laughing at just how Apple... Just Apple.
Uh-huh. Well, the thing is the product that I just described is actually just the computer for the M1 iMacs. If I wanted to, like, buy a new keyboard for my MacBook Pro, which has a defective keyboard and actually needs replacing, I believe that's a $650 repair.
Just why?
The why is because the keyboard is not actually a removable part. The entire keyboard chassis is riveted in, so you can't like unscrew it, you can't remove it without like actually destroying the keyboard in the process. So what they do is called a top case replaceal, which means, well, replacement rather. And the top case is what they call the entire chunk of aluminum and plastic and computer that makes up the non-screen portion of the keyboard. So the trackpad, the touch bar, the speakers, and I think maybe just the actual computer on the inside too. Definitely the battery, because that's glued in too, of course. So it's pretty much replacing your entire computer besides the screen.
And, like the design.
And that was covered by warranty for the first 4 years after purchase, which I am no longer in. So hey, if I'm ever near an Apple store, I'll give it a shot, because sometimes they will just do something nice for you and give you something for free that they should be charging you for. It's one of those things. I'm sure plenty of places have that policy, like, okay, well, you can do this sometimes. We have like a limited amount of uses for that. So I can try to do that, but if they try to charge me $650, I'm walking out.
Just be like, hey, can you do it? No? Okay.
Yep.
Nice. Alright, as we're coming down to 5 a.m., I do have to actually head out.
To work? Oh my god. Yep. The sun has risen in Florida, my friends.
Sunshine State.
Is that true? Is that the catchphrase?
Yep, that's the whole... I wanted to call it a bit.
The bit. Florida's got some bits. Some cool bits.
Maybe a little too many bits.
You know what though?
Too many.
I'm working on the foot right now, and the foot is like extra credit, so I can just like wrap up for tonight. Like I finished the face, that's what I wanted to do. This shit is looking rad.
Alright. If you wrap up, I'll stay for the wrap up.
Yeah, this foot will probably take like an extra like half hour. I'll probably do that on my own time. I don't think chat wants to look at bird feet. Let me see.
Nice.
Turn on this, make it look a little contrastier. That was Galaxy Gallery for tonight. Wow, my pencil's at 31%. I've never seen the number get that low. I'm always working in like much shorter bursts, and I love playing with the charging magnet on the side to like just kind of like this to like click it on and off. It's very satisfying to fiddle with or fidget with. But a result of doing that is that I'm always like micro charging it for like a few minutes at a time when I'm not like actively doing brushstrokes. Anyways, that's a posture check if you ask me. That was Galaxy Gallery for tonight. Thank you for watching. You know what? I'm gonna put on some Sonic Unleashed Apodos night music, because that's always some good music to wind down with, if you ask me.
Yeah.
I'll let you plug your stuff first though, because you gotta get out of here. So if you need to do that, that's fine.
Well, you know, usual Straxos, Twitter, YouTube, Twitch. Would like to start. My plan right now is I'm going to start streaming, hopefully, with Kirby in the Forgotten Land.
Oh, cool!
That's my plan.
I'll definitely be sure to catch up on those VODs whenever you start doing them.
Because, yeah, I'm sure you'll be streaming it too.
That's fucking awesome.
Yeah, that's the plan right now. Hopefully I can actually follow through.
That's a great idea. You know what my planned inaugural stream series was going to be?
What?
Xenoblade Chronicles 2. This is going to be my first series.
I think that would have been so funny.
Yeah, bad mic days, 2017 Griffin.
2017 Griffin just being upset constantly about the game he's playing. It's his first stream. He doesn't know what he's doing.
God, yeah. At least like if I tried to do it now, I would know what I'm getting into. I'd be like disappointed in real time by every little twist and turn. Fuck, dude.
Oh, it could have been. What could have been?
What could have been? Well, good thing Xenoblade 3 is going to suck. But that's the thing. That's the thing. With 2, there wasn't the precedent of the games being bad. So I actually thought it was going to be as good as 1. Oh, Griffin. Sweet, innocent Griffin.
Sweet, sweet, innocent Griffin.
But yeah, it's just cool. Check this shit out. Is that all?
Yeah, that's all.
All right. We've also got art in the art gallery from viewers like you to check out. But before that, that was the stream. So you can follow me here on Twitch or on YouTube at GRIFFINGALACTIC The Full Galaxy, which has been referenced a shocking amount of times tonight, where you can check out the VODs plus highlights and more. Hopefully more of those highlights are coming pretty soon. You can also subscribe to me right here on Twitch if you particularly enjoyed the stream and want to help me out. You can also follow me on Twitter, Tumblr, Pillowfort, and Discord. There is a Discord server where there are all sorts of channels for you guys to hang out in, both on and off stream. And if any of what I just happened to mention interests you, you can check out the links to all of that in the Twitch cards below if you are watching this live, or in the YouTube description if you are watching the VOD. With that, let's open up the art gallery and see what awaits tonight. This is by Straxtos. Whoa, what the fuck? This is like such a good Goombario.
Thank you.
I can see why you were like talking about taking a very steady hand with this, because like the color work on this and like the texture work, the colors look very accurate to like what you would see out of an actual Paper Mario game.
That's actually what I was just adjusting like 20 minutes ago, was the colors.
Yeah, this came out
like
really nice. Look at that.
Thank you.
Like the shoes, like the shading on that is like perfect. Like it looks like production grade. That's so cool.
Thank you.
So you're really gonna do like all the partners?
Yeah.
Man, that's gonna be a great finished set. I'm looking forward to it. And as for this Beak of Raven, sadly, maybe you can see that I'm jostling around a little bit because I'm touching the screen with 4 fingers, and that counts as a multitasking gesture if I pinched in while doing that, but all I have open is Procreate. Teehee. I'll come back to him one day, and I guess a month after mid-February, this will be public, so I've got some time to get back to this, but you know, it's afoot. You can picture what that's gonna look like finished. The fact that I shaded this amount of metal really is the major development, so I'm pretty happy with what I got done tonight. Anyways,
a lot of metal.
Yeah. You know what? Hold on. Here's how we're gonna end the stream. Right here. I'm just gonna color pick this red, and I think there's like literally like a lens flare brush, and then I'll give him like laundry sauce eyes. This is the face you make when you steal his bird seed. They were very funny memes when that first happened. Look at that, already selected. What? Huh? Did I send it to like a back layer? There it is. There's the laundry sauce, baby. Then we'll do like a smaller white brush on the inside of that to like give it like a glow effect. Kind of gotta like center it. There we go. That's hilarious. I might keep that, like maybe like a toned down version of that. That's not bad. Anyways, that's gonna be a charged pencil. Look at that, already up to 63%. That's nuts. And I'll see you guys next time. Have a good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.